Ready to master the art of capital? Welcome to the CapitalHQ Masterclass and unlock your potential in the world of business and finance.
Providing you with the knowledge and tools you need to excel in today's competitive landscape.
This event is powered by Wholesale Investor and CapitalHQ. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, and welcome to CapitalHQ Masterclass. My name is Steve Torso. I am the founder of Wholesale Investor and CapitalHQ, and I'd like to welcome you all to the Founders Stream Sessions. So this has long been a dream of mine. One of the things I love about what we do is I love empowering other founders on their journey. I know that in the core of what you're thinking about every single day, the common elements of building a startup, whether it be raising capital, scaling for growth, thinking about how you can actually improve your efficiency, streamline your operations, but also things like moving to an IPO or even going through a strategic high-valued exit. These things are always in our minds whilst we're going about building our business. CapitalHQ Masterclass is designed to become your destination. I know it's very difficult to get access to the people and resources and the information that you need in your day-to-day journey. For example, the concept of what is the actual step-by-step process to go through a strategic exit, where do you actually get access to that information? So what we want to do is we want to bring you some of the people that we have access to and their insights on going through that as part of CapitalHQ Masterclass. So enjoy the next 2 days. It is completely designed for you. We want you to get the most out of it. And best of all, we're going to be providing you with 30 days access to the content following the event so you can watch it at your leisure. If you miss a session, that's completely fine. Come back and watch it again. As I said, the masterclass is for you. It's designed about empowering your journey. And of course, we welcome you to email us and ask us different questions about what other content you'd love to be featured inside the CapitalHQ Masterclass, because today is just the starting point.
Capital raising is not an event. It's a process. Navigating the labyrinth world of capital raising is not just frustrating. It's a time-consuming diversion from your core business, an emotional roller coaster that leaves many founders drained. But what if you could simplify the journey? CRIISP Capital HQ is your beacon in this complex landscape. Benefit from our proprietary network of 33,000 plus investors and deal makers, further amplified by AI ML matchmaking. Extend your reach globally with access to over 200,000 angels, VCs, and family offices. Our intelligent deal rooms and streamlined tool suite can cut your capital raising time by up to 80%. But we don't stop there. Our platform equips you with capital raising intelligence to increase your conversion rate with investors. At CRIISP Capital HQ, we turn the daunting marathon of capital raising into a strategic sprint, where your capital raising is working 24/7 for you. Are you ready to run smarter?
Hello, everybody. I'm Fausto Artico, Global Head of Innovation and Data Science at GSK. I have multiple masters, multiple PhDs. I worked for 8 years in the US, specifically in Orange County, Silicon Valley at NVIDIA Corporation, IBM TJ Watson Research Center in New York, where I also work on sensitive stuff for the US government, and for the last 8 years in London for GSK. So my background is the one of a mathematician and a computer scientist that for the last 8 years also moved and essentially transitioned to business. I created many products and services from scratch inside organizations and new departments and functions. Always work in deep tech. Recently is more in biotech than other things like data science, high performance computing, supercomputing, and so on. But what I love is also that I got a lot of exposure and I have a lot of fractional roles and consultancy roles outside GSK that allow me to further expand my business acumen, in addition to the many long-year expensive certification at the MIT. I'm an alumnus, Northwestern Kellogg, University of California, Berkeley, Columbia. So as you can see, and what I would like to speak with you today, I have a very holistic view an hybrid between engineering, deep tech, and business and culture, transformation, leadership, and so on, that can be beneficial for you as founders. Because what I found is that many times people are maybe very strong from the technological point of view because they are fresh PhDs or they work in some sectors for some time, but are completely miss the mark in understanding the complexity of the ecosystems in which they need to operate. And this happens specifically with young people that do not work in big, complex organizations. But even for people that have a long and incredible expertise, for example, in a sector like energy, because technology is entering in many different ways our lives, and even more importantly, because the frontier technologies, so the convergence of different technologies is going to be and generate groundbreaking results, is important essentially for you as young founders, even more to understand all those kind of complex nonlinear dynamics in those kind of ecosystems. If you want to create something that is solid, robust, defensible, scalable, and so on. So where we can start, I can give you a flavor of what we can do together at the same time, add value for you, no matter if you come with me, you want to do it on your own, or you go with something else, that I found is important. For example, if your team is too homogeneous, that is not good for investors. They don't like that. They want a variety because they know there are many different parts in a business. If you are a solo investor, there are some investors that simply do not want to fund you. And, there is even a lot of discrimination if you're just a woman. So it's better if you go to some investors than others. There are a lot of situations. It's like a marriage because the investor essentially is going to stay with you for quite a while, between 3 and 7 years probably. And if you want my advice, one of the things that I can already tell you right now is don't take money, even if money is important, if essentially you don't feel well about the investor. That is extremely important. The other point is, are you sure that you need money? Can you bootstrap your company? There are ways that we can explore from that point of view, or if effectively you need money because you're maybe in a capital intensive sector, we can try to put you in touch with the right people in such a way that essentially you are going to maximize the probability for you to find a friend and not just a person that is giving you money. Do you know what several venture capitalists told me in Silicon Valley? Because, for the simple fact that I work for big companies, I need to create partnership ecosystems. So I have a lot of suppliers, vendors, venture capitalists that try to sell me things. The venture capitalists essentially all told me during the years, if they come, the founders, and ask for money, we give them advice. If they come to ask for advice, we give them money. So keep that in mind. That is a way to say that you cannot lose time in trying to sell your company. It's way better to invest time in trying to be curious and try to pitch your idea, but understand what other people can add to your idea, because that allows you to create a much more holistic plan on how essentially you can reach product market fit. And after, if you need to work on how you need to scale up, yes, probably at that point you really need the money to go fast, but you do that only after you have got product market fit and some traction. Those are some of the examples of what I can think we can do together. There are a lot of things in just the team composition and how the team approach investors. There are many others related to the product, right? And this has more to do with competitors. And many times people are completely miss the mark because they try to find direct competitors. But if you want to know the truth from all what I saw in my life, the biggest challenge are indirect competitors, and especially to fight the status quo for a lot of different reasons, because maybe a company has a lot of legacy systems and you solve the problem from the technical point of view, but in a way that cannot be integrated in their systems. That is an example. Another example is that you try to create a solution that owns end-to-end the whole pipeline, and that pipeline is too long and you do not understand that. Typical example is if you are in drug discovery, you will never have the capacity to run clinical trials. You will never have the capacity to manufacture and distribute the drug. And even more, many times, maybe you think that you can own the IP of the drug, and instead companies do not want that. They want to own the IP and they just want to pay for your services. Those are just some of the many possible examples. I have examples in data science. I have examples in quantum computing. I have examples. Let's take quantum computing, right? Quantum computing, no matter how small you are, you need big money. So, for example, I was helping a dropout from Stanford that after he finished the bachelor, and a PhD from East Europe in figuring out how to create and spin up a company. It went well. In 6 months of work, we were able to raise $4.5 million, but that required thought. So, for example, not go on the hardware because it's impossible. You will need hundreds of millions. So let's focus on the software. Even if you work on the software side, where you position yourself, how you position yourself. Okay, let's do compression, for example. Why? And here I explain them a lot of things in the ecosystem and how, most importantly, those things are applicable across all the verticals and all the sectors, right? So that if later we find more easily to create connections for energy, we work in the energy sector. If in pharma, we work in the pharma sector. But we create some kind of cross-functional capabilities, positioning ourselves in a way where we know that we have some advantage, and most importantly, we can get some money compared to other initiatives that are more capital intensive. So, you know, there is a lot of work that has nothing to do with the technology, and even if the technology is important, but requires people that have an holistic view and understand really the complexity of the environments in which you need to operate, and I saw many, and can make a big difference in your journey, not only at the start, but also for the scale up and after the maturity phase where you plan for an exit. Another thing that I saw, you need to be coachable, guys. If you are not coachable, or the investors do not perceive you are coachable, they are not going to invest. They don't tell you this, they smile, they keep you around to understand what you are doing, but nothing will come out of that. So that is another advice that I can give to you. You need to be coachable, and you need to be willing to change during the different phases of the journey of your organization, because essentially the skills that are necessary are very different. At the beginning, you need to try to create a solution with whatever is available to you to generate traction. Later in the scale up, you need to start to have somebody that put in place standards so that things can scale much faster, and it's not anymore a Far West with a lot of different tools and capabilities and so on. And after maturity is more for MBA type of people, where essentially the business is already up and running and scale up and is producing constant and replicable revenue in a way that essentially can allow to explore extension of portfolio solutions, new services and products, and so on. So as you see, just talking about the team and the phases, we have a lot that can be done. And it's important that you are not and only focus on the technology. And after there is the product, right? As I was telling you, if we want to go back to the product, there are different ways that you can create a product and services targeting different markets, and the size of those markets and how much you can capture of those markets is important. Many times I see people trying to go for something big, and that is often unreasonable. You don't need to copy a Facebook and Google. Those people did not really design the plan to be so big. It simply happened. They were in the right place at the right time with the right conditions, and they were good, and they found a business model that they tweak, and it worked. But the original plan was not the one that essentially made them to grow as much. They were hoping and they are today. So what I'm trying to say, again, there is a way that we can position you working together in such a way that you are going to maximize the probability of some things to happen. And even if today maybe you think that those things will give you A, tomorrow, probably if you are open, they will give you C, and C can be way, way better than A. Okay. Again, another thing, instead of trying to target with reasonable assumptions a market size that is too big, try to target something that is small. I mean, why you want a $1 billion market? Maybe you just need a $100 million market. And you know, the investors have some kind of specific requirements considering the size of the fund and how many checks they can create, and therefore the average size of a check and what they expect for the return on investment. And I'm saying you this, that if you even plan to get and capture a market that is hundreds of millions of dollars big, that could be more than enough for you to be rich, happy, have a different kind of lifestyle, and also for the investors that maybe do not have a big fund but a much smaller fund to invest in you and be happy because essentially they're going to get the return on investment that they want. Even more important, do you think that Google is coming over you if you are targeting a market that is only 100 or few $100 million big? No, it's too big for them, right? So it's also kind of defense mechanism that you have versus big players that are instead working in much bigger markets. So very counterintuitive, but useful for you to know, especially because VCs are not going to tell you those things. Another thing is, as I was explaining you, the conditions in the market. Timing is incredibly important. I have plenty of examples with groundbreaking solutions in single sector using single technologies or also frontier technologies, cross-functional sectors capabilities. And they were simply too early and they could not stand there long enough to have the market to pick up speed. So why I'm telling you this? Because you cannot buy back time in your life. So if you are really enthusiastic about your idea, you also need to figure out if the time is right now and not get in too early and not get in too late, but something in between, because otherwise you can easily lose 5 years of your life in just waiting and getting a lot of frustrations that have nothing to do with you and your capabilities and your technology, but more about what are the conditions in the market for whatever you are trying to achieve. And finally, there is all the economic and business modeling part that is important, because many times I see rigidity in that, and instead be creative and continue to be open-minded is important for the fact, again, that you don't know how those big complex ecosystems work, and you need some kind of insiders, can be me, can be somebody else, to explain you how things really work for big companies, medium-sized companies, early stages company, if you want to partner with some other startups, because the way of doing business with them is very different. The expectation in compensation and the service level agreement are very different. And even if I know that you would love to go through a big market and maybe acquire a partnership with big companies, that is many times unreasonable for quite some years. And it's way better instead if you reach those kind of big companies through other preferred suppliers that they have and that can use your capabilities, because maybe you have a niche solution that is unique and related to your new skills, if you are a PhD or something else, that those companies are happy to explore. And in addition to that, integrating their services in a way that works as a bridge for you to much bigger companies in that way, instead of trying to get a direct approach to those big companies that are going to kill you simply because even if you want to run maybe a simple POC, they're going to send a document that is 80 pages long and is going to make you cringe in reading everything and sign from the side of your legal department. So as you can see, there are a lot of aspects and is very complex. And the way that you work in different sectors with different technologies is effectively very different. An example, if it's an highly regulated environment, probably there is money, but the cycle times are much longer. You need to be careful how you create a solution, because if that solution doesn't work as a greenfield solution or a recommendation system where there is a human in the loop that is going to take a final decision, those companies are not going probably to spend and invest a lot of time in revalidating and requalify the systems with the regulators just because you offer something new. If instead you work in a sector like something that is hospitality or organizing vacations, you have much more freedom there, right? So effectively there, if you go more on the personalization side of things and you are able to create a differentiation point, you don't need to go through long processes or revalidation or requalifications of systems. And don't think that that is a small market. I know plenty of people that are willing to pay plenty of money if you are able to generate for them a unique experience. But that requires a lot of personalization. So the name of the game is very, very different. And always in that kind of environment, there are opportunities where essentially you can create probably a whole range of products and services to not leave money on the table, so that if you are going to sell some kind of experience to a sheikh in Arabia, because he or she has plenty of money, she can pay you much more than a person in Europe for a similar kind of experience. This doesn't happen, for example, in sectors like drug discovery. You create a drug, it's a blockbuster drug. You don't ask to a person to pay 1 million for that drug and to another 10K. There is a level fixed price for the treatment, and that is what it is. So think in this kind of term. A smaller number of people that could be your customers doesn't always mean very little money, number one. Number two, not all the customers are equal. So if you find a way to create a whole range of products and services, you don't leave money on the table. Number three, different type of industries have different kind of way of doing things, and that is important in how you approach the companies in the industry and what are the expectations to create a deal, how you start to work with them, and so on. Other example, I saw many of you trying to create a product and service that they assume is great and spend plenty of time and money just to find out that nobody wants that product and service. I think there is a psychological barrier that we need always to work through. And that barrier is essentially to not be in front of the keyboard, but much more go out in the market and try to put something in front of people, try to find somebody that want to explore some kind of opportunities and just initially build a customized solution for that customer, and after another and another. And even if I know that that could be challenging for maintenance, that allow us at least to gather first market data and try to find similarities across those customers. And after, during consolidation phase, when we try to reach a really product market fit, we drop some customers that are too demanding and for which the margins are too small. And we focus on the customers that we like to work with and are giving us good money, because those are our ideal customers, for example, for that phase of growth, and would allow us to refocus our resources and scale much faster than instead the customers that are difficult to satisfy and have very low margin. So why I'm telling you this? Because I know firsthand as an engineer that we have a tendency to create something marvelous and incredible, and instead it would be way better for us to explore the market, reach out people, and I have plenty of connections if you wanna explore that opportunity with me on other people in the network of Wholesale investors or your friends. But do it because it saves you a lot of headaches. Many times I see founders assuming that things need to be done in a specific way, when instead they should start to list the assumptions that they are making for the thing that they want to create and test the assumptions one-to-one without creating the thing that they want to try to create, and try to figure out, how can I test this assumption that I was making and that will make possible essentially to create a strong business plan for the thing that I want to do in the fastest and cheapest possible way. And there is a whole aspect there from the creativity point of view, and I'm Italian, I love that, where you can create mock-ups, you can do so many things just to try in the fastest and cheapest possible way to test those assumptions, to verify what is true and what is not true, and essentially make you comfortable to say, oh, okay, we validated the assumptions that we were making to create this product. 8 out of 10 came back. I think there is momentum, and I think the timing is right in the market. I have a good feeling. Let's really build it, even before starting to build, okay? Remember that. So those are all examples of things that I wanted to bring to your attention, because I'm sure that from what my experience is, many of those things are often overlooked. I have a whole framework that we can use. I have plenty of fractional roles, strategic advisory roles from hedge funds to work on data, multiple industries. For me, tech is not the problem. Where I would like to help you, because I think that you are strong in tech, is to better navigate this kind of other environment so that you can be positioned in the best possible way and maximize the probability, essentially, to first find a way to find product market fit and later scale up. And when you are in maturity stage, we can give the company to somebody else and create a new one. Or you can continue to run it forever, or you can have an exit and start something else and maybe become an investor and an angel if that is what you want to do. So yes, I think we went on for almost 20 minutes. I know that probably you have some questions that Hugo was collecting, and I'm very happy to help you in any kind of possible way. And the first and easiest possible way that we can have is you reach out to me. We start to know each other. For me, it's important to see if we like each other. If I'm not a good fit, I can put in touch with somebody else. If I'm a good fit, we continue to explore whatever you need step by step and see essentially how we can grow that kind of relationship in a way that is fulfilling for you and also fulfilling for me. Thank you very much.
Fausto, thank you very much for that. So I have a couple of questions here that I'd like to go through with you. First of all, so for companies that are maybe not developing emerging technologies, but would rather want to harness the potential of emerging technologies, how should they go about identifying them and finding whether there's a good fit for what they're trying to build?
Okay. That is what is happening with many startups. Think, for example, in generative AI space. They don't want to create a new model. They want to use existing capabilities and create some services around those kind of capabilities that are using in the back end.
Yeah.
Market research is extremely important, and you need to have an idea about some of the trends. But why I'm saying that market research is more important? Market research is more important for the concept I was explaining before about timing. You need to be comfortable somehow that you have an idea, and you need to test this idea. And the way of testing this idea doesn't really start with the technology first. Start in understanding what is the situation in the market and which could be your ideal customers. That is the first thing that you really need to evaluate and assess. After you have done that, I have examples where ideally the best technology was technology X, but because the composition of the team was such that at the moment they did not have expertise in technology X, they could develop a solution with technology Y and Z. So the ideal situation changes many times, and that is not only due to what are the skills in the team and therefore what they know better, considering that the problem can be solved with a product and service in many different ways, but also because data is extremely important. A lot of those technologies are working with data. So the data that you have available or you can collect is what you need to work with. And that determines many times the type of technologies that you can use. And in addition to that, the composition of the team, if you cannot pull in the right people because maybe the data technology will be generative AI, but it's not possible, determine which kind of alternative ways you can at least start to generate revenue and traction in a way that allows you to pull in money first and after maybe redesign the software stack with a different technology as the company grow. My advice, don't spend too much time in trying to bring somebody in the team that have an expertise with everything. If it's not me or you cannot find somebody like me, try more to figure out a way with whatever you have available, a situation to generate traction. That is what you really need to do, because traction is very appealing for an investor. It's proving essentially that there is somebody willing to pay money and therefore a potential for growth. And because valuations of companies are working on projected growth, plus some kind of multipliers considering different techniques, is very different if you go to talk with an investor, you say, I have an idea, but still not client, or I have clients and this is my revenue per month, is 10K. Is very, very different way to negotiate opportunities. If in addition to that, you really want to understand how to pick an emerging technology or what technology could be right, you really need to go to talk with different experts and try to figure out, asking them why the technology that they're expert into essentially could be a good fit for what you are trying to do. And again, try to check for similarities in their answers or diversion points. And don't always think that if they answer in very different ways, that is bad. There could be some great opportunities there for you if you really understand how the complex ecosystem works, and therefore you can develop a thesis, even if that requires time, that is making you think that you can develop an edge. And typical examples, I have friends that are working in industries that are not sexy at all, for things that nobody wants to do. And they position themselves in such a way that are making tons of money, and nobody knows about them simply because it's not chic, but they knew things that was allowing them to create an edge, essentially a competitive advantage that is easy to defend for things that nobody else wants to do. So I don't know the kind of person that you are, right? You can even create something new with an emerging technology, or you can restructure a sector, or you can just try to copy what somebody else is doing with some tweaks, right? There are many examples in life where it was not important to be first, but have already some platform and product and services there, and just further refine them and be able to reach the market in different ways. So again, considering your skill set, you have different ways of doing things, and using the right technology is only one. And if you are uncomfortable there, just ask to a lot of experts and see what the experts are answering back, so that you can create a kind of consistent picture in your mind.
Okay. Well, I think that gives a lot of food for thought for founders. Definitely. I think on the flip side, let's maybe talk about the companies developing the frontier technologies. What are some common pitfalls that startups face when building these kind of frontier technologies, and how can they be generally avoided?
Right. So there are plenty of people that are really strong from the tech point of view. But if you talk about frontier technologies, you really need to be at the cutting edge. So you have PhDs, you have people that really went deep at the frontier and extended that frontier during the PhD or so on. What is happening is that those people really can create amazing capabilities, but those capabilities should live in a completely greenfield system. That is the best option to avoid pitfalls. If you can create something that can be a greenfield system and provide services, and I found that possible if you essentially create recommendation systems so that you don't need really to integrate them with a lot of others and automate things in a way that is fully interconnected, that can work. But the reality of the situation is that many times in life, you need to really have a lot of things to do with legacy systems that you cannot really change or change only partially. And that is where I see the pitfall with many new founders. They try to create a new thing. They think that thing can be integrated and embedded easily in existing legacy ecosystem, and that is not true. And it's not their fault. It's simply the fact that they maybe never worked in very complex companies because they are fresh PhDs, or essentially they have an approach to life that is not going to work. I can give you some examples. The system where your product and service lives is way more complex than just technology. For example, if you need to produce a new drug, you are going to have the legal department of the pharma company telling you that they need to own the IP. Or there are some challenges in how you need to integrate your system in their existing pipelines, because different companies have different pipelines. In addition to that, you have challenges on how you can create the business plan, because those companies are not allowing you, for example, to try to discover a drug with them, but also with other people and other companies. They want to have a kind of exclusivity. So you are locked in if you want to go with a big player. And therefore, the business model and the contract is such that they say, we give you 10 millions now. If after phase 1 you succeed, we give you 20 millions and we help with phase 2. If after phase 2 you succeed, we give you 100 millions. And if also phase 3 succeed, you need to give us your company for £500 million. So it's a kind of long-term goal with those kind of big companies. And there are other situations where maybe it's not so complex, but essentially you risk to overlook a lot of aspects because you do not work in those kind of complex environments that are very multifaceted and need to be really designed in the systems from day one. Those are the mistakes that I often see happening with founders.
Yeah, I think those are some very good pieces of advice. Not that I'm developing frontier technology, but I can already see what you're talking about. Look, further down the evolution of a company, right? So let's move on from the pitfalls. What do you believe are the key indicators that a startup involved with emerging frontier technologies is ready to scale?
Oh, okay. So it's traction. I mean, the moment that you have traction, and I'm not saying, yeah, I see this many times. I see, oh, maybe you are young and smart, and you pick up somebody coming from big companies, and those people have some kind of friends in some places that can fund the original development and can buy your product. But after that, even if you spend 3 to 5 years, they drive their market, and there is really nobody else that wants to buy your product and service. Don't go through that path if you can avoid it, right? Try to have a mixture between friends giving you money to develop the product, but also reaching out to new clients just to assess the situation in the market. Because if effectively the market and not the friends are going to buy from you, you can have an idea of so many things. What are the people that you want to work with? Who are the people that are more enthusiastic and why? And that allows really for you to tweak and develop a product till you reach product market fit and be in a solid situation where essentially you can scale up. Because let's be honest, if you do not have product market fit, and or that kind of product market fit is not solid, giving you more money is not making things better. Is going just to shoot you up like a rocket and after crash down one day in a very strange and weird way. So reliable, healthy growth is more important. And to have that kind of healthy growth, you need to de-risk some things first and have product market fit in a way that is showing you that effectively there are people that you do not know that are interested in your product and service, that are paying money and are part of a market that is big enough to capture. At that point, you can really think, let's grow. And let's grow as quickly as possible to capture as much as possible of that market. And if you don't have enough revenue to funnel and essentially accelerate that growth, you can go to very strong hands that can give you a lot of money to skyrocket that kind of growth that will continue even later up to saturation. And when you have saturation, you don't crash down because you are talking with friends, but you stay stable. You can start to think how to further extend the portfolio with additional products and services in a market that is near enough to yours to capture clients that are going to pay new money, to generate new revenue streams, and therefore continue to grow your company.
Fantastic. Great. And now moving on to the next part of that evolution, and we'll keep doing that until the end. What are the technical challenges startups face when scaling? So once they've gotten that traction, when they've started scaling, now they're scaling, what are critical technological challenges and how can they be addressed or mitigated before they even pop up?
Right. So there is this kind of utopian dream that you can create the product and the systems right from day one. It is not true. It's much more like you start to jog, and as you jog, you build a skateboard. And after you are on the skateboard, and after as you do that, you build a bicycle, you build a car, and so on. And this is a way to say that speed is important in the initial phases because time is important and money is very little. And you need essentially to be able to change several things, so that creates some kind of chaos from the infrastructure point of view. But that is fine. When you start to grow, if you continue to use that kind of model, things is really going to become so chaotic that everything is going to slow down. Inefficiencies are going to consume a lot of money. You are not really going to scale up in a feasible way. What you need to do in that phase is essentially is to start to create standard and processes that allow you essentially to do things in a more unified way. And you need to drop some clients, you need to keep some others. You need essentially to do some pruning and restructure the system. And what that really implies is that you have not one company, you have two companies. Company that is running the old product and service in the old way to bring in revenue.
Yeah.
You start to move some of those people to a new kind of company and need to create a new systems just to run the old product and services, but in a more reliable and scalable way. And after you continue to move more and more people from the old company to the new company that is creating this system, and essentially it is inevitable that you are going to cannibalize the old company with the old product and service, and you create a new one. And you continue through those kind of phases as you continue to grow, because I can guarantee you that if you are a 10 billion company, you run things in a very different way than if you are a startups.
Yeah.
And therefore, there is this kind of phoenix event where you die in one way and you reborn in another, going through transitions, always with the people that you have, if they have the right skill set, to create systems that allow you to run things in a more predictable and robust way.
Yeah. Okay, great. And then, we talked about those two kinds of companies within one. Now, how should startups approach, when they're not startups anymore now, they're scale-ups. How should scale-ups approach the integration of new technologies into existing systems? Because you mentioned earlier that when you're building a new technology with PhD student, you should build it on a greenfield system, right? But when you build new technologies that are built on existing ones, once you grow the company, how should those be integrated?
Okay. Now, it is very different considering the type of technology. Some technology are much more closed than others. You are not going to design a new quantum chip from the hardware point of view. You need to use what is available there. And that implies some kind of vendor lock-in is inevitable. But there is a lot of things that you can do from the software side where instead you have plenty of freedom. So this is my way to say it depends from case to case. My experience essentially is that if you start with a greenfield system, you need to grow quickly enough to be able to create an ecosystem. Okay. And essentially, that ecosystem needs to be strong enough such that if your client needs to switch to your ecosystem, you can lock them in, but the switching cost needs to be superseded by all the value that you can add. That has to be 10x compared to what I have today. That is what essentially a frontier kind of solution with many technologies can do. If you don't want to do that, you start with a greenfield system, like a recommendation system, but later you want to start to work on smaller part of a pipeline of other companies because you know that doing things in a different way, you can integrate those small pieces in their ecosystem.
What if you could simplify your capital raising? CRIISP Capital HQ is your beacon in this complex landscape. Benefit from our proprietary network of 33,000 plus investors and deal makers, further amplified by AI/ML matchmaking. Extend your reach globally with access to over 200,000 angels, VCs and family offices. Our intelligent deal rooms and streamlined tool suite can cut your capital raising time by up to 80%. But we don't stop there. Our platform equips you with capital raising intelligence to increase your conversion rate with investors, where your capital raising is working 24/7 for you. Are you ready to raise smarter?
So hello everyone, my name is Masha. I am representing Drofa Comms today. So we are a PR and communications agency for financial services and fintech brands. So today, today I'm going to talk a lot about PR and communications, and I will be very specific in terms of PR and communications for each stage of a company. But let me start with something a bit more broad than just PR and communications, and that is reputation capital. So in terms of, PR and communications is just a part of reputation capital, and reputation capital is basically everything that the company produces, and it's basically a sum of intellectual property that a brand and a company produces, and that involves much more than just communication. So it is also your HR brand, that is your customer support and customer service. So the way you talk to your customers directly, that also involves the network of your founders and your social media presence. And basically it's everything that pops into a person's head when they're thinking about your brand and they're thinking about the product that you have. So and it also involves corporate social responsibility. However, I feel that it's a different topic and it's probably not talking about enough. However, in terms of financial PR and fintech, it's also quite important. So the thing about reputation capital is that every company needs to understand that it's going to be there. And you'd better control it from early stage, and because it's still going to be there out in the market. People will still have opinions about your brand and opinions about your product, and the earlier you start controlling that, the easier it will be to progress with your PR and communications in the future. So the way to control what people are talking about you is to build a cohesive and well-structured communication strategy for your brand, and that will give you the third-party validation. Basically, third-party validation is the media, usually the media. I mean, it could be your network as well, but building media presence is sometimes much more easier than building a great and big networking so that they start actually talking about you. And that is probably one of the biggest difference between marketing and PR. So when you're building your marketing strategy, is you talking about yourself, and building a communication strategy is making others talking about you. And that brings validation to the table, and that brings trust to the table as well. So now I will share some of the myths that do exist out there. So first that I'd like to address is that PR and communications is only important during the times of crisis. And unfortunately, many brands do approach PR companies only when they stumble upon something that they need to solve. However, the analogy that I like to bring here is the networking as well. You cannot really address your network only in the terms of crisis. You've got to leverage that. You've got to communicate clearly and consistently with the people you know throughout the whole time. And only then it will help you during the crisis times. And the same thing happens with PR, because communicating with the media and showcasing what important you bring to the table and what your product is, who your founders are, is important to do monthly and important to do consistently and with the same message and with the same angle, and only when something happens out there. And unfortunately, in financial markets, every company can stumble over something that they need to solve. It's not necessarily like a big crisis, but it can be a hack, for example. And here, the media presence and the trust that you have already built with your audience will help you get through that. Second one is that PR should only concern the company's products. Product PR is important, and of course you need to talk about the features, you need to talk about how different you are from your competition, and participate in awards, for example, and ratings and all that. However, there is another way to build your brand awareness out there, and it's executive communications. So executive communications, it is a strategy when you put a founder or a CEO, any person who has the time and capacity to do that, up the front of the brand. So someone who's going to be representing you, sharing their expertise on the market, and in that way representing the company as someone who knows what they're doing, basically. And in that way, you can bring, again, openness and transparency, because giving a face to the company matters when you want your stakeholders trust you. And it's always the face who they trust, not just the product. So third one really is quite similar to what I have already said. So executive communications, sometimes companies do find it excessive. However, it is, again, something that brings credibility to the table. And in that way, you can not only talk about the product, but also talk about the values that you have, because the brand is always much more than just a product. Again, it's the mission, it's something that the brand stands for, and something that your company is going to be associated directly with. Like, for example, there is an easy example here. It's like Coca-Cola, for example. When you say Coke, you don't just think about a fizzy drink. You think about Santa, you think about the feeling of Christmas and the lorry that goes around during the times of Christmas. And that is how the brand works. So it is something that pops in people's heads, and you want to work on that. You want to control what people are thinking about you. And that could be your CEO. That could be something that, again, the brand stands for. So fourth one is channels. So media channels. Sometimes companies are only leveraging their media, social media, I mean. And so I would say that the strategic blend of media presence in terms of social media, media outlets, and everything that there is in terms of, again, well, social media presence and well, any channel that could be, they needed to be blended into one cohesive strategy. What I mean here is that the most important thing here is to choose the angle and to choose the wording that are going to be associated with the brand. And in that way, you can produce content that can be recycled throughout all the media that you have in your strategy. However, probably companies shouldn't use that as fanatic as they might be, meaning that you always need to realize how much capacity the company has, and how much media presence you can actually work with on a monthly basis. So it's better to have 2 or 3 channels, however, using them consistently and cohesively, rather than have I don't know, 10, for example, and not paying too much attention to those. So have less, but work in depth with them rather than have more and not working with them enough. However, I would advise working with at least 2, because one is never enough. And the 5th one that I unfortunately come across far too often is that companies have a B2B product don't see the value in PR. However, when you work with institutions and clients, for example, here when the trust actually plays a vital role, because obviously the pricing of the product with B2B services is obviously much more than the B2C ones. And you're working with companies who are well established, so that, again, they need to understand what value you bring to them. And that is the communications and consistent PR that can help you there. So when PR is a must, and as working with financial services, people need to trust the platforms that they are working with, and not just the people, but institutions as well, but any stakeholder that you want to engage with, and any stakeholder that you're going to use as a target audience as well. They need to understand what will happen with their funds. And the same happens with personal data. And this is probably one of the vital kind of areas that you need to take trust as seriously as possible. And again, executive communications and talking about the founders and their track record in the market as well is something that will help in that area. Another type of companies that really need to think about communication and PR is when their product is technically complicated. And usually behind a technically complicated product stands a really in-depth person who knows the product really well. However, it needs to be transcribed to the target audience. They need to understand, so they don't really need to know what stands behind the product. They don't really need to understand how it works. They need to know how they can use that and what pain points are going to be filled in with the product. So, and in that way, the company needs a bridge between the product and between the target audience. So someone who understands the technical features of it and can transcribe that to the wording that the target audience is going to understand. And again, the strategy can be built differently. So for example, if you're targeting a retail user, obviously the wording is going to be really easy to comprehend, and it's going to be even educational at some point. And another way, if you're targeting institutions as well, obviously the wording and the language that's going to be used, it needs to be much more professional than that. And basically in that way, you need that person who could do that for you, transcribing the technical features into something that your audience is going to understand. And well, number 3 and 4, I'm going to combine those. When you're targeting something new, for example, you're targeting a new audience within one market, or going to another market abroad and trying to find new clients, for example, all the content that you already have and the product sometimes needs to be localized. Again, it needs to target the person that you're going to bring on board. And sometimes even the strategies that you have before don't really work anymore, so that you need to restructure that and find the right words that are going to be appealing to the person that you're targeting. And of course, when you're seeking investment, again, in that stage, when you're targeting funds or VCs, they are also an audience. They also needs to be communicated to, and there is specific press and specific targeted news outlets that a PR company or a PR person within the company is going to use and work with, and the journalists that are specifically targeting VCs and funds. So now I'm gonna break everything that I'm going to talk about later into 3 stages, and that will be derived from the size of the companies. So I will start with early stage startups and what I feel is the best way to build PR and communication strategies for early stage startups. Well, first of all, it might be not the best idea to start building your communications from the very, very first stages of the company. And there is a very easy reason for that. As PR and communications needs to be consistent and it needs to be cohesive and so it needs to be understandable from the media's perspective, and the media needs to see the logic behind your actions. And sometimes sometimes startups on the early stage, they do change the product, they do change their market fit, they do change the way they operate. And it would be much harder for the company on that stage to communicate that to the media if they started doing that early on. So here I would advise to first build in stone everything that you're going to produce in the future. Build an MVP, focus on the product, and also focus on your social media presence, because it's the easiest thing to do. You don't need much resources for that, and it will help you build communications in the future, because it will still give you the presence that you will work on in the future. However, there is a good thing to do, especially if the founder of an early stage startup is a serial entrepreneur. I would advise to build a thought leadership campaign on the person exactly, because they already have a track record in the industry. They can already showcase what kind of projects, what kind of companies they built before and exited successfully. And in that way, the audience will see the logic in that. So in this case, I would bring the person to the forefront and only then focus on the product when it is already ready, when the platform is ready to onboard new clients, for example, or when you're seeking investments like for a round A or C round as well. Because again, as I've already said, VCs are also a target audience, and they also need to be communicated directly through the third party, meaning the press. So yeah, when the company is already on stage A or B, I feel that it's the best stage to start building your communications and PR, because the product is already there. You already have the capacity to onboard new clients. You already have the understanding of and the vision of the product for the future, and that's what you're going to communicate to the media, and that's what you're going to communicate to your target audience as well. In that way, you should start by figuring out the exact wording, the exact messages, and the exact positioning for the company. So this is basically the first thing that pops into the heads of your reader. So like, the company is this and that, and it needs to be really short, really concise, and it needs to be inserted into your competition. So start with the in-depth marketing research on who your competitors are, the closest ones, and the ones that you're targeting to be a competitor of in 5 years' time, for example, and figure out the positioning depending on what you find there. Then you should create your media kit, which is the press portrait or bios of your founders, and also the about page. So what the company is, and is something that the media can assess and access at any time. So it's probably worth putting that in your website as well. Then you need to and again, not you, of course, it can be an agency, it can be an in-house communication specialist. So anyone who's going to be responsible for your communication. So they need to create a targeted media list, meaning that this is the exact media outlets that you want to appear at, and this is the ones that your target audience is reading. So your job here is to be as known as possible for your target audience. In the PR world, there is a number circulating. So meaning like the number of times that your reader needs to come across your name or your founder's name to trust you. The number is different sometimes. So sometimes people say 7. I sometimes hear number 13. Obviously, unfortunately, cannot be research-based. However, the point here is that you need to appear in their eyes so that they have a feeling that they already know you. And it also eases the process of networking. For example, if your founder is speaking at an event and they appear there, so sometimes they don't even need to introduce themselves because people have a feeling that they know them, however they met for the first time. It also can reduce your sales cycle, and I know that B2B sales cycle can be quite extensive, and PR and cohesive communications can shorten that, giving again the trust so that your potential customer already have the feeling that they trust you. And another important thing here to understand is that the basic KYC, and of course the process is much longer than that, but the first thing that a person does, comes across your brand or meets you in public, they Google you, and you want to control what they see. You want to answer their questions proactively before they even have that in their minds, before they ask you that, because it's much easier to solve that issue before it appears. And that is actually what crisis communications also does, because when you start working with PR, the first thing, again, one of the first things that your PR person will do is to create numerous documents on how to address an issue and how to solve a crisis. And all the crises, all the best crisis communications, they need to be addressed and solved before the public knows about the crisis. So the biggest crisis probably we just don't know about them because they have already been solved proactively. And the proactiveness of the PR strategy is one of the best things that you can do for your company and for your brand in the future. Usually, when a startup approaches PR, and usually when a startup approaches communications as a whole, is the funding round campaign. And it's usually a round, because at that stage, the company already has the funds and the capability to engage with communications. So as a PR agency, we work on an embargoed press release or announcements in the target media. So it can be an exclusive, it can be around an interviews around that. So a campaign around a funding round is much more than just a press release. So it's always a consistent number of media channels and media formats that PRs would use. And when talking about the formats, there are quite loads of them. And interestingly, when you're reading the news, sometimes you don't even notice that. For example, the tiniest bit that you always see in the news are the quotes and commentaries. When a journalist is writing a big feature, for example, they're always looking for the sources. And it's always important to understand what the journals are looking for. And they're looking for data, they're looking for opinions, they're looking for something that can base their feature on or a news item on. And in that way, they approach PR companies and they approach people they know themselves, for example, within other companies, and asking them questions. And based on their answers, they're forming not just the feature, but also inserting the sources quote into those features. So sometimes when you're reading an opinion piece and it says this expert says this and that, and this is what it is. And what I particularly like about quotes is that people who are reading it, obviously people are interested in the news, and they see that this particular journalist trusts that source, trusts that person. So probably me as a reader should as well. They're also in-depth pieces, like opinion pieces, for example, how some outlets call them op-eds. They have the capability to provide you with much more space so that you can delve into an expert topic in depth and show what you think about the market. And it's usually considers more of the vision of the market, as I said, or a particular topic that is discussed in the market rather than your product itself. So it's a good point to include into executive communication strategy rather than the product strategy. So yeah, after going back to the funding round campaign, when a funding round campaign ends, and usually takes about like a month and a half, it is important to create the bridge to and transition that to an ongoing PR campaign and the narrative that you're going to use after it. Because after the funding round campaign, you want to support it with any content that you decide to produce, be that only product news or be that executive communications or everything that involves that. And when you do that, it is still important to target your investors, because obviously you're in touch with them. However, they need to see how the product is progressing. They need to see how the business is progressing. Like if you're growing, if you're planning to launch something else. And in that way, the communications between you will be much easier. And obviously you're targeting new customers as well, and new markets, again, depending on the overall business strategy. So yeah, that's one of the best points that I really want to stress on, and I have already mentioned that. PR strategy needs to be proactive, and you want to address every potential crisis before it appears. Every potential question that your investor, your customer, your network might have, you want to address that before that. And be that a tiny issue in your product or some kind of gap in your founder's bio, for example, that may raise questions, you've got to be really transparent with yourself. And you've got to understand what kind of questions, what kind of issues might be raised in the future, and it's better to address them before that. Give them the answers that they will be probably seeking for in the future before they even know about it. So yeah, and after that, when you're finished your round campaign, when you're finished with everything investment wise, there are 4 things that you will probably need to keep in mind to build a consistent PR strategy. So crisis prevention, and again, I've been talking about it for a while already. When you're already in control, you don't need to regain it. And regaining control in terms of the narrative might be very tricky. It might be really difficult, because when the news is already out there, it's very hard to, well, I mean, you cannot take the information back. You need to, when the information is already there, you need to communicate directly with the journalist who published that and give an interview. So it needs to be a really tailored and quite hard campaign on how to go from the crisis news to your usual content, to your usual kind of PR strategy. And that bridge might take a while and might be tricky. So it's much easier to prevent that. And a good PR would do that for you. Building trust and authority. Again, so main target for communications and PR is always brand awareness, is always building relationships with your target audience, and building trust with the community, building trust with your network. So it is basically the same as me talking to you directly, but it is me talking to thousands of people. And that's the way you need to approach PR. So it's you talking to your potential customers and helping others talk about you as well. So basically making your brand famous, making your founder famous in the industry. New market launch, again, already mentioned. So when you're targeting a new audience, you need to recycle everything that you have already produced, localize that, and change that to what kind of language your new target audience is using. And that is probably true for every PR campaign. It needs to be derived from the target audience. You need to derive that from what your audience wants to hear rather than what you want to say. And the bridge here needs to be the other way around rather than from the product to the target audience. So it needs to be the other way around. And maintaining dialogue with the regulators. Regulators is also an audience. And when you're applying for a license, you still need to use regulators as an audience. So talk about your company from a business perspective, again, bringing transparency, however, keeping in mind that that's the regulator who's going to read that, and keeping in mind what you want to tell them. So how to maintain strategy and how to be as consistent as you should be. So first of all, it's knowing media landscape, knowing what news outlets your audience consumes and what media and journalists to focus on based on that. So when you're working on the media list that you're going to target, obviously you need to keep in mind what your target audience is reading. Strong relationships with the journalists. So they don't have to praise your product, but they need to be interested. So your job of a PR is to get the interest, so get the attention you deserve, and then you will craft a story and know what they're looking for to capture their attention. So in the end, you just want their interest, and then you need to navigate that interest into something that you're looking for and answer their questions in the way that works well for your PR strategy, but also is interesting for the journalists, because if they're not interested, they just won't going to use it. Keep your eyes peeled for the news agenda. Well, there are some long-lasting discussion trends, and there are certain types of news that you want to jump on, especially if it's a time when you're not launching anything new, but you still want to get the attention from the media. That's the best way to do that. So know what's happening out there, and obviously your PRs have to know what's happening out there and know how to connect the dots, know how to connect your product, your expertise with something that the news agenda is discussing, what journalists are discussing, and they would want your opinion on that. And have the ability to transfer your thoughts and your product and everything that you know in terms of the expertise into something readable and something that your target audience can actually consume, something that they are going to be interested to read. So yeah, and one of the last things to mention is, here are some tips on how to gain trust. How to gain trust from your target audience, of course, your potential customers, your partners, stakeholders, everyone who you would consider a target audience at your particular stage. Avoid jargon, avoid tech language, be as understandable as possible. Keep in mind the person who's going to read it. Sometimes when the audience is professional, it is a good thing to assume that they already understand it. However, if you're targeting a retail audience, assume that they don't understand it, assume that they know nothing about it. So explain everything in a very concise, however understandable language. Provide updates on the product. And that also goes with releasing financial updates and reports. Be as open as possible. And the market values that, your reader values that. Openness goes a long way. So from the early stage, you need to understand what kind of data you can actually share. And in terms of reports, for example, I mean, I obviously think about it as a PR person. However, journalists are very interested in, they're very interested in opinions. And there are so many people out there with great products who don't communicate that clearly. So give them the information and they will value that. However, be very careful, obviously, knowing that the regulator is going to be interested in that as well. And so it's probably worth from the very beginning to understand what kind of data your company can release. And especially if you have a retail product, it's worth doing external research and communicating that data of the research with the press, and your retail audience will appreciate that as well. Promoting leaders, again, that goes with thought leadership pieces and executive communications. Have a person who is ready to represent the company, and it will go a long way, and it will help the founder themselves, because sometimes they have not just one but 2 or 3 startups, and it will help them combine the strategies between those, and it will help them have the presence in the media for themselves as well. So in terms of PR, I find that these 3 features are most important when you choose a PR person who will work for you, or you choose an agency who will help you deliver your communication strategy. So PR and the PR strategy needs to be proactive. You need to think ahead. You need to have someone who knows what will happen in the future in terms of the news, and what kind of news you want to hop on in the future in terms of your product and your business strategy. And also, when you're creating a PR strategy, you need to think ahead in terms of the business. So it's worth creating all of your pieces with your company in 5 years' time in mind. So when you're creating your positioning and messaging, for example, create the positioning not just for the company that you have right now, but for the company and the business model that you will have in 5 years' time or 3 years' time. So choose some understandable timeline for that. And in that way, you will not need to change it in the future. You'll not need to pivot, and it will be much more understandable for the media and journalists as well. PR needs to be niche. And here, I mean, we are a very niche PR agency, and you will need to find someone who understands your product very, very well. And unfortunately, some of the PR strategies are delivered on kind of really mass target, meaning that the person who's writing about you doesn't really understand what you do. And that's a big issue and big failure for you, because you need to find someone who both understands what you do, what you stand for, and understands your target audience and what they're looking for. And PR needs to be measured. And this is a tricky bit, because reputation capital, PR, and communications in terms of brand awareness are really hard to measure. However, there are good measurement tools that can be used in that sense. You always need to measure the target audience and the traffic that you are targeting. You always need to measure how much republications, for example, you get from one piece, because when you release an exclusive piece and it goes to a good media, reputable media outlet, it always gets republished and requoted by others, and you need to see what kind of traction you get from it. And you always need to compare what kind of media presence you had before you launched your PR campaign and what kind of media presence you have after 3 months, 6 months, and a year after you launch that, so that you see the difference and you see the growth in terms of your media presence. There is also a myth, however, obviously it's not a myth. However, I mean, communications and PR is related to sales, of course. So it eases the sales process. It can shorten the sales cycle as well. However, unfortunately, there is no direct correlation on that. So it can't really be measured in terms of return of revenue, for example. However, it can be measured in terms of returns of revenue on a really long term. And obviously, PR is always a long-term game. When you started working with the media, when you started working with a journalist, the worst thing that you can do is just to stop doing that. Because when you can get back, and companies need to get back working with the media, they need to explain the gap, and they need to release a series of content talking about what happened with the platform when they haven't been communicating consistently, because there will always be a question raised, not just from the media side, but also from your reader's point. Okay, so to finish all that, let me talk a bit about us and about what we do and what kind of PR we produce. So Drofa is a niche PR agency. We work only with financial services and fintechs. We are a team of 30 people at the moment, 32 to be precise. We're based in the UK and London, let me start again, London, Limassol, I said. So we are a team of 32 people at the moment. We're based in Limassol, Cyprus, and London, UK. We launched in 2011. So we have 2 co-founders. One co-founder used to be a trader. She has a PhD in economics and really has in-depth knowledge and expertise in the financial field. And the other is used to be a financial journalist. So it all worked well together, and they started working with only traditional financial companies like investment banks and asset managers up until 2017, when we started onboarding fintechs and companies involved in digital assets. And at the moment, the bulk of our portfolio are fintechs and digital assets companies and blockchain solutions. We are members of Forbes Council. Like our founder is one of the columnists there, so we're writing for Forbes, and we also hold some of the prestigious awards, which we're really, really proud of. So yeah, we are currently members of Rise, created by Barclays. We joined them this September, which we're really, really happy about. We work with all the top tier media outlets that you can think of. So we work with tier ones like Forbes, Bloomberg, CNBC, Sky News, everything there is. We work with various formats, starting from opinion pieces, interviews, in-depth publications, and short quotes as well, press releases. So any kind of campaign that can exist in the financial services field, we work with them currently, and we've been doing that for 13 years already. And yeah, we also work with the tiny ticket targeted media like Hedgeweek, for example. So the ones that are tailored, and their content is tailored to a specific tiny audience. We also work with events, for example. So we prepare speakers to speak at events. We do speech writing for them. We media train them so that we make sure that our speakers are well prepared to everything that the journalists might be interested in. And we teach them to navigate that kind of narrative, and we teach them to divert the attention of the journalists as well. All right, so it was really, really nice presenting to you. Feel free to connect. We also actually launched free consultations. So if you're not sure if you're ready to build your communications presence or media presence, do reach out to me. I'm happy to have a chat, be that virtual or offline advice. All right.
First of all, thank you very much for that presentation. I think that was extremely insightful on the world of PR. And probably a lot of founders, especially in the fintech finance space, will probably get a lot of value from that. But I just want to lead on with a couple of questions for you. Especially when one thinks of PR, they don't necessarily think of it as marketing and advertising. At least the founders I speak to, they think of it more as complete separate items. But in your opinion and what you've seen in your experience, how does PR integrate with advertising and marketing strategies to create perhaps a cohesive brand message?
Yeah, sure. So that's a really good question. In my experience, they all work together really well. I mean, they can exist separately, of course, depending on the brand, depending on the strategy. However, it's best to embed the whole marketing, advertisement, and communication strategy in the overall business strategy. And we need to include sales as well there, because the messaging needs to be cohesive and the wording needs to be cohesive. And that needs to include all the sales pitches that the company does, all the marketing and advertisement messages as well. Because in terms of advertisement, again, the positioning needs to be the same in terms of communications and PR as well. So that's why they need to work together. As well as, I don't know, for example, sponsored materials that companies does. They are also needed to be included in the communication strategies, especially if we're doing a big campaign on a launch, for example. It needs to be cohesive in terms of what kind of content we are promoting on social media, what kind of content we are promoting as sponsored materials in the outlets and media outlets. And that will be also embedded in what kind of content we are pitching to the journalists. And we need to be cohesive, not just in terms of what we're saying, but also in terms of the timeline, because we cannot pitch an embargo, for example, or an exclusive if the information is out there, of course. So that's why we need to do first communications bit on the launch and then include marketing into that to lead more leads, for example, to the platform, or depending on what we are trying to achieve there. So if marketing strategy exists within the company overall business strategy, they obviously need to be included into the communication strategy. However, there are cases when companies don't do kind of promotional content at all. They don't do marketing or advertisement, and that's fine as well. And sometimes companies only do marketing and sponsored kind of materials. And I mean, for some companies that works too. However, obviously, if the company has the budget and the capacity to do so, it's better to have all the kind of piles in the strategy.
Fantastic. Okay. Cool. I think that gives some food for thought for a few founders who are probably watching this. But yeah, I want to move on to kind of your specialization at Drophacomms, right? So you specialize obviously in finance and fintech. How do you tailor PR strategies to meet the unique needs of these sectors?
I would say that well, any PR company who works in a specific field, they need to tailor everything that they do to that specific field. And that's what we do as well. First thing that is very important is that to make sure that your agency understands what you do. And because these are the people who represent you. Obviously, we all agree on the content, we all agree on all the pieces, everything that we produce with the company. However, we're still have an ongoing dialogue with the journalists, and we need to understand how to represent you as best as we can. And to do so, we first need to understand your product really well. We need to be synced in terms of the business strategies as well. We need to understand what the main spokesperson thinks and what their expertise lays within, because we are ghostwriting for you. And to ghostwrite, it is extremely important to understand your tone of voice, what kind of wording you use as a person, because it needs to be personal. And everything that we write for you, it needs to have a feeling that you did that, not us.
Yeah.
And to do so, we need to be as synced as possible. So yeah, to have a niche, and that's one of the best things that we did as a business as well, because again, we don't need much time to onboard a client as well, because we understand already what's happening in the market, what kind of market gap you're filling in. So it makes it really easy for us to get what you're doing there and what kind of audience you're serving as well, and what kind of wording you need to use to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. And for those perhaps who don't really know what ghostwriting is, could you maybe
Yeah, for sure. I'm happy to elaborate. Sorry to use the wording that.
No, of course not. Yeah. You should.
Well, ghostwriting is basically so ghostwriters, these are people who are writing for you, and they take up everything that you have in mind, like your expertise, your words, putting that into a readable content, and it gets published for using your name. So basically, it's all the content that your PR agency will write for you, but it wouldn't have our name, it would have your name. So, and to do that, obviously, because spokespeople don't have much time to do that, and we appreciate because some of the companies that we work with are really engaged into communications and they really want to do that. We're happy is that if that's the case, but it's usually not the case.
Right.
And that's why you need people who would do that for you. And you need the people who understand really well what you're trying to say, what kind of audience you're serving, what kind of words you use in everyday speech as well. And that's why you need to talk to those people as much as you can. And yeah, so ghostwriters are basically people who will write content for you.
Okay. Great. Thanks for clarifying that. Talking about audience, actually, obviously you guys work, you guys have a global presence, right? So the audience, I'm guessing, is well, it's not guessing. The audience is different in every part of the world. Obviously, there's some similarities between certain countries, but it's different. So as a PR company, how do you approach strategy differently for international markets, for a specific company, for example?
Yeah, of course. So again, it really depends on the product and depends on the target audience. However, if the company has, there are two cases in those scenarios. Basically, there might be a company who would like to approach a global audience. So they have presence in many countries, and it means that they want to reach them on a certain level. And in that case, we would approach kind of global media outlets. So the ones who have representation in many countries and get republished as much as possible. And those ones are usually kind of tier one big publications like Forbes, Bloomberg, Business Insider, Wall Street Journal. So those kind of publications who have representation in many countries, so that will make sure that we reach the target audience on many levels. There might be second kind of case of scenario when you have kind of really localized presence in a bunch of countries. In that case, we'd approach media outlets in certain countries, and we would localize content for those countries specifically. And that involves the language, of course, and that involves as well the wording that each country is used to using, basically.
Right.
So yeah, that's the kind of top level approach to those strategies. Again, sometimes the product might be localized for each country, depending on, like, for example, a company would have retail users in one country and more kind of institutional clients in another country. So in that case, obviously the strategies will be different, not just in terms of the language, but also in terms of all the media and all the content that we use for those.
I think it's very interesting because, as well as that, the users, I'm guessing they receive this in different forms, right? So now with the rise of social media, not the rise of social media, but everyone's consuming content. I would say a large proportion of people are consuming content on social media. How do you feel that the PR world has changed in that regards, maybe in the last few years? And what do you envision that being for the future?
Well, first thing that has been true for quite a while is that you need to understand that every person has different kind of media consumption habits. And you need to tailor your communication strategy for that. For example, some people are more on the audio side, so you've got to use podcasts to serve their needs, and speaking at events as well, or doing webinars, so that kind of content.
Yeah.
On the other side, there's always written content. So if, for example, your target audience is more in their 60s, for example, you would want to get into the actual published media.
Yeah.
And more serving kind of written content in that sense. In terms of social media, it needs to, I mean, again, it really depends on the strategy. However, we're usually using social media is being kind of, so we're trying to use social media as, so there are two types there. So sometimes you would use personal social media for thought leadership pieces and thought leadership kind of strategies, and also corporate social media for more strategies that are on the product side. And you're trying to link everything there, so to showcase again the transparency and the consistency, because again, social media and everything that social media does is more on the marketing side. And usually it is more included into the marketing strategies rather than in communication strategies. However, the personal social media is usually the first point of verification of the person. Yeah. And that includes your end user, and that includes the journalist as well. So as a PR company, we've got to make sure that social media of a person that we are doing PR for is tailored to our needs, so that we would create a wholesome image, so that the journalist, when they are first, for example, meeting the person, they will obviously go to their LinkedIn. And I mean, it's just what they do. And we've got to make sure that the expertise and the experience that the person has is also tracked back in the social media that the person has. So that's probably one of the most important things there in terms of social media. But again, it depends on the size of the company, but I would advise to start with your social media, and it's probably the most important thing that you can do, and it's the easiest thing that you can do.
Okay. No, I think that's, yeah, I think a lot of people consuming it, you know, even myself, just scrolling on Instagram, you have a lot of companies doing some PR, like for example, even the BBC sometimes is like, this company has this company has that. So that's, I'm guessing that's all PR without realizing it, right?
Of course it is. And sometimes you don't even notice. I mean, many people don't read the actual content there. So as a PR person, we just need to make sure that the company appears there, so that the number of mention increases. The content is as important as it is, but the number of mentions is as important. Also, some of the LinkedIn articles are also used in Google News, so that, for example, if a person Googles something and they see that, so they would see the LinkedIn articles as well. And it doesn't need to be a page, so you're just posting that. So that's your personal blog. So do pay attention to that as well.
Yeah, sounds good. And then, so talking about social media, talking about just general PR, for me, it's all about building a strong brand image, right, for the company, right? So how does a well-crafted PR strategy contribute to achieving a brand's long-term goals and sustaining its image?
Well, that's a good question. However, well, it is very broad, and it means that, I mean, everything that PR does is contributing to your brand awareness, and it is contributing to your, as you said, brand image. And the key here is to be as consistent as possible, even if you're changing your target audience, for example, and if you're pivoting, you've got to have the bridge. You've got to show the logic behind your actions. And that includes not just the consistency in terms of like how much you publish and how many times you appear in Financial Times or any other outlet that you're careful, but it also means that your words and the words that you want to be associated with are directly linked to your product. It is directly linked to what you want to achieve in the future. So always try to put yourself in the shoes of your end reader and what kind of impression that will have when they're reading something about you. And always try to track, you can use quite extensive tools. I mean, we're using Brand24, for example, as our analytical tool, and that is really good in terms of capturing your media presence and capturing the words that are using next to your brand. And you will see the increased usage of a particular word, and you will understand if you're happy with that word and why it appeared there. If it's something that you did, or it is, for example, something that people are talking on Twitter, for example, because it will be there and will track there as well. And in that way, you can influence the flow of those wordings. So again, be as transparent as possible. You don't want other people to think and fantasize about anything. So you don't need to leave the room for fantasy. Be transparent, be consistent, and just be open and see the logic. Let them see the logic behind your actions.
Yeah, so it's kind of what you mentioned in your presentation, right? So you want to take control of your image before it gets out of hand. And maybe talking about the out of hand, it's obviously we talked about brand reputation, but I think PR is also very well known for handling crises, right? And within a company's brand image. So can you share how you guys, Drofa Comms, approach crisis management? I know that's very broad, but
I absolutely. So first thing that a PR company needs to do is to prevent the crisis. And most of the crises that appear there, they could have been prevented. They could have been foreseen in the very, very beginning. So when we start working with a company, when we start working with a client, one of the first things that we do is we get on a call with the business team and the CEO and everyone that we can reach, and get a list of the potential crises that could appear, because most of them, as I said, could have been foreseen, and we find a way to react on it before it even starts. So for example, if a platform gets hacked, every platform knows that they might at some point get hacked. So in that way, they can prepare what kind of blog posts they need to post on their website, what kind of press release they need to issue. So, and those things need to be written beforehand so that you just add up the data if something happens. But again, you need to communicate proactively with the journalist. And if you know that something happened like an hour ago, that's the time when you start pitching before the information gets leaked. So you want to control that kind of narrative. Yeah. And when you're in control, it's much easier to handle it. So the best way to approach crisis management is just to prevent it.
And prepare everything.
Just prepare as much as you can. Because when it happens, there is so much chaos, and when chaos appears, it's not consistent, and it will be really hard to manage on spot.
Yeah.
So you want to prepare beforehand.
Usually when it rains, it pours. Great. So now coming more about Drofa Comms and your perhaps success stories, or just about you guys. So what distinguishes Drofa Comms' approach to PR from perhaps other agencies, particularly in the finance and fintech sectors? I know one of them is your niche, your team. Maybe you can elaborate a bit more on that, or just other general distinguishing factors.
Well, there are three things I would say. And I mean, I don't want to talk about other PR agencies. I just want to talk about us, of course. So first thing, as you said, we are niche, and that tracks back to our origin. So we've got two co-founders. One of them is a PhD in economics. She has track record in trading. So she is really on the product side, understanding what the businesses that we work with need. The other co-founder, she used to be a financial journalist, so she really understands what the journalists are looking for. So those two things are kind of embedded in our culture, and it's embedded in everything that we do. Then we always say that we're acting in the best interest of the businesses that we work with. So we are never trying to fill in, like ticking the box, for example. So we will never come up with a publication that we understand that the client doesn't really need at that particular time. Especially, what I'm trying to say is that when you, for example, you sign in the client, and you agree on a particular number of publications and the media outreach that you are going to handle in the future. But for example, if the business changes and the focus changes as well, the communication strategy will change with it. So we're very flexible in terms of the business. We're very flexible in understanding what the client needs. We are in touch with them almost 24/7, 24 hours, 7 days a week. And we have so many calls with our clients. We sometimes at some point even get annoying because we have so many questions, just because it is very important for us to act on the best interest of the businesses that we work with. We also work on a really strict KPIs in terms of the number of publications that we need to deliver, because again, we see that consistency plays a vital role here. And even if the company doesn't have, for example, much to say to the market at the moment, we will still come up with our own ideas. So we are proactive in terms of what kind of topics we can talk about this particular month, or what kind of publications we could work with that particular month, even if the company doesn't approach us with those ideas. So yeah, I think this is most important things about Drofa.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think that was quite a comprehensive answer as well. You have answered my next question pretty much. Now moving on more to the future of PR and finance and fintech. We talked about the last original PR, digital media PR, but looking ahead, what trends do you foresee in PR for the finance and fintech sectors?
Oh, that's a good question. And I had many quite big experts saying that AI could change it all. I mean, it is changing the way journalists are approaching content, the way PRs are approaching content. We are also including AI to our daily life, and it helps us as content producers a lot.
Yep.
However, it also, I mean, I heard someone say that PRs and journalists are not going to be needed in like 5 years' time or something like that. So it was quite a strict forecast, I would say. And I feel that it's, just coming back to the people who are writing for, they're still consuming content in a very old style way. And even print newspapers are still alive. So if print newspapers are still alive, how can we say that AI is going to change the way journalists are writing? Because the most interesting thing about journalism and PR, it gives people perspective and gives people opinions, and people value opinions. So if all the articles are going to be produced by AI just means that we will only consume factual information and data. And I mean, that is important. However, opinions of a third party, which are PRs, journalists, and companies themselves, are as important. And as long as they are important for end users, we are pretty much fine.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of PR agencies have personal relationships with journalists as well, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, of course. I mean, PRs need to have personal relationship with journalists, and yeah, so many PR agencies do events specifically for journalists, and they meet up. We're actually good friends with many of them, just because, again, the world of journalism and PR, it is so interconnected. Many journalists act as PRs sometimes. Many PRs used to be journalists as well. And it just makes sense, right? Because you know what's happening behind those barriers, because there is no barrier really. So yeah, absolutely.
Might just make it more efficient, make the ghost writing more efficient.
And that too. I mean, again, we are writing to make companies interesting for journalists.
Yeah.
And to understand what journalists are looking for, you need to talk to them. They're people. And that's also part of networking as well, because our network lays within journalists and the businesses. So these are two vital pillars that a PR agency would stand at, and that's what our business stands at as well.
Fantastic. I have two more questions to kind of round off this. The first one is more about your personal journey, and specifically about what advice would you give to individuals aspiring to build a career in PR, where they should start, if there is any way to start. Yeah.
Well, there are lots of ways to start, depending on what a person like. Well, first thing that a person that wants to work in PR, they need to understand what interests them most, because there are so many ways to pursue a career in PR. Because you've got to choose if you want to be in-house or you want to be on the agency side. And probably it makes sense to start with the agency side just to understand what kind of areas specifically you're interested in. Because when you're an agency, you are working with various businesses, and you also write and pitch and talk to the journalists, so you can actually understand what interests you most, and then probably go in-house again. Or if you're happy to be on the agency side doing many things at a time, that's also good enough. But yeah, just first thing to understand is what you're actually interested in, because for example, my journey is a bit different from what I described just now. So I started working in automotive industry. So I used to work for Volkswagen, and then I went up for Coca-Cola. So I used to do events and social responsibility events as well, which is completely different from financial PR, of course. But that's my journey, and everybody's different. But the first thing that a person who wants to pursue a career in PR is just to understand what PR is. That's first thing, because many freshly graduates, they don't really understand what communications PR is, and it's probably not discussed as much as many other industries. But yeah, so choose an industry, choose what you want to do in the future, and just go for it.
Great, thank you. And perhaps finally, it's one piece of advice you would give to founders of startups in the finance and the fintech world, but maybe just generally about PR.
Well, there is so many. Okay. Well, the first thing, if we're talking about founders of early stage startups, first thing that you need probably to do is just to find value in what you do, and only then you can actually communicate that. So when you see value in the product that you're doing, in your expertise, you can actually communicate that. And yeah, I mean, an early stage founder, they need to yeah, start with your social media. Just start with it. And sometimes I talk to early stage startup founders and they are struggling of not knowing what to write. And sometimes a good plan is just to start writing, and you will get there. You will understand your tone of voice. Will understand what you're trying to talk about, and just be consistent. Write a content plan for a month, for example. Post, I don't know, 3 times a week, for example. And it could be completely different things, especially if you're just starting. That's all right. That's fine just to start posting. And when you get your tone of voice, you get your audience, you get more subscribers, for example, then you can go for a more elaborated communication strategy. But never neglect good communications. It can do so much for you in the future. It can help you build relationships in your sector. It can build your client base as well, because everybody who is onboarded on a platform or any kind of company, they're looking for people, and it will also help you hire good talent as well, because they're also included in your HR brand, because they will see who's behind it and they will want to work with you specifically. So yeah, never underestimate good communications.
Okay. Well, look, Masha, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for your time. And for anyone watching, you'll be able to find Masha's details and Jofacom's details below. And yeah, well, Masha, thank you very much. And let's keep in touch.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Masha.
What if you could simplify your capital raising? CRIISP Capital HQ is your beacon in this complex landscape. Benefit from our proprietary network of 33,000 plus investors and deal makers, further amplified by AI/ML matchmaking. Extend your reach globally with access to over 200,000 angels, VCs and family offices. Our intelligent deal rooms and streamlined tool suite can cut your capital raising time by up to 80%. But we don't stop there. Our platform equips you with capital raising intelligence to increase your conversion rate with investors, where your capital raising is working 24/7 for you. Are you ready to raise smarter?
So, hi, Hannah. It's great to have you on board at Capital HQ today. It'd be great for you first to introduce yourself, maybe tell us a bit about yourself, and then we'll get more into Clear, your upbringing, your journey so far, and what the future holds.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Hugo. It's great to be here. So my name is Ahana. I'm the founder and CEO of Clear, which is a YC-backed beauty tech startup. So we help consumers get better skincare product recommendations, and we work with brands and retailers and essentially provide them a market intelligence solution and help their R&D teams actually make better products for consumers.
Okay, fantastic. So, with your upbringing across the UK, India, and Singapore, that's really quite intriguing. Considering that, how do these cultural experiences reflect in your vision and leadership style?
Yeah, I think, everyone's upbringing has a big impact on who they are as a person and sort of one's value system and how you end up. And I feel very fortunate to have had the kind of upbringing I did. So as you said, I lived in the UK until I was 14. I am of Indian origin. And so then at the age of 14, we moved to New Delhi, India, which was a particularly interesting experience, having that Indian heritage, but not as much of a cultural connection. And then when I was 16, moved to Singapore and did my last 2 years of school there, and then came back to the UK for university and beyond. And I think it was particularly those 2 years in India that really impacted me, just because I saw extremes of opportunity, of wealth in a very stark way for the first time, which made me very aware of just how fortunate I was, first and foremost, to have the kind of education that I did, to have the kind of family support that I did. And I think it was just that almost hyper awareness of I have been given so many opportunities and I want to use everything I've been given, especially my education, to do something positive in this world. So I think that has always kind of underpinned my career. Even before entrepreneurship, I just wanted to do something positive, something related to not necessarily academics, but the skills that, you know, I have been given through the education that I've received. But I think when it comes to leadership style and vision more broadly, I think having that diversity in my upbringing has had a huge impact. And in particular, one of the things that I see it, you know, most materially affect is the team and the hiring process. I actually did this exercise a couple of weeks ago, and it was in London, and it was with a group of British founders, most of whom hadn't, you know, been brought up in different places. And the purpose of the exercise was essentially to highlight the unconscious bias in the people that we hold closest to us. And so the way the exercise went was everyone had to list out the 10 people in their life that they're closest to. And then there was sort of a checkbox for different attributes. So their gender, their highest education level, their nationality, their race, their religion, etc. And for most people, when they did this with the 10 people closest to them, it came out that it was all fairly homogenous. And as I said, the purpose of the exercise was to say that you're not going to get much diversity of thought if your closest people all sort of have very similar experiences. But without realizing, when I did it, there wasn't a single person in my top 10 with whom I shared more than 50% of the same attributes with. And that was a very unconscious thing that just sort of happened naturally. And when I look at my team, we're all from different countries, different backgrounds. We work fully remotely. And I think really just that ability to empathize and work really well with people from across the world is one of the things I'm most grateful for that time growing up. So I love that, you know, my company is a global organization and we welcome diversity. It's really at the core of what we're doing. So yeah, I think it's that diversity of thought that's really been ingrained into the company from day one. Yeah, no, and I totally understand that in the sense of I also grew up in Asia my whole life, French and Belgian parents, but yeah, like if you ask me where I'm from, right now it's London. Yeah, it's a bit of a panic when someone asks that question. Exactly, but I think these cultural nuances and the diversities that I've been around has definitely brought me a lot, right? So speaking to so many different people from all walks of life, from different countries, has been far more easy than a lot of my other colleagues, perhaps, or friends. Mm-hmm. And it's nothing down to them. It's just, yeah, I think we've been lucky with that, and that helps shape a lot of how we interact. So yeah, no, definitely see that. So look, coming back to you, so you transitioned from studying physics at Imperial College to then interning in banks and big banks and finance, to then founding a tech startup. Mm-hmm. Could you maybe talk a bit about that and those transitions? Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, even coming back to the previous question of the international upbringing and how that shaped me, as I said, I wanted to do something in my career that I felt did something positive in the world. Yeah. And growing up, I thought that would be physics. I thought that would be academic research. I love physics as a subject. I really think that science underpins innovation. And from a very young age, I was particularly interested in space. I think there's a book somewhere in my house with about 10 pages of questions that I wrote down at the age of 9. And most of them I still can't answer despite now having a physics degree. So I was really, really into my space when I was young. And the other thing I loved about physics was that I always did have quite a broad range of interests. Mm. And I felt that physics was the perfect combination of maths, of the other sciences, of almost like English literature and philosophy, of understanding fundamentally how the world works. I thought there was something very philosophical about that. And so when I was in school, I felt physics was more of a rounded subject. And that would allow me to then like pursue further education, maybe a PhD in astrophysics in particular. So that was the plan. I geared my education around that, chose the relevant subjects at the IB, and did well in school. And so I was delighted when I was accepted to Imperial to study physics. So far, the plan was on track. However, pretty much from the first term of my first year, I just didn't enjoy my degree. And I think there were a couple of reasons for that. The biggest one being that, coming from doing the IB at school, and as I said, having a broad range of interests, I found it quite jarring to just be doing maths and physics all day. And especially Imperial's physics course is very maths heavy in the first year. So it was basically like coming from doing all of these subjects to doing a maths degree, which on its own, I didn't particularly enjoy. And the other thing was, just from a community and a belonging perspective, I just didn't feel like I fitted in particularly well. When I looked at the PhD students, the postdocs, I just didn't feel a sense of belonging. And so I started to wonder if this really was the right path for me. And I wasn't sure at that point. So given that, I'd kind of grown up believing I would be this thing, and then suddenly I'm here and I'm like, I don't think this is the right thing for me. It was a little bit of an existential crisis in my first year. And I thought, again, I've been given all of these opportunities in life. I have to figure out what it is that I want to do. And so the way I went about solving that problem of now not knowing what I wanted to do was just trying to get as much experience in as many different fields as I could. And I was very, very fortunate to be in London, where you have, pretty much every industry.
Yeah.
And so I would just started indiscriminately applying for any internship. So in first year, it was spring weeks, and most of the big banks run these programs. And I was, again, very lucky in my first year. I got accepted to a tech spring week at Morgan Stanley. And at this point, I knew very little about tech or finance. But, I guess that's the purpose of these spring internships, is to learn. And so I did that, and then I converted that internship into an offer for the following summer to do, the full 10-week summer internship in software engineering. And so that was really my first insight into, firstly, like what a job in the corporate world is, what an investment bank does, and what it's like to be a software engineer. So I really learned a lot through that experience. And by the end of that, there were some things that I liked. There were also some things that I didn't necessarily like. And my conclusion was basically that I think I'm more interested in the finance side of this. I like writing code, but at least in an investment bank, it feels like what's exciting me is not so much the tech, it's actually the finance and the transactions and understanding how companies work. And so accordingly, I was a little bit naughty, because on the 4-year degree, you're not meant to do spring weeks in the first year, you're meant to do them in the second year. But I was on a 4-year degree, and I did them in my first and second year. So my second year spring weeks, I decided I wanted to prioritize investment banking, because that seemed more interesting to me. And I think in my first year, I just didn't have any confidence to apply for them, because I thought physics, like, are they gonna, like, would that be seen negatively? Like, what does that have to do with banking? I now realize that, that if anything, I think is an advantage when it comes to applying for banking roles. But anyway, was bold enough to apply in my second year. Again, very lucky. And I did a couple more spring weeks, which I converted into summer internships for my third year. And so I was starting to gain a better understanding of what these jobs in different industries that people talk about were. And slowly I was building a kind of understanding of what my own values were, what was important to me, what my strengths were, what I enjoyed, what I didn't enjoy. And up till this point, there were parts of all of the jobs that I enjoyed and also didn't enjoy. But of all the jobs I did, I felt that banking or finance was the closest aligned to sort of who I was and what I wanted to do. However, then at the end of my second year, I got a message on LinkedIn one day. And so at this point, I just finished the Morgan Stanley Tech summer internship. And I got a message from this guy, I didn't know him, saying that he had come up with a startup idea. And the idea was to match students that were looking for graduate jobs with graduate employers. And he wanted someone with 3 key skills. So the first was someone that could code and actually help him build the platform.
Yeah.
The second was someone at a London-based uni who would have access to lots of university students. And the third was someone who had access to the HR people in the early careers teams at all of these big companies, which through my own my own career pursuits, I did, because I was desperately trying to get these internships. So I fit his profile of what he was looking for. But at this point, from a careers perspective, I hadn't considered entrepreneurship because I just didn't know what it was. I'd watched a couple of episodes of Dragon's Den, and that was the extent of my understanding of what it was like to run a company. But the job itself sounded like a lot of fun. And, I liked the fact that there was some code, there was some talking to people, there was some events planning, logistics. It was just sort of a nice combination of all of the things I enjoyed. And so I said yes. And this unexpectedly was the first job that I did that I truly loved. I felt that finally I'd found something that scratched every itch I had, not just from a selfish perspective of does this play to my strengths, like am I enjoying my day to day, but even from that impact perspective, I felt this is a way that I'm using, again, my skills, like communication skills, my technical coding skills, and I'm having a positive impact. And in that case, it was I'm actually helping someone get a job, which given the stage of life I was at, also desperately trying to get a job, I knew how difficult it was. I knew, what a great feeling it was to finally have that secured. So realizing that I could enable that for other people was a huge, just sort of like, wow, like this is what I can do with my career. Like I can actually add value to someone's life. So I really enjoyed that experience, but I didn't necessarily see myself starting my career in that specific company with that specific team. And so at that point, my plan was, I want to be an entrepreneur. This is the job that I want. But for me, the barrier was funding. And for this company, it wasn't so much of an issue because they had the funding source sort of already in place. But I knew that I wouldn't have that same funding. If I wanted to get funding, I would have to secure that myself externally. And I just had zero idea how to do that. So at that point, the plan was, well, I want to run a company. I know I can run a company, but I don't know how to get any funding for it. So I'm just going to take the job that pays me the most money, work for a couple of years, and then I'll save that money, use it to start my own business in a couple of years down the line. I wasn't in any particular rush. And so that was the plan. So I prioritized then trying to get a graduate job. By the end of my third year, I had these grad jobs in finance secured. I was happy, parents were happy. And I just had one more year of physics to go, my master's year. But that then coincided with COVID. And so I suddenly had a lot more free time. I'd left that last startup job. All of my extracurriculars and societies were cancelled. And I just thought, if I want to start working on, if I want to build a startup one day, why not start working on something now as a side project? And it doesn't matter if it doesn't take off, like I'll just do it alongside my final year. I'll still take my graduate job, work for a couple of years and do something real in a couple of years' time. But then I got very, very lucky, incredible opportunity with Y Combinator, which slightly changed and expedited that plan.
Fantastic. Yeah, a lot for such an early start of your career as well. So such good experiences. And I feel like the university system in the UK, you either take it with both hands, or you take it with one hand and use the other hand to do something else. I think that's really important. I think people who want to go into, I think for me, I feel similar to you. I think sometimes it can be quite narrow, especially coming from the IB, as you mentioned, which is quite wide. Mm-hmm. And you have to narrow it down to one subject, which can sometimes feel, I don't know, scary. I think that's how I felt. I
found it quite stifling. It was
I found it scary in the sense of like, I would love to have more of the liberal arts kind of US type of education to begin with, to then siphon it down. But yeah, anyways, so I really find that quite inspiring in terms of how you did that. But now moving to your Y Combinator, being part of that is quite a notable milestone. You mentioned having, being part of it. And then on our previous call, you mentioned that you had to pivot your original idea within a week, which is how Clear came about. Could you maybe talk a bit about that?
Yeah, of course. So as I mentioned, I got into my fourth year of my degree, decided to just start working on something. And at this point, I'd kind of operated a company, but I hadn't started something, gone from 0 to 1 before. So the first thing I did was I went to a talk by a random VC just to try and gain some insight about how to get started, what to do. And my key takeaways from that were don't build consumer. So build something B2B, try and build something that's a solution for a problem that you've experienced so that you understand the problem. And something that I just kind of got like a general sense of was also, if you're a woman, try and stay away from like lifestyle or beauty because you're going to get pigeonholed. And so with these sort of like 3 core concepts in mind, I tried to come up with an idea. And so the idea that I came up with was not Clear, not the company I'm working on today. It was a B2B SaaS meeting notes automation software, because something I hated doing was taking meeting minutes. And I thought, this has nothing to do with beauty. It's anything but beautiful. It's a B2B solution and it's a problem I've experienced. So let's just go with this. And this was also 2020 pre-LLMs. So summarizing meeting notes wasn't the task that it is today. It required me building that LLM in 2020. Yeah. So, which is a bit of foreshadowing, is one of the reasons why I ended up not pursuing this. So I came up with the idea, and I think my approach for everything has always just been put myself out there for opportunities. I'm not really afraid of rejection, and I never have been. That's why I've always just applied for everything and taken whatever opportunities come my way. So as soon as I started working on this idea, it was called Quill. I just started applying for any kind of support, like help, whether it was at my uni, whether it was an accelerator. I just started applying. So when I applied for Y Combinator, to be completely honest with you, I didn't really know what it was, because I just knew nothing about the VC investor space. My reason for starting a company had very little to do with that side of it, and was much more just with the impact and the job. I just love the job of being a founder. I don't know like what these names mean, like who these people necessarily are. And so it was just one of the many applications that I did. About 2 months go by and I'd completely forgotten about my YC application. I'm getting my rejections left, right, and center, including from my own university. I don't think I was able to get 50 quid out of them to do some user interviews. So, it on the financial front, it wasn't going too well, but still it was a side project. It was something I was doing alongside my studies. And so, 2 months go by. I'm not really like banking on this YC interview or like any opportunity with YC. And I hear back from them saying I had an interview, which I was already, equal parts shocked and horrified about, but also extremely excited and grateful for the opportunity. And so at that point, I had been working on Quill for about maybe 2 months alongside my studies, so part-time. But there were several problems with the company. The first was the product. So just to recap, what the product did was it transcribed your meeting notes and then it summarized them. Now, the transcription engine that was used was trained on an American-speaking data set, which meant that for my user demos to work, I had to fake an American accent. So maybe this is another place where like the international schools helped, because my American accent's not bad. But it meant that I would be getting into these user demos and I'd be like begging and pleading strangers on LinkedIn to talk to me to sell this product. I'd start the meeting saying, hi, nice to meet you. I'm Ahana. Would love to show you this product. All right, so now we're just going to talk completely normally, and like we're just going to hope that it records our meetings. And these people would look at me like I was crazy because I just like switched accent mid-meeting. And so then it got to the point where I was like, I can't do it this way. So maybe I'm just going to have to like put on a fake American accent to make my product work. And I just thought like, there is no way real companies are built this way. Like this cannot be taken seriously. But again, like do what you got to do to get the product in front of people. So that was the first thing, that just from a product perspective, it didn't really work very well. It's also technically a non-trivial problem to solve. And I am a software engineer, I write code, but I did not have the skills to build my own, text summarization algorithm that was good. I built a version of it whether it was good was a different question. The second issue was from a go-to-market perspective, I had done 0 user interviews in that product development phase. So I just went straight into like building a product and then trying to sell it. I didn't do any idea validation about what people want, who I'd be selling to, none of that, like didn't have a clue. So when it came to selling it, as I said, the strategy was begging and pleading on LinkedIn because I just had no idea. Like, am I selling this to junior bankers? Am I selling this to product managers? Am I selling this to university students who want to summarize their lecture notes? You know, I didn't have that very well thought out. And the third issue was, I thought, if I actually get funding for this, is this the company that I want to spend the next 10 years of my life making a unicorn?
Yeah.
And the answer was, well, it's not really giving me the same level of impact as like even, you know, the company I was working in before, or really, you know, would I deep down be satisfied with this? And I didn't know. Meeting notes, sure, it's annoying, but is it that close to my heart? Also, no. So I was having serious doubts about this company. I was equally absolutely terrified of Y Combinator and very aware that they had accepted me to interview on the basis of the idea that I applied with. And I didn't want to mess them about. So I just thought, let me just give the best interview I can. It's only 10 minutes. Like, how bad can it be? And anyway, I'm not expecting for this to work out. You know, I'll give it my best shot, and I'll work on the company as hard as I can. Even though there's these problems, let me try and get some pilots running with companies. Let me try and make the summarization algorithm better and just make as much progress as I can. So the YC interview came around, and as I mentioned, the interviews are only 10 minutes long. They're very rapid fire style. And so it's quite hard to gauge how you've done. But what I did know is that you have to be available for the 6 hours following the interview in case they have any follow-up questions. And if you get accepted, you get a phone call. If you get rejected, you get an email. So this was all done during COVID in Pacific time. So it was 10 p.m. in London when I had my interview. And I had to be available till 4 a.m. the following morning in case they wanted to talk more. So I do the interview, have no idea how it went. And I'm just clutching my phone and, you know, trying to stay awake, like just trying to, you know, pray that it rings. And then about an hour after the interview, the first email comes through and my heart sinks. Like, it's just that feeling of like, oh, you know, like, it's fine. It probably wasn't going to work out anyway. I tried. It's okay. But it's not a rejection. So the email is clarifying my degree program, because I don't think they have integrated masters in the US. So they were like, are you an undergrad, postgrad? Like, what is this? And so then I explained. Then another couple of hours go by, another email comes through. And I think it was to see a product demo. They wanted to see the product in action. So then I send that over. Then another couple of hours go by, and another question, you know, how married are you to this idea? And at this point, I was also really, again, I hadn't slept. It was late at night. I was stressed as hell. And so they're asking me these questions, and I'm also overthinking it, especially with that last one of like, how married are you to this? Because I had heard that Y Combinator asked trick questions to like trip people up to see if you're really committed to what you're working on. I had also heard, especially from some of the younger alumni, that for young founders, they want you to be, you know, open-minded, coachable, able to pivot, like if things aren't going right. So I'm like, what do they want to hear? Like, I don't know how to strategize this answer. So I just went with honesty, which I think was the best decision, which was, I think it's a problem worth solving. I think there is not yet a completely market-leading solution. But if I am better suited to working on a different problem, I would pivot. And so sent that over. And then finally, around 4 a.m., I get a long email back from them. And essentially, the crux of it is that we like you. It's clear you made a lot of progress in a fairly short amount of time on Quill, but we don't like your idea. And I think the reason they gave was that, like, a big company could just do this much better than you, which is absolutely true. I fully agreed with that at the time, and I still agree with it now.
How did it feel, though?
Sorry?
How did it feel to have Y Combinator tell you we don't like the idea at the time?
Honestly, it was kind of a relief because they told me they liked me.
Okay.
Because I also didn't really like the idea. I had all of these insecurities about working on Quill, but I felt like I had to push through because they had given me the opportunity with the interview. So the fact that they said, like, we don't like your idea, but we want to talk to you again, in a week come up with something better was also like, I mean, I was terrified again, because it's not like I just had a backup company, you know, like lying in my back pocket that I was just going to whip out in a week's time. I knew that I now had a week to build another company, which was, again, not a trivial pursuit. But I was also very aware of the fact that they could have just rejected me. They could have just said, we don't like your idea. Like, you're not the right person to solve this problem. Goodbye. But the fact that they were willing to give me a chance to prove to them that I could do something was something that I will forever be grateful for. And so I then it ended up only being 4 days between the two interviews. And the way I went about that next week was I time boxed everything into like 30-minute slots of like, from this time to this time, I'm going to brainstorm. From this time to this time, I'm going to build a landing page. This time to this time, user interviews. This time, build a demo. Like, I'd planned it like that. And I don't think I'd like factored sleep into that plan. So it was a very intense period of my life. And it was in my brainstorm session, I just thought, okay, like the advice I got about building a solution to a problem I've experienced, I think is good advice. Let me start there. What are the problems in my life that I've experienced? And the more I thought about it, like for me, my skin issues have been like a massive part of my life, but I never once conflated that with my career. I always saw like my, you know, banking, software engineering, like startups had nothing to do with the fact that I was like wearing pimple patches and a sheet mask while doing all of this work. I always kept the two quite separated. But I realized that, you know, I have struggled with my skin for well over 10 years at this point. And I've tried many different solutions. I've built my own essentially spreadsheets tracking what I was using, like linking the pictures of how my skin looked at different times. I would spend hours every day on online forums for people going through skin issues, mainly on Reddit, on Facebook groups. So I already had like my community of fellow skincare enthusiasts, people on their skincare journeys. Tried lots of solutions. I'd gone down the medical route. I'd tried different diets. I tried the Indian Ayurvedic things, like all sorts of things. And it's been a big part of my life. And I guess I've been almost studying it in a way in depth for a long time, but I never once had made that connection before about like this could actually be a career. But I thought, okay, well, as a consumer, it's really hard to know which products to use, and it's hard to know if they're actually working. So at its genesis, Clear was a tracking tool in the same way that people track their periods or they track their exercise or their diet. An app to track your skincare routine, your progress pictures, how your skin's changing with time, and a community. So actually, you know, one of the limitations with, let's say, a Reddit thread on skin is you don't know if the person has skin like you don't actually know what they're using, you can't kind of track their journey with time. So my vision was to use this tracking data and like label users by their skin type so that I could then go on my app, find someone else with brown, oily, acne-prone skin in my age group and see exactly what they've used and how that's changed with time. So I kind of came up with that initial idea, and the monetization at the time, I was thinking more on the consumer side, maybe freemium, some extra features. Obviously, that wasn't implemented in 4 days, but when I pitched it to YC, that's sort of what the pitch was. If that's how this would make money, like the user pays for the app or it's a freemium. The more we've grown, the more we've realized about the opportunity on the brand side, which I can definitely talk more about. But essentially, like I whipped together a very quick demo. I ended up doing 60 user interviews in that time, which was, to be honest, more progress than I'd made on Quill in the months of working on it. I did more on Clear in 4 days. So things were coming more naturally. I realized I was much better at conducting user interviews with the subject matter. I was able to get these user interviews because I knew exactly who my target customer was. So things just seemed to flow much better. And so when I ended up pitching Clear to YC, it was a much earlier stage idea. Of course, I'd come up with it less than a week ago, but I already had more conviction about it than I did with Quill. And so I had the second interview, and again, I had no idea what to expect from the second one. I didn't know if it would be 3 interviewers again. I didn't know if it would be 10 minutes, like no idea what I'm about to be entered into. But the conversation ended up going on for an hour. And it ended very abruptly with the interviewer saying like, okay, well, you've got my email if you need anything, bye. And I'm like, again, it's midnight, I haven't slept. Like, what does that mean? Has she rejected me? Like, do I need to reapply? What's going on? And so, but fortunately, within 2 minutes, she emails me back and she's like, are you still on the Zoom, Ahana? Like, can we talk? And at this point, I'm like, I don't know what more she wants from me. And she gets back on and, she's like, yeah, I just spoke to my colleague, batch starts in 2 weeks, incorporate a company in the US, open a bank account, leave your degree. See you then. Do you have any questions? And at this point, again, you can imagine I haven't slept. Like, I really wasn't expecting this at all. I've just been told to leave my degree on the basis of a 4-day-old idea that I've just come up with. And so my questions were, like, the first one was, are you sure? Because I genuinely, like, couldn't believe what was happening. And the second question was like, so which company? Like, do you want me to do the meeting notes thing or the skincare thing? And she was like, well, it's your company, figure it out. And so that's how my career started.
So did you quit Imperial?
I did. So that's another, that, every stage of the journey, there are twists and turns. Normally with an integrated master's, you can't just drop out in the fourth year. In an attempt to avoid extra maths exams in my third year, I had done an optional bachelor's thesis because I like writing. And so because of that, I had by chance fulfilled the bachelor's requirement, which meant that I was an edge case of someone on the 4-year program who actually could drop out halfway through and still graduate with a bachelor's instead of a master's. Amazing. And at this point, I knew my physics career aspirations were pretty dead. And I was also very lucky that the graduate jobs that I had only required a bachelor's degree. And because I had competing job offers, I was able to get deferrals on them, which actually meant that from a risks perspective, and I like to tell this part of the story because I'm not an advocate for just dropping out of your degree, chasing your dreams and stuff. I had really hedged my risks from every angle. So when I left my degree, what that meant was, because I had these job deferrals and I still got a bachelor's, it meant that I had up to 2 years to work on the startup. And if it failed, in actually the summer just gone, summer of 2023, I could have started my grad jobs. And so from my perspective, it was really not risk-free, but it was actually a fairly low-risk decision to leave my degree because, as I said, I got the bachelor's. I would still have the option of pursuing the traditional finance grad job. And if the startup didn't work, it would be a great learning experience. And then again, in a couple of years, I'd pick it up and just go back to plan A, which was work for a couple of years and then start again. So yeah, it was my first day of work full-time as an adult was the first day of YC, which is a really surreal and crazy way to start one's career, but one that I'm very, I think, fortunate to have had.
Yeah. those 4 days, must have been stressful. I'm guessing no assignments were done in those 4 days for Imperial.
It's funny that you ask because the thing I didn't mention was the first interview was in the second to last week of term.
Oh no.
And I had the nicest master's supervisor for my master's thesis, and all the deadlines were meant to be in that second to last week. And I begged, I was like, please, can I push these deadlines back into the last week of term? I have this massive interview I really need to prepare for. So I was doing the bare minimum for my degree at this point. And then when YC were like, actually, you have another interview next week, that did coincide with all of the thesis deadlines. So in my 30-minute block planning, I had to put some time into the master stuff. But let's just say I think it was a blessing that I didn't have to finish that master's project because I don't know how it would have ended up.
Well, here you are now, right? So I think what would be great for everyone listening is to hear a bit more about CLIIR. So first one is, you've garnered a lot of attention for your innovative approach to skincare. What do you believe sets CLIIR apart in a crowded beauty market?
Yeah, so the beauty market is incredibly crowded. There are hundreds of thousands of skincare brands, and that's part of the problem as a consumer. You walk into a Boots or a Superdrug and you don't know which products you should be using. And so what we're doing is actually trying to help consumers on that journey of figuring it out. And the beauty of what we're doing is we are brand agnostic. So we are not a beauty company, we're a beauty tech company. So we don't have our own products, we have no agenda as far as trying to sell one brand over the other. It's in our financial interest to recommend you the best products possible, and we do that on a data-driven business. So the physics degree wasn't useless. I used a lot of the data analysis, data science skills I learned there. But what we're trying to do is really analyze the progress selfies our users are taking, their product usage habits, and also the social content of the product reviews they're leaving, the general like skincare updates, their transformations they're sharing with the community. And we take all of this data into account when it comes to making these recommendations. Yeah. So I think the fact that we are truly unbiased, there are skincare brands that have apps. The problem is, they will never promote another brand's products. But the reality is most people do not use one brand. And in fact, in skincare, over 60% of consumers want to try new products in a given month. So to expect someone to just be loyal to one brand is not realistic in this industry. But no brand is in the position where they can then create a tech solution that caters to that. So I think the fact that there's really an inherent defensibility to what we're doing, which is the complete opposite to Quill, where Google, Microsoft could do and have done what we were doing much, much better. Yeah. And the other part of it is also consumer trust, right? Because when you're a consumer, the skincare industry is also heavily marketed, and that's something consumers know. So when you're using a platform built by a specific brand with this agenda, which is to sell more of their own products, there's always that underlying distrust as a consumer of like, how is this actually being used? And so I think, from the consumer experience, we are independent in that sense. Our business model is we're not funded by ads. So no brand can ever pay us to say that you should recommend our products to increase our sales, or we'll take up real estate on your app to have an advert like on Facebook or Instagram. Yeah. And that was another thing that was very important to me coming into building the company, because it defeats the entire purpose of what we're doing. And I think it's also very short-sighted, even from a financial perspective, to accept advertising or sponsorship from brands when we can actually make so much more money by being the leading solution that consumers trust as far as getting these recommendations. So that's on the consumer side. But what I alluded to earlier that I can expand more on the brand side is through building the app, we had to get products on the platform. And the way to get those products on was to build relationships with brands. Now, the more brands that I started talking to, the more interested they were in the app, and they started asking me for things that like I hadn't considered offering them before. They were saying like, oh, like, can you tell me like who's using my products? And I was like, yeah, sure. Like, of course, it's these people, like they love it. Here's what they're saying. And the brands be like, wow, like, can I use this like testimonial in my social media? And again, me naive, I was like, yeah, of course. Like, go ahead, like take it, it's fine. But the deeper these conversations went, and especially with some of our bigger partners, we won this competition in 2022 with L'Oreal, and there was a similar one this year with Beiersdorf. And so working closely with their R&D teams, with their like skincare research teams, what we realized is that there is just a massive data gap in the industry. And that is bad for the brands and it's bad for the consumers, because what it means is, if you're a big brand, you have to release new products every year, but you have no basis for understanding why your previous product launch either succeeded or didn't succeed, but you are still expected to churn out new products. Yeah. But if you don't understand the underlying factors for why that launch was successful or not successful, you're really just shooting darts like in the dark at this point, hoping that one lands. And that's not economically sustainable for the brand. And that's terrible as a consumer, because it means we're getting new products out that aren't better than the previous ones. And it just crowds the market further. But if a brand actually could understand, is my product effective for users? Am I marketing it at the right users? They would be able to improve their product, improve their own development strategies. But right now, there are no tools to do that. The solution for brands today is to do a traditional market research study with questionnaires. And if we think about the scale that a large brand like, let's say, L'Oreal would need, it will take them 8 months to do a study. of a couple thousand women. And by the time L'Oreal receives these insights, they're already outdated because the market is so driven by social media and trends. So by Clear inherently being a social media platform, all of the insights we're seeing are in real time. And the other thing is, I would always say that we're still at a small scale, and we've done no investment in our marketing. All of our growth has been completely organic. Our data set is already 3 times larger than what the biggest beauty brand in the world currently has. And the data is real time, and we've invested nothing into acquiring users. So our solution to brands is already 10 times better than what they were able to get. And ultimately that helps the consumer. It's providing data to fuel innovation. So I'm actually very transparent even to our users about the fact that we are selling data, because to innovate, to create new solutions, you have to look at the data first. That's the basis of any science experiment. You collect the data, you innovate. So what we're doing is we're not telling the brands that, hey, whoever pays us the highest, we're going to advertise on our platform. No, we're saying, hey, brand, you already invest $1 billion into your R&D every year. The puzzle piece you're missing is the data to understand if your products are doing anything. So we're going to give you that. Please make some better products for me and for the Clear consumers.
Love it. I think, first of all, congratulations on having triple the amount of data that some of these big companies already have. It's been what, a year and a half, 2 years since you started?
Yeah, about 2 years since the app's been out. Yeah,
fantastic. It's remarkable journey. And, I know that you guys have just over 12,000 users, and I did not know that it was just all organic, which is also remarkable. But considering that, what strategies do you use to grow your base? First of all, I know it's probably word of mouth and organic growth.
Mm-hmm.
What's the future hold for that in terms of, is there rapid expansion coming? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's interesting because there's always the answer that the investors want to hear, and then the real answer. And the real answer is the skincare industry is massive. It's a $200 billion industry. There is no shortage of skincare enthusiasts. If Clear was to fail, let's say in the next 6 months, it would not be because there weren't enough people that liked skincare. That I can tell you for a fact. And so when it comes to how I allocate our company resources and where I spend my energy, the reason that we've not done any paid growth and not invested a single of our dollars raised into growth is because we're still an early stage company. And the risk, as I said, coming back to that, if we were to fail in the next 6 months, it would be because we haven't built a good skincare app. That's the thing that hasn't been done before. In the same way that we have period apps like Flow and Clue, or MyFitnessPal for diet, or Strava for running and cycling, there is no model we can look to who has done that really well in the skincare space. So what that means is, from a product development perspective, there is no shortcut we can take. We can't just see what has worked exactly here and just apply it to this context. It is a time-consuming process. It means that we build all of our features in-house with our team. I still write code every day. We do the user interviews, we look at the metrics, and we see, and the thing when I say metrics is the retention. That's the key metric that we're monitoring. So is the retention going up? Hopefully it's not going down with the feature changes we're making. And we're getting closer to product market fit. And until we hit a certain retention metric, I believe it makes 0 sense to invest money into growth, because why would you, pour more water into a leaky bucket? It doesn't make sense. So from that perspective, we have our own targets of what we want to achieve from a retention front before we start investing in marketing. There is certainly an argument to be made that given our app has a big community feature, investing in growth will also improve the retention, because the more people posting in a community, the more active it becomes, and you get those network effects. So I'm definitely aware of that. But that's not all the app does. If you want a skincare community, you can still go to Reddit. You can still go to Facebook. You can still go to TikTok. So that can't alone be the thing that differentiates Clear. It has to be that we are adding value in the skincare context to a user's skincare journey. And so making sure that the tracker is, fit for purpose, making sure that, users can properly share their data with their dermatologist, with their doctor, making sure that user journey is nice and bump free. So these are the immediate priorities is basically just building a killer skincare app, because that's the thing that is going to be the difference between the company succeeding long term or not succeeding long term. I don't think it makes sense to pour money into growth at this stage. That said, we are making the plans for when we do hit that, because we've spent the last year pretty much just focused on product development, and we've made a huge amount of progress on our retention, which I'm really, really proud of. So we've started to plan what those channels will be. And, a lot of it is as expected, social media marketing, SEO, app store optimization, all of these different levers. Currently, the way people find us is actually through searching for skincare apps on the App Store, which again shows to me how high the demand is for a product like ours. And it also shows that there's sufficiently few that we rank with a name like Clear, which is there are a million Clear apps on the App Store that do a million different things. But the fact that we still rank shows that people can still find us because they're so desperate for a solution. And so I have full confidence that as soon as we start investing in more traditional methods, social media marketing, Facebook ads, Instagram ads, for the app, then I don't think growth will be the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge is retention first and foremost.
Fantastic. So go-to-market fit, product market fit, sorry. Increasing retention, and then we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, on the we'll see, there are a lot of really interesting avenues that I try. We'd probably be here another 3 hours if I went into detail about all of them, but I broadly in buckets. So there is the dermatology side of things. We currently work with some dermatologists, and I just started a course of medication for my own skin, and it's been really interesting using Clear in my own medical journey. My poor dermatologist, every time we go into the consultation, I turn it into a user interview. But he's very nice, so he's okay with it. And so basically expanding those features out, seeing how we can work more closely with the dermatologists, if we can help patients or Clear users who want professional advice to actually book through the platform. There's that side of things. The second side of things is a more e-commerce driven angle. So actually facilitating the purchasing through the app. Currently, we work as an affiliate marketplace. So if you see a product you like, we will direct you to that brand's website. We want to bring that entire purchasing flow in the app itself. So that's another area. And then the third is a fintech side of things, which seems a bit left field, but we did actually launch a debit card product 2 years ago, just to 10 of our users in the US, just to see if something like this could work. But to elaborate a little bit, this ties again to the spending buying side of things, almost like a loyalty card system, but integrated with the social side. So in the same way that, on a platform like Reddit, you accrue karma, in Clear, we have an equivalent called Clarity. So you get points for basically being a good community member, for tracking your routine consistently. But we want that to translate to real money and discounts. And fortunately, again, a great thing about the skincare industry, margins are super high. Brands are able to give a large amount of cash back to the user. So the margins are around 80%. They already are used to taking massive cuts selling through any retailer. So what we found is that we can actually pass a lot of cash back onto the user, and we would make more money through being the card that users spend with, and it can sort of double up as a rewards card in the same way people have Boots Advantage cards or Sephora loyalty cards. So there are these different areas, but I don't want to get too excited about the future, because again, none of this works if we don't fundamentally have a great sticky app. So that's the focus for now.
Fantastic. And look, we are close to finishing this interview. I think considering that, I have one final question for you. It's from physics students to a Forbes 30 under 30 honoree. By the way, congratulations for that. What advice would you offer to young individuals aiming to pivot into entrepreneurship? And perhaps, you heard from a VC at the start when you did not know how to start, to avoid B2C, to avoid beauty, especially as a woman. What would you say to people who are looking into B2C and into beauty?
So in truth, I understand why that guy said what he did about beauty, because because I see it actually. Like when I talk about Clear, if I don't say that we're YC backed, or if I don't say we're a tech startup, people will say, oh, so what products do you make? Even if I've told them it's an app that tracks your routine, the thing that sticks with them is beauty. So then their immediate image is that, you know, I'm creating skincare products. Not that there's a problem with that. I mean, beauty brands are like the most lucrative brands in the world. But anyway, there is definitely some sort of external perception against it. But at the same time, looking at the founder market fit, I am much better equipped to build the company I'm building than your average successful startup founder, who's normally much older, normally male, normally white, which again, there is time and place for everything. But I actually think being a young brown woman makes me better at building the company that I am. It makes it easier for me to build empathy with my customers, have honest, open conversations about skin. These sorts of things I definitely don't take for granted. So I think, yeah, the sad truth is it does affect the perception, the snap judgment people will make of you if you do choose as a woman to build a business even related to the lifestyle space. Even, you know, fundamentally, Clear is a data company, Clear is a tech company, but it's in the beauty tech space. So which adds that, I don't know, almost shadow of like stereotyping that like, oh, of course, it's another woman building another lifestyle business. But I think it's important to look at the fundamentals. The types of people making those snap judgments aren't the types of people you're anyway going to want to attract as investors, as hires, as customers. So all of that stuff is kind of irrelevant. If fundamentally you are the right person to be building that company, there's no reason to shy away from it, because the negative weight of that external perception or, you know, small comments made here and there will be far smaller than the impact that you're able to make with the company. And to answer the first part of the question, which was about, you know, what I would tell young people who are also looking to pivot into entrepreneurship, I think it's all a game of resilience first and foremost. And I think something that really deters people is getting rejections, getting failure. And this isn't even just with entrepreneurship. I think it's at every stage of life. You know, when I was applying to these internships as a first year student, I was getting rejections left, right, and center. So, you know, I got the one acceptance in my first year, but that's the thing that mattered. You know, I could only do one spring week anyway. And so, you know, I think it was not being afraid to receive these rejections and instead view it as a sign that I'm actually pushing myself and growing is a mindset that has helped me, because in any challenging career, you will experience rejections, but remembering that it's a choice that you're consciously making. There is an alternative universe in which I don't have to be pushing myself this hard, where I'm probably not growing and learning, but I want that. Like, that's something I actively am seeking for this, especially at this stage of my life and career. So, you know, it's all a choice. That makes me feel empowered that I'm the one bringing this upon myself. And I am learning more than I could have possibly imagined. And that's what I love most about my job and my career. But don't get me wrong, the day-to-day, like, I am almost a professional punching bag, because it's every angle, right? It's fundraising, immense challenges with that, building the right team, like immense challenges with that, the product development stuff. You know, you work on a new feature, it doesn't land, your users don't like it. You know, there's always things going wrong. But so long as you can realize that actually things going wrong is part of you being on the right path, even though it doesn't feel like it, I think is the most important sort of underlying mindset to have.
Thank you. I think a lot of people will probably learn a lot from this, and your story is fascinating. So yeah, look, I want to say thank you for taking the time today, Hannah. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm wishing you all the best for whatever holds for you in the future. And for anyone watching, obviously you can find probably Hannah's details if you want to get in touch, whether you're an investor or a founder who just wants to get in touch. Hannah's details will be on the website. Thank you very much, Hannah.
Awesome. Thank you, Hugo. Great to chat with you.
Have a great day.
You too.
What if you could simplify your capital raising? CRIISP Capital HQ is your beacon in this complex landscape. Benefit from our proprietary network of 33,000 plus investors and deal makers, further amplified by AI/ML matchmaking. Extend your reach globally with access to over 200,000 angels, VCs and family offices. Our intelligent deal rooms and streamlined tool suite can cut your capital raising time by up to 80%. But we don't stop there. Our platform equips you with capital raising intelligence to increase your conversion rate with investors, where your capital raising is working 24/7 for you. Are you ready to raise smarter?
Hi there, everybody. Really pleased to be talking about scaling your team for this CapitalHQ Masterclass. And in terms of where you might be on your journey now, then I'm sure you always sit there with grand plans for building that house. But at the moment, maybe it's something a bit smaller and modest like this one here. Maybe you've already filled in a lot of this plot of land here. But whatever stage you're at, then the content today is very much about helping you enable those plans, partly in terms of setting the foundations, but also getting some insight directly from my experience and from the other startups and scale-ups we've worked with who have scaled and built beautiful things. And hopefully what you can do is understand specifically with regards to scaling your team, how that's going to maximize the potential of your business. I can't help you on the market need or the cash, but there's no doubt that the team side of things is another key factor that you need to get right to avoid your business not working out and not realizing its potential. Talk to any investor, founder, service provider, and they'll consistently talk to you about the value of getting the team right. And particularly as you go through a funding journey, and you know a big part of that investment is going to be in your team, both literally in terms of your time as well, then it's a key thing to make sure you can get right. I'm sure you'll appreciate there's no magic wand or silver bullet that I can give you today, but hopefully what I can do is de-risk that team element so that it's not one of the things that you see as a challenge for your business, but much more so something that allows you to maximize your potential and becomes an asset for your scale up rather than a liability. Bit of background, my name's Alan Furley. I'm co-founder and CEO of ISL Talent. We're a recruiter for venture-funded startups and scale-ups. My background is recruitment through and through, and the content I'm going to talk to you about today is both from the clients that we work with, so where we've worked with startups and scale-ups and helped them to grow across technology, commercial, and leadership most commonly, but also from running my business for the last 15 years. And I've definitely hired more people than I have now. So some of the content will be my own personal mistakes and lessons learned around what it means to scale a team to build the most valuable business. In terms of some of the businesses we work with, it's across any sector where there's technology driving it. So we've got businesses within the robotics sector, within agri-tech, SaaS businesses of different ilks as well. And one of the things that's particularly common as part of their growth story is, of course, the funding rounds they've raised. So all of these businesses we've worked with here this year, a lot of their activity is being driven around funding. So it's not the only reason you need to hire, but it's clearly a big part of where you need to hire at scale. And some of the stuff I'll talk to you about today are things you'll want to do once you've completed your funding, but also there are things that you can do right now, no matter what stage you're at, to maximize the value of your team as you scale. So it's all about hiring to scale. And I'm trying to address what I see as some pretty common challenges across those earlier stage businesses that are looking to scale. The first is that as you go from founding to scaling team, there's a lot you want to keep hold of, but there's no doubt that there's some things that need to change. And partly that's because you've got the resources, you've unlocked the investment to be able to make those changes, but also you're going through a different stage of that business. When it comes to the team as part of that, you're going to start moving away from perhaps the equivalent of the friends, families, and full stage of team building, where you're working with people you went to university with or you'd worked with before, or maybe they're a distant relation, to not necessarily hiring proper grown-ups, but starting to hire people that don't have that personal connection to you. So although you'll still want to leverage your network throughout your founder journey, what's also important is that you shift some things as you start to hire people that don't know you from the outset. And of course, you will have money coming in, which is great because it really allows you to move on in regards to the hiring you're making. But equally, whether you are raising 500,000, 5 million, 50 million, you don't want to approach that resource as having money to burn. And there's no doubt there's a lot of founders that I've spoken to who have raised a round of funding, gone out, and only with hindsight realized they've invested in the wrong areas of their team. So although you have money, it's not sitting there ready to burn. So there's things you want to be really careful on around funding and the impact it would have on the hiring side. So what are some common challenges that hopefully will resonate with you or are simply worth you being aware of? Well, the first is that consideration around, what do I need? Should I invest in sales first or marketing? Do I need to hire someone at a senior level or maybe a more junior talent? Should I take someone full-time, or is an interim or part-time resource the best? And that's some of the things that we'll talk about today. Secondly, how do I stand out? As much as I'm sure you're proud of your brand, compared to big tech companies, logos, and big budgets, then it's really difficult sometimes as a startup or a scale-up to know how you stand out to the best talent in the marketplace and make sure your story is heard by the right people. And finally, how do you hire the right person? So whether this is about your first 10 hires or going from employee number 50 to 100, the impact of making a bad hire can really destroy the fabric of your business and set you back months, sometimes even more meaningful periods of time on your ability to scale. So again, there's nothing I'm going to tell you today that will guarantee you get it right every time, but there's a lot we'll cover, a lot of things you can do which will reduce the risk of making a bad hire, and hopefully from the outset make sure you hire the right person. A lot of the stuff I'll talk to you about today is from the work we do with different startups and scale-ups. So we've got the aptly named talent framework that covers everything from the planning side, talent planning, through to team retention. And I'm putting this up here as an illustration of the things you need to think about across your employee lifecycle. Whether you're engaged with a business like ISL Talent or doing it yourself, these are the key things you need to think about. And this maps through to some of the content that we'll cover today. And the aim is that you will get to a point where you recognize your team is not a sum of individuals. It is something much greater than the sum of its parts, and creates magic just like an orchestra, where you've got different people playing different roles, but when it all comes together, it really produces something that you're very proud of. And that's an ongoing thing rather than a finite performance, but a journey that I hope I'll help you with in some way. So the agenda really is to talk about what you need, how do you stand out, and how do you hire the right person? So to jump into that first question, what do you need? As a founder who is going through a scaling journey and knows you're going to need to find extra people to join you on your journey, where do you start? Well, there's a few ways to look at it. A lot of times we're working with businesses that are maybe raising 1, 2, 5, 10 million pounds. And that investment, very broadly speaking, is going to go into growing their commercial team or growing their technology, and sometimes both. And perhaps with the investment climate at the moment, maybe there's a slight more emphasis I've seen on the commercial growth rather than the tech, but both are equally important. So if we take an example here, if you have an org chart, you know you'll work towards one day where on the commercial side of things, you've got a chief commercial officer, sales director, business development managers, SDRs. Then if you're starting off with simply yourself as founder, or maybe a founding team, and you know you need to build out your commercial team, where do you start? How do you avoid hiring too senior or too junior? And I don't think there's necessarily a right or wrong answer here, but there are some rules of thumb that I'll talk through that, based on the experience I've seen working with different startups, talking to founders about how they've made that decision, and with hindsight, what they would have doubled down on and what they might have done differently, that's influenced some of the guidance that I'll give you today. So specifically on the sales side, I think one of the things that I'd advise is to think about your sales process before you jump too quickly into the role or the person that you need to hire. So if we look at that sales cycle, and particularly as you're starting to scale, probably more of the emphasis on the first 3 steps, so awareness, consideration, and decision. One of the questions you might want to ask yourself to help indicate the potential hire is, which of these 3 elements do you really want to move forward in? If it's across all of them, maybe that might be an indication you need someone who's experienced as a salesperson across all those areas, and maybe a little bit more experience that they can jump from one to the other. If it's really about building awareness, and that's something that's taking a lot of your time as founder or from your existing team, and that's the bit of the needle you really need to move, perhaps an SDR, someone who can do a bit of the grunt work and build up that awareness might be worthwhile investing in. Or maybe that's where a marketing function might be good if you've got the time and resources, and it's not simply about maximizing the sales now, but perhaps investing in that longer term demand generation play. And of course, as you go through your journey, you'll want to start to invest much more in retention and advocacy. Maybe that's something as a founder you're retaining for the time being. So think about that sales process. But if we're assuming that it's about building new business, and that's a really key part of where you want to invest in your commercial team, you've probably all heard of the hunter-farmer analogy. So if you know you need a hunter, I'd also stop and pause and think about, well, what type of hunter do you need? So stretching the analogy, you may find you get people who are very good at rabbit hunting and bringing in several wins, several deals, several rabbits a day. And they're very much volume, transactional driven hunters. You might find that you need something a bit more substantial. Someone who's used to bringing in a few per week, and the equivalent here of a deer hunter. Or maybe your focus is about the big tickets, the elephants with this analogy here, and you need to be focused on winning enterprise logos at this stage of your journey. And that's really where you need to emphasize that hunter. So rather than going out blindly and saying, I need hunters, think more specifically about, is it someone who's going to win lots of deals, or someone who understands the complexity in selling enterprise software to Fortune 500 companies, because those two people will look very different. And the way that you'll map out what you're looking for will clearly be different from your rabbit hunter versus your elephant hunter. Some questions to guide, and these definitely aren't absolutes, but as you think about, should I hire junior or senior? Is this an operational or strategic hire? And maybe, is it a fractional person I need, or do I need to invest in someone full-time? These are some of the questions that I would think about. So I won't go through all of these now, but to pick on a couple, if you need this person to be foundational in building a team, then there's much more chance you're going to look for someone senior and someone who can help on the strategic side of things, rather than someone who is a bit more operational and junior focused. If your expectations and metrics are clear, then maybe you can afford to take someone a bit more operationally focused. If they're not, then maybe you'll work with someone more senior or strategic. And these aren't absolutes. And of course, fractional is not the same as senior or strategic, and permanent operational junior crossover in some ways and not in others. But these are the questions that I've learned from founders where they've talked about making decisions and what had guided them along the way, that you can apply to whether it's your commercial team, your technology team, or other areas as well. What hiring, particularly as a recruiter, when I'm given a job spec, often seems to be about is the technical or the hard skills, the need for Python or JavaScript versus C++ or Java. Really needing someone who understands React Native or has worked with Salesforce before. And there's definitely a valid aspect of this where you do need someone who is familiar with your tech stack, or ideally has used the tools you're using. But from a personal experience, and from talking to people who've scaled really successful businesses, they won't talk about those things. They'll talk about these things. If you ask them about the best hires they made, or if you talk to them 10 years on in their journey and they're glowing about the impact those first few hires made, many of which are still with the business, the founders I've spoken to will talk about things like problem solving and humility and resilience, much more than they'll reflect on how good somebody was with a particular programming language, or the fact that they were there on day one with knowledge of a particular software tool. But in your hiring process, this often isn't reflected. So I'd make sure you don't obsess over the hard or the technical skills, but think much more intentionally around the values, the behaviors, and the so-called soft skills that are reflected here. When it comes to defining a role, and this would apply across any role, a lot of people I talk to, they start off with a list of skills, and it's often a really long list, 10 essential skills and 15 desirable ones, to exaggerate to make a point, but a whole list of skills, or even worse, perhaps experience, which is sometimes a poor proxy for skills. So I need a graduate, or I need 10 years marketing experience. So don't start with the experience. You can start with the skills, and maybe that then leads you into the tasks that someone is doing and what a typical week looks like. And maybe then, and maybe not at all, do you then think truly about the purpose of the role? Why is it you're hiring for it? And in 18 months' time, being a common milestone, and in 18 months' time, being a common timescale, if you're looking at different funding rounds, then what does success look like? Now, in my experience, rather than Googling an old job specification or recycling something that had worked for you in a previous company, what you should do is start with a blank sheet of paper and start at the top of this pyramid rather than the bottom. Think and talk to the people in your team, your investors, your advisors. If we're going to invest in someone on the sales side, or if we're going to put some of this next funding round into a chief technology officer, how will we know it's worked? In 18 months' time, if I'm walking around the block or jumping on a Zoom with this person and saying, hey, job well done, what sorts of things am I going to be talking about? For some roles, this will be easier than others, but across all roles, if you have, in effect, the purpose, the point of hiring for the role in your mind to start off with, I believe it helps these other things like the tasks and the capabilities flow much more easily. I think it helps to widen out your talent pool. So I've chosen this pyramid because it means the skills you're looking for are likely to be tapping into a much more diverse talent pool if you start this way around. And I think it also helps to, when you're talking to candidates, really get across to them the sense of what you need them to be achieving, and hopefully how that ties into where their potential is to add value. So there's, of course, more to this when you're forming out a job specification. But if you start at the top and work your way down, I think you'll end up with a much more holistic and thought through idea as to what you're looking to hire and what it is you actually need, and hopefully answering some of those questions around seniority and timescales for bringing someone in. So that's it in terms of what it is you need. And of course, once you've thought through what you need to think about how you stand out to the best talent. So you can do some really good hiring through posting job adverts, and you do need to make sure that is part of your hiring strategy. But if that's the entirety of your hiring strategy, there's a real danger you're only tapping in maybe to 15 or 20% of the talent pool out there. The people that are active, searching for jobs, registered to different job boards, actively applying for something they see on LinkedIn or Indeed. And you'll find some great candidates there. But if it's what you're relying on, you're missing out on a big part of the market and the majority of the market. So some 85 to 90% of people are open to new opportunities. They're not active, or at least the majority of them are not active job seekers. But if the right opportunity comes under the radar, they'll entertain it and potentially move from a good job they're in to the great job that hopefully you can show them you have. But you want to engage with those people in very different ways, because they're not going to see your job, or at least not going to see it as the first thing they look at. So going back to that buyer's journey I talked about in defining what you need on the sales side, you can think of it in a similar way, putting the candidate in the role of buyer. If you're only advertising for roles and that's the only way that you hire people, you're only focused on those people who are already in that decision mode. Like I said, a small percentage of people. Whereas if you are building your employer brand, out there talking at events, sharing content on your social that's relevant to potential employees, helping them understand parts of your team, there's much more chance you'll catch people as they're developing awareness and starting to consider moving to a new role. And it might not give you the immediate hires, but the more you invest in that early stage of the buyer's journey, the more confident you'll be in your ability to reach people when they are at decision time or when you have a live opportunity and want to capture their attention. So think about that active passive a little bit like sales and marketing in your business. And you can't only focus on one, you need to focus on the people who are ready to buy right now, but also develop that customer base, or in this case here, that talent pool for the longer term. And one way to think about it, if I was a Hollywood film director and trying to convince you to buy tickets with your limited time to come and see my latest film, I could send you a 300-400 page movie script, which would give you all the detail that perhaps you'll want at some point. But I'm probably much better off sending you something concise and succinct and engaging like a trailer. And that's going to give you the hook, capture your attention, create some interest and some desire, and hopefully cause you to take action, which is coming to see my film. And the reason I mention this is because it's really easy to confuse or to conflate a job description and a job advert. These are both essential things, but don't go to market using a job description as an advert. Those two things should be consistent, but the advert is much more your trailer versus the job description being your movie script. And again, that ties into being able to capture people's attention rather than give them something bland and boring, which, to be fair, a job description can often be, and hope they get excited about that. Within hiring, and in the 20-odd years I've been in recruitment, we've seen a shift here, but perhaps not across the board, from that balance of power in my early years was always very much with the client, and they were sat on the throne, making the list of demands as a hirer, saying, Mr. or Mrs. Candidate, I need this, 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 this. And as I touched on earlier on, that list becomes all too long and really excludes a lot of good people. There's definitely more of a balance now, an equilibrium between, someone who's looking for a job and someone who's looking to offer a job. But sometimes the interview process doesn't reflect that. So if you're racing to hire and you've got a good funding round and story behind you, then great. People need to demonstrate why they are worth your investment. But you also need to make sure the balance of power is not too steeply in your favor. You need to allow time to engage them in the interview and see your job as an interviewer as not only assessing and testing them, but exciting and engaging them and making sure you're really clear with the best talent why they should be committing their job, their resources to joining your journey. And that's definitely not about putting lots of hurdles and barriers in their place and thinking that you're the only one who matters in this interview process. I'm going to play a short video now, which ties into the whole storytelling aspects of recruitment. This is from Clue, a business that I mentioned earlier on we've been working with. And we've used this when we've approached candidates as their talent partner. And it's been a really powerful way to get engagement. And I'll talk a little bit more about what this is. Let me play it for you now.
Lots of technology companies claim to make a difference, but do they really? What did you do today?
Today, I ran a customer requirements workshop.
I tested a prototype feature with customers.
I helped onboard a customer.
I helped review a success plan with a customer. I developed new functionality to help customers to become more efficient.
So what? What difference did you make?
I helped tackle human trafficking.
I helped stop environmental crime.
I helped prevent child abuse.
I helped to tackle serious organised crime.
I helped prevent animal cruelty.
If you want to work for a technology company that helps organisations around the world achieve justice and prevent harm, join us.
So that's a video from a little while back. Clue have since rebranded, but the message remains the same, that a big part of this, and I shared it for a couple of reasons. Firstly, that candidates want to, as much as they'll buy into you as founder, as you scale and grow your team, they'll want to see people within the team. And that's really where a lot of trust gets built. But the other thing, Clue have got a really good sense of purpose amongst their team, which hopefully came out there. But the other thing is that so what? the second part of the sharing from the team there could only really be clue story. So you wouldn't want to copy that, but you do need to think really hard about what is the story that you're going to tell. And maybe that's a different story post-funding than it would have been in those early years. I'm sure there's elements of consistency in that, of course. But in this next phase of your journey, of the business you're building, what is the story you want to tell to potential talent? And how can you make sure that's a really rich, compelling, engaging story? As a talent partner to Clue, we found it really useful to have that type of content there to get the engagement with candidates that it's really simply difficult to get through sending them a job description or a job advert and hoping that's the hook that captures their attention. So we've talked about the first two parts of this talent framework, really, the need to think through what you need, the talent planning, and then secondly, how do you attract the best? So the final part I'm going to focus on is moving through the L and the E in effect. How do I hire the right person? So some things you definitely don't want to do, in my experience and from the research I've done, is focus too much on education. Focus on where someone went to university or college as an indication they are a good hire for you. On a similar line, you want to avoid bias by focusing too much on logos and assuming that because someone works for Google or Meta, they must be great for your business. I'm sure they're a really valuable employee, but going back to that framework, you need to think about what you need. What's the purpose of hiring that person for you? And how closely aligned is that to the job they did for this big tech company where the logo may be appealing, but was it a very different context and very different environment? So don't use the logos or the education as a shortcut for saying, yes, someone is right for us. And job titles can be very misleading and easily given away in early stage businesses. One person's director of sales will be very different to another person's. So don't obsess over the job title someone had before, but talk to them much more about what they did in the role and what they achieved. And as part of that, throughout your interview process, whether it's your initial screening or your interviewing on the first stage or final stage, you need to measure what matters. And that's unlikely to be how many years of experience someone had, where they went to school or college, or some other things that you might look at, like like how much they've done in their career previously. You want to focus much more on their potential rather than their credentials. And some research that I saw last year really illustrated the different things you can do to assess people. So this chart here shows the things that predict future performance well. And I won't go through everything in detail, but 0.1, 0.2, these are really weak indicators. Years of experience and education aren't a good indicator that someone's going to perform in the future. What you really want to be focusing on is the top few things here. So structured interviews, cognitive ability tests, and work sample tests, which is a simple explanation, is about a practical exercise that talks much more to the nature of the work you want to do than poring over 2 sheets of A4 and hoping that tells you what you're looking for. Also, I'd really encourage you, as much as you might feel you want to hold things back in an interview process, and when you're looking to hire people, the cost of these things only becoming clear once they've joined you are significant. So even though you might be about to raise some great funding, and that will really help you move forward on your journey, if you know there's some real challenges around product market fit, or you're going to have to work through some pretty significant client objections before you move on to that next phase, make that part of the conversation with potential hires. They want to come into it with their eyes wide open and knowing what the challenges are, because if it's going to put them off at the interview stage rather than when they're a few months into the job, and it's really costly from both sides to only learn it at that point. Culture fit, culture add, it might seem a simple amount of language, but I think it can be quite meaningful when it comes down to avoiding only hiring people that fit the mold of what you have or what has grown your business so far, versus being really inclusive from the outset and hiring diverse talent, whether that's on gender or background or how old the people in your business are, and building a business that each person is adding to your culture rather than simply fitting into the box that you already have. There's a lot of evidence around diverse businesses are the most successful, and a big part of that is how you go about measuring what's right on the cultural side of things. And part of that is in values. So we might all agree that we want someone that works hard. But if we leave it at that, there's a real danger that one of us ends up focusing on people who work all hours, 12-hour days being the norm, because that's what we think hard work is. Maybe another one of us thinks it's about doing yoga at 9 o'clock in the morning to have some rest and come back into work fully focused. And someone else thinks it's someone who can embrace deep work and work for 2 hours without distractions. Now, all of those may be valid, but if we leave our value as hard work and go and find candidates who demonstrate that, there's a real danger we're inconsistent in what we're looking for. So when you're looking at values, take a step down and look at behaviors and engage with your senior team or with all of your business around what that looks like. Focus much more on your hiring and when you're assessing people on those who are not simply up to it, so have they done this role before and do they have this skill set, versus those who are up for it. The more you can focus on people who align on your mission, your vision, and your values, and have the ability to adapt and grow as your business grows, the better quality hires you will have. Post sort of hiring decisions, then you shouldn't overlook the importance of good onboarding. And often that can start in between the offer being made and someone starting. So pre-boarding, invite people into your Slack group, head out for a lunch if you're together as a team. Make sure that they're aware if you've got an all-hands meeting coming up before they start. That's a good way to make them feel part of the team and de-risk the chance of them going elsewhere in that pre-boarding period. Have a clear plan for week one and make sure you set some review points over those first 2 or 3 months. Hopefully everything goes perfectly. In reality, it won't do. So you need those catches there to review after 1 month. Where do you feel you're at? Where do we feel you're at? And how do we make sure that we get back on track or build on the success you've already had? When it comes to retention, I'm not going to cover this in detail here, but one of the things I think is really useful to think about is what Daniel Pink talks about in his book Drive. And that's 3 things: autonomy, mastery, and purpose. And if you apply those across your business and think about this with a retention lens on, I think you'll get much more powerful retention than if you focus too much on job titles and salary. So are you giving people the ability to work freely and not micromanaging them, i.e. autonomy? Are you developing and progressing people and giving them a sense of mastery? And whether you're solving climate change or one of the UN's SDGs, or whether it's simply about the day-to-day meaning and purpose you give your employees, then how are you covering that to make sure you can retain your best talent? So to recap, those common hiring challenges in terms of what do I need, how do I stand out, and how do I hire the right person? And that's what we've covered today, and hopefully has helped you think through as you go through that growth phase in your business. What are some of the ways that you can answer those questions and feel much more confident as you scale your team, bringing the right people on board? We've covered a fair part of this talent framework here, but there's clearly a lot more you can look and do at it. And if you want to get a guide as to where you might need to work, you can download this free scorecard here. So it's 15 questions, should take you 2 minutes, and it will give you personalized feedback on whether it's the attraction or the retention or the assessment, what's within your hiring life cycle, your talent life cycle, where are you going to get most impact from taking action rather than trying to tackle everything all at once? Because I know that time is limited resource for you, so you need to focus on the bits that matter. If there's any follow-up, then I'm more than happy for people to connect on LinkedIn, and you can reach me on this email address here. And hopefully through reflecting back on some of the content today, you'll recognize that a bit like a game of poker, there's never a guarantee of success. But if you do these things, you can really de-risk and improve your chances of winning in the game for hiring and maximize the resources you have, no matter how big your stack might look.
All right, fantastic. Thanks, Alan, for that. I'm sure there's a lot of companies out there that will be needing your sort of guidance and advice that you've just provided. We certainly need it. But yeah, look, I have a couple of questions which I've broken down into a few stages. So the first one is the initial stages of recruitment and strategy. Yeah. So before maybe securing a funding round, what strategic steps should founders take in terms of hiring? For example, how does early recruitment impact future investment prospects?
Yeah, I think there's a lot going on around a funding round. So I know that there's a finite amount of time and effort that you can put into the hiring side, and perhaps it's only when you secure the close of the round that you're going to launch fully into hiring mode. I think simple things like mapping an org chart can be a really useful thing as part of both the hiring and the fundraising process. So being able to go and tell a story to investors, this is the team we have, this is what's worked well for us so far, this is where we want to get to. And without being too adamant around certain routes, these are some of the ways we think we're going to go about that. I've seen that really helps to encourage conversations with investors, to get feedback on plans, and then get to a point where you feel much more confident. And also sometimes kind of lock referrals from investors. And they say, well, if you need someone to scale out internationally, then you should speak to so-and-so and so-and-so. And so in a way, it can solve some of your future hiring plans, as well as de-risk that team aspect to investors.
All right, fantastic. Yeah, keep going.
Another thing I definitely think, as well as, it ties into the org chart, but investors want to know you understand your numbers. So benchmarking your salaries is really important. Not being naive and thinking you're going to hire a vice president of sales and pay them £50,000 or $50,000. So understanding the compensation in the market for those future hires is key.
Yeah.
But also what's really important, you've probably got to the point you're at and become investment ready by having a really good team so far. So you're going to need to add to it, but you also probably want to keep as many of your existing team as possible. And maybe they joined you not quite a market salary, or the market's moved since they joined you. And so if you don't get that right and rush straight to making new hires, there's a real danger you'll bring new people in while you're losing the valuable people that have got you there. So I think benchmarking salary is another really key thing to get right. So talk to your advisors, your peers. We do it a lot with our clients, where a founder will come to us and say, Alan, I'm 3 months away from completing a funding round. Can you help me look through a spreadsheet of numbers so I can think through retention, recruitment, and make sure from a talent perspective, it's not all about salary, but that's a big thing that you can get right or wrong. So you need to look at it pretty importantly.
Yeah. So I think leading on from that, you mentioned salary. What about, equity, right? So given the competitive startup environment, how should founders effectively use equity options to attract top talent? Perhaps, do pay your VP of sales $60,000, but for a time being before you get in your next funding round, but you should use equity, or maybe you shouldn't. Could you give some insights on that?
Yeah, I think it's a really valuable thing for founders to use. So no matter whether you're about to secure a few £1 million of funding, the reality is you're still working with limited resources. Yeah. And equity is a really valuable part of that resource. And most founders recognize that, but sometimes they waste or don't maximize the impact it can make. And what I mean by that is they'll talk to employees about, you're getting 0.1%, or you're getting 500 shares. And of course, you need to make sure you're being compliant. But really what an employee wants to know is, if I join you now and you do what you say you're going to do, I know there's a risk to that. But at the end of that journey, is my reward in terms of an equity side of things going to be a holiday, a car, a house, a street? Just make it real for them a little bit, what they would hope to get out the journey, because that can be a massive part of retaining your best talent, and avoid them walking away from something really valuable because they've not understood what 0.1% of the business may be in terms of this funding round, the next one, and things like dilution, etc. And then it ends up with a bad taste in the mouth when they get to the end of that journey.
Absolutely. And do you have any best practices? I know there's no things that will come out of nowhere, but do you have any best practices for structuring these incentives?
I think that's one of the things that a few of our clients have found really useful is any candidate they want to offer, to make them 2 or 3 offers, and that being a different combination of salary versus equity. So in simple terms, high salary, low equity, or low salary, high equity. And being neutral in terms of making that offer to the candidate. So you need to make sure your numbers work to balance those 2 or 3 options. But it then allows you, Hugo, if you're at a stage of life where it's all about the future upside for you, you might choose the low salary, the high options. Maybe I would need to lock in a higher salary, and I don't necessarily have the appetite for that equity upside. So it allows you to hire a wider talent pool, but being consistent in terms of the way in which you're using resources, but definitely being varied as well.
Makes sense. Makes complete sense. And now moving perhaps a bit more about you guys, ISL Talent. In a market flooded with talent, what unique approaches do you use to identify and attract the best candidates for roles that startups are inquiring about?
Yeah, I don't know about the global picture, but I think in the UK, there's something like 30,000 recruiters. So I think it might be a stretch to claim that I'm unique, but I guess where we differentiate ourselves, there's a focus there on funded startups and scale-ups. So we understand the journey you're going through. That can be a little bit chaotic and uncertain. And what seems the focus one day might be different the next day. We work on longer term relationships. So we're there for the duration rather than just one moment in time. In terms of more practically, how do we go about differentiating? Well, it's about you, the founder, rather than us, the business, largely. So although we focus on that market, our model is typically where we're going to reach talent with the client's brand front and center. So we're going to the market as we rather than their client. You'll have invested heavily in your brand. So we put that front and center. And that's really important to get that initial engagement and trust with candidates. And where any of us can jump onto LinkedIn and find a list of 10 data scientists or heads of AI, it's not about finding people, it's about engaging with them. And so being able to tell your founder story and show off about the team you've already hired is such an important way to be able to bring the best talent on board. That's where we get much better results when we go to market with the client's brand front and center. Yeah.
And so similarly to what Clue have done, right? So adding on to that, could you maybe share examples of how startups have seen transformative success? Maybe giving a couple of other case studies if you can.
Yeah, one business we've been working with pretty closely this year is Student Crowd. So they raised £2.5 million, which I think was announced back in September time. Now, in my old world of recruitment, probably at that point, I'm most excited about working with them, and they've got some roles live, and we throw some CVs at them and hope to get lucky. But with that relationship there, we were referred in by their investor, which obviously was a massive boost for us. But probably 3 months prior to them closing the round, and we spent several hours with the founders, helping them work through their org chart, their salary benchmarking, and some work on their employer brand, so that when the round was publicly announced as closing, they were already well on the way on a couple of hires. So particularly on the sales side, they've been able to bring people in this quarter rather than in the next 2 quarters. And clearly that will hopefully have a return for them on the revenue growth. But also they felt much more confident going to market and being able to recognize that there was a lot that they wanted to retain as a business around their current team and also in the people they hire in the future. But there was definitely, this was an opportunity to bring in new talent, whether that's more SaaS expertise or, a different sort of commercial person. And I think thinking through that a little bit meant that it wasn't all smooth sailing when we went out to hire, but we were a lot more comfortable from both sides what the game plan was going to be. We ran a campaign that led to, I think, 4 hires in the first 3 weeks. And that's because we're good at our job, but also because they'd taken the time to engage beforehand so that we're all on the same page when we then went out into the active market.
Makes sense. Complete. And moving on in regards to, read this thing recently, very interesting. A large proportion of current jobs did not exist at the turn of the century, right? In a rapidly evolving tech landscape, especially with the advent of large language models and AI, how does ISL talent stay ahead of the curve in understanding and adapting to new needs and trends in tech startup recruitment?
Yeah, I think it's a challenge, isn't it? And I've got a 9-year-old son, and if I think about what job he might be doing in the future, I have no idea where I'll start. So I think when we're engaging with somebody, then if it's in the moment, it's much more talking to them about the purpose of the role and what they're looking for, and using that rather than obsessing too much about whether that title's existed before, whether someone's done that. I think as a business, then thinking about AI within my business, but also how it disrupts my industry is definitely there, and I'm sure something that's shared by a lot of other founders. I think no matter what jobs people are doing now and how that compares to the future, I think the culture and the values are going to be the thing that is consistent and make a big part of the difference in those first 10, 50, 100 hires. So it's not to say that culture and values are unimportant if you're running a business of 2,000 people, but there's much more impact in getting it right or getting it wrong. So from our perspective, getting to know the founders, getting to know the business, the people there is how we're confident we can find the right people today, but also for tomorrow's roles, I'd love to say I keep track of all the trends that are there, but there's always a new role popping up, whether it's, this year's prompt engineer and next year, who knows what it will be. But so I think that the thing that is definitely consistent there is the culture and the values. And that's a big part of how we look to engage with businesses so that we're not simply recruiting off 2 sheets of A4, i.e. a job spec, and hoping to match that with 2 sheets of A4, i.e. a CV, but much more focusing on connecting the right people.
I really like that. I think, and I think that leads on to my next question, which we'll probably go in a bit more detail about this, but how do you envision ISL and its role with the ongoing journey for a startup? So beyond just the initial hiring phase, right? About building that culture, building that messaging. Could you maybe elaborate a tiny bit more on that?
Yeah, I think when I introduce myself, I still say we're a recruiter because I think it helps most easily for people to understand where the core part of the value is. What we've really seen the benefit over the last couple of years, and I think will become much more part of the journey in the future, is that start to end journey across the talent life cycle. So I don't really see a situation where we're going into businesses and becoming a culture consultant, but where that culture and values stretches across recruitment and retention. Being part of the conversation is what I'm keen for us to build on. So whether that's in the initial definition around challenging founders a little bit and not making it a big, long list of shopping skills that risks only hiring one type of person, but from the outset saying it may take a little longer, but you need to diversify your talent pool and take a bit more time defining what you're looking for. Or being able to, we've done a retention report previously where we took data from 200 candidates and asked them why they'd left their job in a scale up in the previous 3 or 4 months. It might sound counterintuitive for a recruiter to try and improve a client's retention because maybe it canalizes our business, but it's part of that journey around we're here to help you grow the best teams. And if that means that you don't hire for these roles because we've helped you to retain the team, there's a clear value add to the client there. And we've built trust and credibility so that when they do really need to bring someone in, we're in a good position to find them the best people to complement their existing team.
Absolutely. And thank you for that. I think, we only have a few minutes left, but I want to move forward to perhaps future trends and current trends as well. So, with the increasing trend towards remote work, have you noticed a shift in top candidates' preferences? Do the best talents now predominantly seek remote opportunities, or is that not what you're seeing?
I think everybody I talk to, and arguably whether they're the best talent or not the best talent, is looking for some element of flexibility. And a big part of that, with all we've been through the last few years, is remote working. So I think it's essential to offer it in some way. Now, many of us may say, we work hybrid, but that is a massive spectrum, so there's very few companies that are fully remote and very few that are fully in office. But the key thing, if you're in that murky middle, so to speak, is that you define exactly what it is that's acceptable to you, and you balance that about the ability to hire great people. So I think your best performers probably want some element of remote work. There's a fear that maybe the worst performers also want the lack of accountability that can come from. If you think in terms of principles, why do we have a working arrangement? It's for recruitment, it's for retention, collaboration, problem solving, and then design your business for that. You'll have much more success. But yes, I suppose in simple terms, you probably do need to think about offering some sort of remote work. And with a lot of big tech companies, a trend we've seen this year is they're bringing people back into the office. It can be a differentiator for you as a business. So Student Crowd, who I mentioned earlier on, they're a team of 25, 30 people, and they're fully remote. And that does mean we need to be really intentional when we go to hire to find people that can operate well in that environment. But there's no doubt where they're not limited in the battle for talent, they're not limited by postcode or zip code. It does mean that they have a much wider talent pool to look at. And that clearly helps them to hire much more so than someone that says you need to come into London 4 days a week. I think, of course, the argument against that is that most of us feel much more comfortable scaling a team, building a culture, doing it in person. And it's not as easy as saying, we'll flip remote and everything will be the same. So unless you're prepared to put the time and effort in, or unless you've got the history doing that remote, there can be a bit of a tension between the two.
Yeah. I think that, there's it's quite contrasting in terms of fully remote when you're looking online for new opportunities and in office. And a couple of friends already had this debate about whether they were going to go for one company because they were fully remote or not. So yeah, I think that those trends are only going to keep evolving. But look, Alan, I just if you could give one piece of advice for founders, maybe, if you could give one piece of advice for founders, what would it be?
I think it's one of the things I touched on earlier was that difference between active candidates and passive candidates. And I'm conscious not to label active candidates as less poor quality. But I think if your hiring strategy is only based on focusing on active candidates, you'll never see the breadth of the market. So some of these things you might not see return for 1 or 2 years, but investing in getting your name out there, building relationships with the local community or relevant groups, jumping into Slack communities where your talent pool will spend their time to build up some connections and to get your name out there. It's one of those things where you've got 1,000,001 jobs as a founder. So you might not see the instant return on investment, but the people that I've spoken to that have built great teams talk about hiring being an ongoing job of theirs as leader of a business, and one that probably involves 10 things rather than simply one thing, i.e. posting an advert and helping to find the best people time and time again. So there's a lot that I could think of, but that's one of the things that comes to mind.
So marketing for talent long-term, building that brand amongst talent.
Yeah, 100%. It's a long-term game. And a big part of that is adopting a marketing in your talent rather than always in sales mode.
Fantastic. Well, Alan, I'd like to say a big thank you to you. It's been a pleasure. And yeah, for anyone who's interested in chatting with Alan, obviously on the CapitalHQ Masterclass website and on the event, there'll be all his information there. Thank you very much, Alan.
Thanks, Hugo. Thanks very much, everybody.
What if you could simplify your capital raising? CRIISP Capital HQ is your beacon in this complex landscape. Benefit from our proprietary network of 33,000 plus investors and deal makers, further amplified by AI/ML matchmaking. Extend your reach globally with access to over 200,000 angels, VCs and family offices. Our intelligent deal rooms and streamlined tool suite can cut your capital raising time by up to 80%. But we don't stop there. Our platform equips you with capital raising intelligence to increase your conversion rate with investors, where your capital raising is working 24/7 for you. Are you ready to raise smarter?
Hello, my name is Luke Alshawn and I'm the Business Development Manager for the Toronto Stock Exchange and TSX Venture Exchange for Australia and Southeast Asia. I'm based in Sydney, having started the role in September 2023, and it is my pleasure to present today to the Wholesale Investor Capital Masterclass Conference. I'm grateful to Steve and the Wholesale Investor team for the opportunity to walk through and educate this audience about the Canadian equity market ecosystem, the benefits of being listed on one of our exchanges, our listed innovation sector universe, and our innovative capital pool company program, which is a unique Canadian invention that supports earlier stage private companies complete a transaction to go public. So let's get into it. Canada is made up of 10 provinces and 3 territories, the world's second largest country by total area, and is inhabited by 40 million people. The capital is Ottawa, and its 3 largest metropolitan areas are Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver. Canada is a parliamentary democracy and a constitutional monarchy in the Westminster tradition, and it is highly ranked in international measurements of government transparency, quality of life, economic competitiveness, innovation, education, and gender equality. Canada has a high nominal per capita income globally, and its advanced economy ranks among the largest in the world, relying chiefly upon its abundant natural resources and well-developed international trade networks. So TMX Group owns and operates Toronto Stock Exchange, TSX, and TSX Venture Exchange, TSXV. And companies listed on our exchanges have access to one of the world's largest capital pools. The North American capital markets provide access to a wide investor base and strong liquidity. The exchanges serve as an access point to North American and international markets for public companies seeking growth and expansion capital. TSX and TSXV significance as world-class equity markets is reflected in the broader strength of the Canadian economy. Canada's economy is broadly diversified with key strengths in manufacturing, financial services and technology. This, coupled with Canada's political stability and diverse natural resources base, including oil and gas, coal, nickel, copper, zinc, uranium, lithium and diamonds, makes Canada a viable destination to raise capital and leverage Canadian financial expertise. Some of the world's largest asset managers and financial institutions, including Canadian institutional investors and super funds that manage a cumulative $6 trillion of assets, actively trade on TSX. And it's worth noting that 40% of daily trading originates outside of Canada, and a quarter of our member firms are also headquartered outside of Canada. We believe roughly 75% of that 40% of trading outside of Canada comes from the United States. There are roughly 3,500 companies listed across both our exchanges, almost split half and half, for a total of around $4 trillion of market capitalisation. TSX includes the big banks like Royal Bank of Canada, TD and BMO, but also more familiar names like Shopify, Brookfield and Thomson Reuters. The Junior Venture Exchange hosts the likes of Topicus.com, Sigma Lithium and Patriot Battery Metals, which is also dual listed on ASX. The Australian and Canadian economies share a lot of similarities, as do our stock markets, with a diverse spread of companies across sectors, including financial services, mining, innovation, industrials, and energy. There are currently over 250 international companies listed on TSX and TSXV, with Canada's southern neighbour making up half of that number, while South America and the UK, Europe have around 30 international companies listed. Our region speaks for about 23 companies, mostly in miners and explorers, and most of these are also dual listed on ASX. From 2018 to 2022, there were 122 IPOs and new listings, and about $24 billion in equity capital raised by international companies. Our exchanges were ranked second among global peers for new international listings, according to the World Federation of Exchanges. TSX and TSXV are the #1 destination for US companies to list outside of the US. Traditionally, TSX and TSXV have been seen as global mining exchanges, seeing as we have over 40% of all global mining companies listed on our exchanges. But increasingly, as you can see from this graph, growth sectors account for 40% of market capitalisation. Growth sectors include clean technology, life sciences, technology and diversified industries. While TSX and TSXV will always be considered very strong places for mining companies to list, this diversification speaks to wider opportunities for other sectors to seek their companies to be listed in North America. The Toronto Stock Exchange is recognised as a premier international stock exchange, known for its standards of fairness and its innovative approach to trading. TSX is the right choice for companies with a solid track record of business management and operation. TSXV is a public venture capital marketplace for emerging companies. It provides a marketplace where growth companies can raise capital to develop and market their properties, products and services. For investors, this exchange provides opportunities to seek early stage investments in growth companies. For companies, TSXV offers tailored listing and corporate governance requirements for small cap companies, as well as an extensive mentorship program for newly public companies. On this slide, we can see the difference in financing size across the two exchanges and relative size difference between listings on TSX versus TSXV. TSXV companies also have a clear path to graduate to the senior exchange, and we will touch on this process now. Companies listed on TSXV are provided with the opportunity to gain a solid foothold in the public market, with the option of working towards graduation to the senior exchange and gaining access to larger pools of capital, more international institutional investors, and greater analyst coverage and visibility. TSXV offers companies a flexible system whose initial listing requirements are tailored to a company's industry sector, stage of development, financial performance, and most importantly, operational resources. There is a streamlined process for TSXV companies to graduate to the senior board if they qualify under the listing rules. And as we can see from this slide, over 750 companies have graduated to the senior board. 84 of those now have market caps above 500 million Canadian dollars, and the innovation sector make up the majority of TSXV graduates to TSX. There are a number of ways to list on our exchanges via qualifying transactions through the CPC program for financings of $1 to $10 million, or SPACs with financings of $30 million and above, IPOs, reverse takeovers, or as the majority of Aussie companies are currently, dual listed on ASX, where we currently have 19 companies like Allchem, Perseus Mining, and up until recently, Newcrest Mining. Interestingly, a large majority of our innovation companies listed on TSX or TSXV via qualifying transactions through the CPC program, which we will get into shortly, but it's also worth noting that IPOs, reverse takeovers, and change of business are avenues to list on our exchanges. So let's take a closer look at the innovation sector now, and also within that, the technology sector on TSX and TSXV. In the period 2018 to 2022, over $62 billion was raised across the innovation sector on TSX and TSXV, with more than $850 million raised in the technology sector in 2022. We had 258 new IPOs and listings over that 5-year period, including 17 new technology listings in 2022, making the innovation sector the #1 sector for new listings, as well as the #1 sector for non-Canadian IPOs and new listings. Within the technology sector, our TSX and TSXV companies raised $29 billion from 2018 to 2022, which included 135 IPOs and new listings. And in this table are some examples of those financings. These companies represent the diverse range of tech companies on our exchanges, including e-gaming platforms, digital car auction platforms, blockchain infrastructure solutions, and safety and monitoring technology. The list of Canadian and international TSX and TSXV listed technology companies is dominated by Shopify, with a $102 billion market cap, 52 equity research analysts covering the company, and is also dual listed or interlisted on the NYSE. But there are a few more familiar names, including Constellation Software, OpenText, and of course, one of the original tech companies, BlackBerry. You can see that quite a few of these companies have listings on the US exchanges, which complement the Canadian listing and is something we'll be talking about shortly. So let's consolidate at this point. After looking a little deeper at the Canadian economy, the TSX and the TSXV exchanges, the Canadian equity market ecosystem, and the innovation and tech sectors within it, what do these very solid foundations mean to you, the founders of your company, in choosing to go public, and where you choose to list your company? From here, we will be looking into the reasons to list, the benefits of a North American listing in Canada, the listing process and timeframes, and finally, how your company could be financed by the CPC program to get listed in North America on the TSXV in an efficient, cost-effective manner. Finally, we will also showcase one of our Aussie success stories through the CPC program, Graphene Manufacturing Group out of Brisbane. So here are some of the main benefits of listing your company on TSX or TSXV. For mine, for an Australian audience, the enhanced investment profile of your company to one of the largest, deepest capital pools on earth is a major reason. Equity analyst research coverage at an earlier stage helps your profile. When compared to the US exchanges, lower litigation risks, shorter timeframes, and cheaper processes to list are also major differences when listing in Canada. If down the track, the company is still keen to list in the US, like quite a few of the tech companies we saw earlier, then TSX and TSXV offer a great stepping stone for companies who would then have had experience in the North American capital markets. The Growth Accelerator program, which we will look at in greater detail shortly, is another big advantage and available to all new listed companies and sets us apart from other exchanges globally. So I think it's worth highlighting at this point that not all Aussie technology companies are the size of Atlassian or Canva. Not all life science companies are the size of CSL, and nor are there many Aussie mining companies the size of BHP. The TSX and TSXV fill a niche for small to medium-sized companies to list in North America, be introduced to that equity market ecosystem of investors, research analysts, and bankers, while at the same time being able to access that massive pool of capital available in that geography. This slide speaks to the relevance of size in Canada versus the US exchanges, where due to the size of the companies on their exchanges, the Apples, the Microsofts, Nvidia and Googles, it's very easy to be too small to be noticed if your company is small or medium-sized. Our exchanges also do not have arbitrary minimum share price levels that need to be maintained in order to stay listed. At every stage of our small to mid-cap issuers development, TSX and TSXV companies have a higher number of equity research analysts covering them than their peers on the US exchanges. This increases the visibility of the company across the market and therefore the attention of North American investors as this company research is distributed across their client platforms. It's worth pointing out that the exchange is also able to offer introductions to research analysts, bankers, and lawyers in order for issuers to start a dialogue with this cohort of market stakeholders. So this slide is a pretty stark reminder of the litigiousness of the US market and something to be considered by all Aussie founders, boards, and management prior to choosing a listing venue in North America. In an environment where director and office insurance is skyrocketing in the US, adding to listing and annual maintenance costs, the spectre of investor disenfranchisement due to company missteps or miscommunication, which leads to legal action, cannot be understated. I will point out that Canadian director and officer liability is capped by statute. Going public on TSX or TSXV is typically a cheaper exercise than on the US exchanges, illustrated by these graphs, where a $50 million market cap company can list on our exchange and still have change in the bank from $1 million, which is not the case in the US, where the starting price for the same size company is closer to $2 million. A mid-cap $500 million company is typically looking at a legal, accounting and regulatory bill 4 times the size of listing on one of our Canadian exchanges, and the timeframes are typically longer, which we will look at in the next slide. So while the IPO market around the world is currently in hibernation, when the window opens again, the time periods to list your company may be shorter, meaning being organised and having the paperwork done is time sensitive. It helps to understand the relative regulatory reviews of your company's IPO application by the regulators in North America. So when the time comes to hit go on the listing, the company and its advisors are prepared and can take that timeline into consideration. Speaking to the pragmatism of the Canadian equity markets, our regulatory review periods are much shorter than the US exchanges. So not only is it cheaper to list on TSX or TSXV than the US exchanges, the process to get your company quoted on our boards and trading is and will be much faster. So let's talk about stepping stones for those founders and companies intent on listing their company in the US. The Multi-Jurisdictional Disclosure System, MJDS, was adopted jointly in 1991 by the US SEC and the Canadian Securities Administrators. The agreement makes it easier for companies on both sides of the border to list their stocks on exchanges in both countries. Under the MJDS, the SEC accepts documents prepared for its Canadian counterpart for review of applications to sell securities in the US markets, with minor additions. The effect of the MJDS is to make it significantly easier for Canadian companies to raise funding through securities offerings in the US as well as in Canada. The MJDS speaks to the stepping stone aspect of listing on TSX or TSXV, where down the track, eligible companies can use the MJDS to add a listing on NYSE or NASDAQ if they see fit. Around 83 companies added a listing on one of the US exchanges to their TSX or TSXV listing in the period 2018 to 2022. Let's talk about the Growth Accelerator program now. As the head of our company services team told me when explaining the Growth Accelerator program, he said, we want to make better public companies. So our team will help newly listed issuers navigate the public market via the Growth Accelerator program, which are one-to-one sessions across 6 different modules of an hour each, covering really important aspects of being an executive of a public company that has responsibility to investors, regulators, and other market stakeholders. The sessions are complimentary and cover governance, ESG, IR, investor relations, disclosure, trading, and follow-on transactions. You can pick and choose which modules you enroll for, or do all of them in order to be better educated around being an executive at a good public company. So now I want to flip to spending some time walking through the Capital Pool Company program, or the CPC program, which is a unique listing vehicle that can make particular sense for smaller companies going public regardless of their sector. The program connects experienced investors with private companies by dividing the traditional IPO process in 2, the creation of the CPC, public vehicle shell, and the qualifying transaction, the QT. The reasons that a company would consider a qualifying transaction, a QT, with a CPC are: it provides a going public process that has greater flexibility, more certainty, and allows more control over the process by the company that is going public. With over 2,800 qualifying transactions completed, the process of going public is well structured and well understood by market participants. A QT can mitigate certain market risks inherent in an IPO. It connects a growth company to experienced corporate directors that can be long-term investors and directors for the company that will help bridge the company to the public markets. And the financing of the QT is not required to have the broad distribution of an IPO. The CPC structure attracts investors across the spectrum, including high net worth individuals, family offices, retail investor clients of brokers, and small cap asset managers in North America. The companies that have been formed into the CPC cover all industries, but have been particularly attractive for companies across the technology, healthcare, consumer products, fintech, manufacturing, and resources. The CPC program has been operating in Canada successfully for over 30 years, and in that time, over 2,800 CPCs have been created, 85% of which have successfully completed a QT. 35% of the graduate issuers on TSX are former CPCs, which illustrates the companies that stem from the CPC program can be very successful. The popularity of CPCs is growing each year, and we currently have around 150 CPCs listed on TSXV that are looking for good companies to invest in. Speaking to the size of the program, almost $3 billion was raised by former CPCs last year, demonstrating the financing capabilities of these vehicles. So we'll step through some calculations in forming a CPC shortly, but here we have the basic structure of the vehicle, including seed capital, directors and officers input, and distribution criteria, including 150 public shareholders and 500,000 free trading shares. Generally speaking, CPC founders are experienced public market deal makers looking to invest in quality private companies with a strong management team that they think can translate into a successful public company. From the private company's perspective, they are attracted to ongoing financing capabilities from their shareholders to drive their strategy and growth plans. The new company can also use the company's scrip as acquisition currency as part of their growth plans. Employee retention via company shares and options becomes a viable proposition for the new company and is a visible gauge of performance via the share price for employees. A QT is effectively a reverse takeover of a CPC by an operating business that will access the capital, shareholders, and expertise of the CPC to complete a listing on TSXV or TSX. It is the most common way that companies go public on TSXV, and the program has an incredible track record as an ingredient in the success of many companies that have grown to be leaders in the Canadian markets. Here we're looking at the steps in creating the CPC from the seed financing through to the public financing, the CPC acquiring a business via a QT, and then listing the new company on the exchange. The percentages used in this diagram are for illustration purposes, as the final numbers are a commercial negotiation between the CPC and the private company. But this diagram gives you a feel for the mechanics of the CPC. The founders seed and create the vehicle that finds a private company looking to raise capital and go public, which then results in a new public company with concurrent financing to list on the exchange. Every CPC can be different, but let's walk through an example to show the financing of the vehicle and how that works. In this example, we have three founders invest $35,000 each at 12.5 cents, and an institutional fund invests $125,000 at the same price. When this CPC IPOs, it has 150 new shareholders with in total 1.2 million shares at 25 cents each, in addition to the seed capital put in by the founders. CPCs can also have stock options and broker warrants, as per this example, but as I said, some CPCs will not have similar structures. The resulting share structure following the identification of the private company by the CPC, the negotiation of the QT, and signing of the agreement results in this equity table. We have the seed investors, the CPC IPO shareholders, the private operating company with a $30 million valuation and 74% of the listed company, and a concurrent private placement of 33 odd million shares at 30 cents. Visually, the workflow for the CPC transaction is represented here, with the CPC and its shareholders identifying a private company, negotiating a valuation with the private company, signing agreements for a qualifying transaction, conducting a $10 million financing, and finally, creating a new company, listed and trading on TSXV. Reflecting the pragmatism of the TSX and TSXV, the CPC program made changes over the last 2 years to reflect the wishes of the key market stakeholders to ensure the ongoing success of the program. These include maximum gross proceeds doubling to $10 million from $5 million. There is no longer a deadline to complete a QT. Finder's fees can be paid to non-arm's length parties to the CPC. Escrow periods have been revised to a standard 18-month period, and only 150 public shareholders are needed, down from 200. So 18 months ago, we started the Deal Portal, which is an online platform for CPC founders and bankers to review presentation decks from private companies in order to find deals. The TSX business development team is large and has a presence not only across Canada, but also the US, Brazil, London, Israel, and now me here in Australia. And we are regularly adding decks to the portal for the CPC founders to view. We can also provide a list of current CPCs and their best contacts in order to start an engagement if your company wanted to explore the possibility of listing via the CPC program. So in order to give the CPC program a bit of a local context, we thought it worth highlighting Brisbane-based company Graphene Manufacturing Group, who are a tech company listed on TSXV via the CPC program. Their current market cap is around $130 million. They have raised capital 4 times since listing in April 2021, averaging around $4.7 million each time, and their market share has doubled since the QT listing. Speaking to the team in Brisbane recently, they are really happy with the CPC process and are strong advocates for the program and how it has assisted their company's growth plans to have their shares listed and trading in Canada. So I'll conclude my presentation here, and again, thank you for your attention today. Listing your company on TSX or TSXV is a viable option when you consider the Australian-Canadian equity market ecosystem similarities and the fact it's a fantastic gateway to the massive North American capital pool in order to assist you and your company's growth plans. Please get in touch if you have any follow-ups on today's presentation, be it the CPC program or listing your company on TSX or TSXV. Thank you.
What if you could simplify your capital raising? CRIISP CapitalHQ is your beacon in this complex landscape. Benefit from our proprietary network of 33,000 plus investors and deal makers, further amplified by AI/ML matchmaking. Extend your reach globally with access to over 200,000 angels, VCs and family offices. Our intelligent deal rooms and streamlined tool suite can cut your capital raising time by up to 80%. But we don't stop there. Our platform equips you with capital raising intelligence to increase your conversion rate with investors, where your capital raising is working 24/7 for you. Are you ready to raise smarter?
Thanks again for the opportunity from the team in Wholesale Investor. I'm Michael Masterson. I'll be taking you through this presentation today. I'm more than happy to share the slides via Steve and the team. So I will be going through this at a reasonable pace. So again, you're welcome to come back and look back at the slides. So what I'm going to be covering today is how you create exponential growth from these things called intrinsic assets. And I'm going to unpack this, exactly what intrinsic assets are, and more importantly, hopefully by the end of this, how you can create that exponential growth I referred to. So the first question I'd ask you quickly is just to very briefly write down what you think your business is worth, but more importantly, what do you think is really driving its value? And ultimately underpinning that value is the revenue or the margin, and ultimately how you're converting that to market share. So in terms of the team, again, you're welcome to go through this, but we now have more of the world's recognized IP strategists than any other firm in the Southern Hemisphere. Part of our team, people like Ian Fletcher, former head of the UK Intellectual Property Office, ran the SPY agency. Stephen Harrison was Barrenjoey's first IPO, for those of you who were in Australia, which has grown to over $150 million market cap. So again, incredibly senior team. Some of the clients that we've helped are everyone from early stage startups, who most of you have never heard of, through to some of the world's largest companies, including people like, the SAS, who's a client I've been working with for over 10 years now. And then going through to, again, some companies I'm sure everyone knows, like Treasury Wine, who I'm sure everyone's tried their product. So again, enough about us. The 5 things that we do, though, the first is we help companies understand what their intrinsic assets are. And this will become very relevant as I take you through the case studies later in the presentation. Because until you know what you've got, then you can't deal with the risks. The reason we address risk second is because risk is the easiest way to increase value. It's typically cheaper to prevent than try and repair, which is typically very costly or sometimes not possible at all. Third area is, how do you grow the value of these assets over time and ultimately value at an exit event, which is where one of the things that we do with clients is help them to explain their value. So it's not just valuing the asset and put a numbering on it, but how do you explain it to an investor, acquirer, a joint venture partner, etc., at that capital event that enables them to hit approve on transferring those funds into your account. And then lastly is executing on that advice. And this is kind of where we get fairly close to corporate finance. In other words, taking it through to that exit event. And here we are typically partnering with other significant investment firms. So for those of you who haven't seen the Ocean Tomo data, this is showing the differential between tangible and intangible value of the S&P 500 over the last 40 years. So that's the broadest measure of economic value that we can find. Now, as you see, it's not 1975 anymore, but again, the accounting standards are essentially set for a tangible-based economy. Two things happened in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. The first is really obvious. We see the digital companies coming on stream, Instagram, Facebook, etc. The second thing that's happening is that American companies were offshoring their balance sheet to low-wage economies like China. But what they did is they didn't move just the what, but they also moved the how. And this is why companies like Huawei didn't wake up knowing how to become the world leader in 5G. They got taught by Nokia, Ericsson, AT&T, Bell Labs, etc. And so now, yesterday's supplier is often today's competitor. But now, if you work this out, and you work it out quite easily, you take the market cap, less the fixed assets, the debt, and the cash. The only thing left is these things that are non-physical. Now, as we're starting to see, this is becoming, aside from people like myself presenting at events like this, we're starting to see this coming up in the media more and more. In fact, Warren Buffett is very well known for talking about intrinsic value. So, but here's one of the key things that people are missing, and that is that not all of these non-physical assets are of equal value. And so that 90% actually breaks down even further. And you find that roughly 90% of the 90% are replicable intangible assets. In other words, they're not that hard to repeat with a little bit of time and typically a bit of capital. The next 9% are contributing to the ultimate value of the business. Now, again, this is by volume, not by value. But 1%, these strategic intrinsic assets, are typically where we would find 90% of the value sitting in pretty much any business. Now, the assets will change, but in terms of their volume to their value, this is fairly representative, we find, in the sort of companies that I mentioned previously. So, words matter. And we often hear these words mentioned by boards, investors, or the companies themselves. Now, I would strongly recommend, please don't use these words. As you saw, I'm one of the world's recognized top IP strategists. And when a client says to me, we have lots of IP, I genuinely don't know what they're talking about. And the reason being, and the reason we talk about the intrinsic value, is because these statements are ultimately trying to explain the value of the business. And it actually breaks down into these 10 major categories. So we can pretty much break down any business, that 90%, into these 10 categories. As you can appreciate, I can ask any company for their balance sheet, their P&L, their fixed asset register, but that's not going to typically tell me where the value is. And in our experience, companies can't produce the value, and certainly that 90%, let alone the 1%, outlining any of these 10 categories. And so, for example, in certain companies, it could be a key trade secret that could be where that 1% is. Or for companies like Coca-Cola, it could be sitting in their brand. In other words, you go and buy a bourbon and Coke. You don't typically order a bourbon and Pepsi, as an example. So we use this example, which is Instagram. And for those of you who don't know the story, you know, there were 13 people in Instagram. And yes, I know there's 12 on the screen. We suspect that the 13th person was the one taking the photo. Now, they had no revenue and no assets when Zuckerberg comes along and initially offers $500 million for them. Now, he had a key relationship with the CEO of Instagram, who had alerted him to the fact that there were other people looking to bid, notably, we understand, Twitter and Microsoft, amongst many others. This told Zuckerberg he had to overbid, or what he thought was an overbid, so he offered $1 billion. Now, at the time, everyone thought that Zuckerberg was crazy, but history's proven that not only did it stop Instagram completely demolishing Facebook, but more importantly, the asset at the time was worth between 7 and 8 billion. I think last time we had a look, it was worth around 132 billion. Now, again, where was the value in this business? And it was in those intrinsic assets. So if you think very quickly, think about your business. What are your top 3 intrinsic assets? And again, think about it from an acquirer, or more importantly, a competitor's point of view. What are the assets that they would want to steal from you? And that's probably a good first starting point. So the other thing I wanted to talk to you about is, it's not just whether you've got intrinsic assets, it's how strong or weak they are. And the analogy I like to use is think about those 10 categories as fingers. Individually, they're quite weak. And quite often you will find that one of those intrinsic assets will be a thumb and one might be the tip of your pinky. Now, if you've got weak intrinsic assets, what you typically do is you are the first mover, but it's no advantage because you'll go and build the market, but you won't take the market. You're the market maker, but not the market taker. Uber is the best example we can think of here. So Uber goes out, spends hundreds of millions of dollars breaking regulatory approvals, only for people like Didi and Ola to follow them through. So where you want to be is where you go out and create the market and you capture the value of the market. And this is recognized through ultimately revenue. The revenue then converts to your margin, which is how you drive market share. But ultimately what it's doing is increasing the ROI for the investors. And I'm sure many of you are seeking how you generate better ROI. It can only come from intrinsic assets. Why? Because I can replicate the tangible assets. Where it gets harder is it gets a lot harder to replicate the intrinsic assets, and in particular, that 1% and that 9% supporting it. So let's look at value. You know, a traditional market value is looking at really where the business has been. It's not looking at where the business is going. And so that's where the intrinsic value is starting to think about what the potentiality is of the business. And in this example, you know, clearly from an accounting point of view, you would probably say that actually company A is better from a traditional valuation approach. But of course, we can see quite clearly because we can look at the forward projections that we're not averaging the last 3 years' data. We're looking at the potentiality of the revenue. But if it's got a weak intrinsic asset position, what we find happen is this. And that is that over time, it will start to nosedive. And that is because new competitors come into the market and start to compete on price. And typically that's a race to the bottom, not a good position to be in. So the word valuation is one of those words that we often hear, and it's very difficult because lots of people do valuations. But typically, to use the analogy of a stool, is they're only thinking about the seat. They're not thinking about what actually holds the seat up, e.g. what's holding up that number or that value. And, you know, if you're a very large person, you sit on a very weak seat, that seat is going to collapse because the legs can't support it. Valuation is no different. The 4 key legs of a valuation is, first of all, you've got to understand those intrinsic assets, because if you don't, you can't include them in that future cash flow. And again, everything comes down to the potential cash flow of that business. Second of all is the context. In other words, like Instagram, who is the potential buyer, acquirer, joint venture partner? If Google's buying the business as opposed to, you know, the small store owner around the corner, then obviously that business is worth a lot more. 3, as we found very recently, timing. You know, we had a client that we helped go through an exit event in January 2020. That business went for a very large amount of money. 6 weeks later, because they were involved in airports, that business was probably worth 0. That business today, though, is probably worth 2, maybe even 3 times that value of January 2020. Now, even if you get all of that right, the 4th leg is the most important, because at this point, no one has hit approve on that transaction. And the only way they're going to do that is if the value makes sense to them. In other words, and more importantly, that they can explain it either to their credit committee, maybe their wife if they're a high net worth, or potentially their ultimate funder being a bank. So again, it's really about value explanation. Again, I'm sure I'm preaching to the converted. So an example of this is a client that we worked with recently. Some of you may have heard of a company called Agros. So Agros have come up with a way to produce plasma from blood at 50% of the cost. For those of you familiar with CSL, this is a significant revenue line for CSL, one of the largest companies on the ASX. When we first met them, they were about to IPO. They were definitely not ready for IPO. They were a very small business. In fact, only a few people, and they needed some short-term cash. First thing we did is we helped them understand their assets. They had a cost advantage, and what that told us is they had to have strong intrinsic assets. We stopped them filing a patent and kept, in fact, a number of things that were going to be included in that patent as a trade secret. That enabled us to then do the first valuation of circa $32 million. In fact, we went on to value them, and if you want to go and have a look at an article done in October last year, in the AFR. It's a great article that explains where the value was in their business, which was circa $300+ million. The reason that they were worth that is because the underlying intrinsic assets and the market potential supported that. They were oversubscribed. We've recently valued them at over $1 billion. Again, they were oversubscribed. Now, this is pre-revenue. And again, you can't end up with people oversubscribing if they don't understand the value. But Agros is certainly on track to certainly disrupt this market. The next one, AirTrunk. Some of you, I'm sure, will know AirTrunk. Incredible story, started by Robin Cooder. So Robin called me about 5-6 years ago. Said, look, I've come up with a way to run a computer data center at half the operating cost for everyone else. I'm like, that's amazing. How are you going to protect it? So I immediately knew that he had to have great intrinsic assets. He said, well, I'm looking at filing a patent. I said, Robin, you could file a patent, but you shouldn't file a patent. Because the moment you put in your patent, what's giving you that cost advantage, your competitors are going to then take that, and no judge is going to give you access to a data center. They're incredibly secure facilities. He said, so I should go get a job. I said, no, we can value this. So again, we got his strategy right. We worked out what the risks were, and then we were able to explain it. And then through the great work at Grant Samuels, they had a very successful initial raise at a valuation of $200 million. They subsequently sold 78% to Macquarie for $3 billion. As you've seen recently in the press, they're now looking for a $10 billion IPO. Again, if Robin hadn't have worked out what his assets were, dealt with the risks, got the strategy right, then it wouldn't have enabled that value explanation and certainly wouldn't have enabled those capital events to follow. So risk, unfortunately, the dark side of what we deal with, and that is that the more valuable your assets become, obviously, the more likely it is that someone's going to want those assets or replicate that market or go after your market share. So they're different to tangibles. Tangibles are very easy to replicate. And, like different assets, in fact, even different intrinsic assets, you've got to protect them differently. And this can come from a number of factors. So typically when staff leave, often those intrinsic assets go because the originating company has never captured them properly. This happens again with market expansion because you're putting new staff into new markets, or more importantly, you're hiring new people that you might not know. As I mentioned with AirTrunk, patenting it what should be kept as a trade secret, or the opposite, keeping something as a trade secret that maybe you should be patenting. We often see that companies don't have much capital to be able to afford good advice when they first start, and this often sees no agreements or very bad agreements being formed. Again, as companies scale, they're often not distributing this information down to staff. And often when they're doing joint ventures, often it's confused as to who actually owns the assets, in particular with places like universities. So this is a great example. So Rhino-Rack, who we started working with just over 5 years ago. So Rhino-Rack, dominant in their space. We worked with them to initially identify that they hadn't captured one of their major assets, which was some customer data. That customer data ended up being very, very valuable. Now, initially, they thought they were worth circa $100 million. Fast forward, they start to build up those assets. And along comes a company called CRIISP out of the US who owns brands like Black Diamond. They offered them $255 million. And ultimately, that was what went into their bank account. Now, as you can appreciate, it's not that the value of the plant, the equipment, the machinery went up $155 million. It was ultimately the intrinsic assets that were supporting that number. And that's ultimately what CRIISP bought, because they could replicate the tangibles, but they couldn't replicate the brand, the systems, and in particular, that customer data. So second thing I'd get you to do is just think about, what do you think your top 3 risks are? And again, think about it. If you were a competitor, where would you start to diminish your own business? Would it be hiring out key people from your organization and hoping those intrinsic assets come across to you? So the last thing that I'd like to finish on is exponential growth. And that's why we're here. But you can't get to an exponential growth unless you know what you've got. You've dealt with the risks. And in this situation, tangibles can't scale more than 24/7. You can only operate them. They're physically restricted. Whereas intrinsic assets are the only way you can operate beyond those physical barriers. And if we think about something like a mining business, the tangible is obviously the land, but the key intrinsic asset is the ability to mine that land. In other words, it's not just the hole, it's the ability to even start digging the hole. Then it's what you bring out of the hole and what you do with those assets that also come out. So there are three ways to make money from an intrinsic asset. The first is what most companies do. They deploy. They create the product or the service. They go and sell it. And then ultimately they hope that someone comes along with a large check and acquires it. Second is licensing. So what you're doing here is you're transferring risk from you as the inventor through to someone else who goes out and does what you would do in deployment. And they pay you a fee for that. Or three, hopefully they give you a really large check, in which case they go and either deploy or they license. Now, the reason that people go for deployment typically is because that's ultimately over time the way you generate the most amount of revenue. But of course, you need a lot of capital to expand. Typically, you need time. And as I mentioned, there is a risk factor here. And by moving backwards, you're diminishing the time, the capital, and the risk that you're putting at exposure. So I'm sure we've all seen the 3 Cs. This is nothing new. But again, it's like a three-legged stool. And we often see early stage companies or companies that are scaling that are out of kilter. In other words, they typically lack capital, I'm sure, while you're sitting on this presentation. But that capital has got to be supported by the ability to deploy that capital and create further value for investors. But where it ties in, as I mentioned previously, is that even if you've got this great market need and you've got your 3 Cs right, you've got to have a strong intrinsic asset position to create sustainable return on investment over time. And this is the trick, as we all know as investors. It's not just getting the initial sugar hit like the first investors in Uber did, but how do you continue to get a return on investment from that asset? So here, think about, what do you think your 3 things that you could do to create exponential growth? Is there a product or a service that you could create in certain markets? Now here, they're also not mutually exclusive. E.g., you may deploy in your home market, you may license into another, and you may even sell the entirety of your rights in a market you're not planning on going into. So these are my kind of cheat sheets. So these are the questions that I typically think about when I'm trying to scale a company. And it really starts with the very obvious one that I said at the start. Just start with what intrinsic assets you own. Think about, are you actually maximizing and sweating the asset as much as possible? Is there a strategy around that? Is that strategy now tied in with the broader business strategy? What's your capital strategy, marketing, sales, etc.? 5 is, are you actually running fast enough? And ironically here, we're seeing risk in a positive. In other words, are you taking enough risk? Are you scaling? And we typically see this in biotech and medtech. 6, I've certainly learnt this lesson the hard way. You know, asking, for example, not to pick on patent attorneys, but can I get a patent, is like asking my barber, do I need a haircut? And the answer is yes, you do. So again, you really want to be getting that advice from someone who doesn't benefit from that outcome. 7, have they spent time on the battlefield? You know, it's very hard to talk about what's the best way to protect those assets unless you've actually experienced it directly. 8, coming back to valuation, is again that first leg of the stool. Are you incorporating those intrinsic assets into your valuation? Because if you're not, you're certainly leaving value on the business. And last but not least, but if you're putting that valuation together and you don't understand how the 4 legs work, that seat is going to be wrong. And typically it will be undersized. Or as we've seen with certain IPOs, they've certainly been oversized. So to finish on a note, we're all aware that early stage companies have a very high failure rate. In fact, in this example, over 10 years, it's 65.5%. I found numbers as high as 90%. Now, the reason for failure can be addressed. And the good news is that by coming up with what that growth plan is, you can address 3 of the top 4. Now, by explaining the value, you're much more likely to deal with the bottom 2, which is running out of cash. Why? Because people know what they're investing in. They know how they're going to make their money back. So one of the ways that we do this is through what we call snapshot. And this is something that a number of investors and also operating companies, and the analogy I use here, it's a bit like a building report for a house. In other words, you need to look at where the current position of the company is and what the potentiality is. And if we use AirTrunk here, AirTrunk, we probably would have given an F- if they had have gone and patented what were key trade secrets. But by keeping them as trade secrets, they actually went to an A+. In other words, they're very investable. And so this really starts with a process of education. And again, as I mentioned, it's about getting people to ask the right questions so that they can therefore try and find the right answers. But ultimately, point 4, it's about making this actually happen. In other words, there is no point having a strategy unless you're prepared to turn it into an action. So I will finish on this question, and hopefully if I've done my job right, your answer to question 1 has now changed. And really what I'm trying to do here is get you to think differently about your business or about the investments that you're making. Are you asking the right questions to hopefully end up with the right answers? So I'm Michael Masterson. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you again to the Wholesale team to share this hopefully insightful presentation with you. One of the things that we offer any company is we're happy to jump on a call for an hour. We don't charge for that. And again, hopefully we can get you asking some new questions that you might not be thinking about. Once again, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you again to the team at Wholesale Investor.
What if you could simplify your capital raising? CRIISP Capital HQ is your beacon in this complex landscape. Benefit from our proprietary network of 33,000 plus investors and deal makers, further amplified by AI/ML matchmaking. Extend your reach globally with access to over 200,000 angels, VCs and family offices. Our intelligent deal rooms and streamlined tool suite can cut your capital raising time by up to 80%. But we don't stop there. Our platform equips you with capital raising intelligence to increase your conversion rate with investors, where your capital raising is working 24/7 for you. Are you ready to raise smarter?
Hello, welcome to the webinar. We're going to be addressing one of my favorite topics, and hopefully you'll pick up a few nuggets of information that'll be helpful for you. But this webinar is going to be focused on empathy for the investor. I remember one of my favorite bands growing up was the Rolling Stones, and they had a song, Sympathy for the Devil. Some people sort of think of investors like maybe they're not angels, they may be more like the devil, but I don't think that way. I mean, if you want somebody to give you money and provide funding to help you achieve the dream, then what this webinar is about is having empathy for that person or that organization. I'm Brad Ferber. I'm a founder of Area Advisors, which is a firm that is focused on helping founders and funders do more deals faster. And my background and experience is I got trained as a corporate securities lawyer, spent a long time in the trenches structuring deals, startups, emerging growth, IPOs, M&A. I left the law for a while and became an entrepreneur and a co-founder of several ventures, including acting as CEO of one that got fairly large before we sold it. And then since then, I've been living in various jurisdictions, again, advising. I ran an innovation center at a large research-intensive uni. And now I'm trying to bring basically the knowledge and experience that I've collected and package it up and provide that as a give back to the ecosystem. And that's what this webinar is all about, is trying to bring some of that knowledge and experience and insights to help people like you essentially do more deals faster. The way that we're going to present the information today, it's pretty simple. It's about the who, it's about the what, and it's about the where. When I say the who in terms of who is your ideal source of funding, because that's what's key. And there's lots of different fish in the sea. There's lots of different individuals, organizations. So the challenge that you have is to figure out who has the kind of capital on the terms that you're willing to provide. And how do you structure this in a way that will be attractive to them? Because empathy for the investor means you have to think about what are their wants or what are their needs or even what are their requirements. That's the challenge. Now, the insight is that once you've identified the who, then you need to figure out, okay, what is it exactly that they're looking for? And then structure something that would fall within their sweet spot. Because everybody that does deals has a sweet spot. They have a certain deal parameter. And if you're looking to entice them to do a deal with you, to provide funding, to help you achieve your dream, well, then you also have to give something. And what it is that you need to give them is something that falls within their appetite. What's the sweet spot? So, for example, let's assume that you're an early stage entrepreneur. You want to attract financing from angels, or friends, family, and fools, and or angels. What is it that you're going to need to offer? Well, with friends, family, and fools, because they're your friends, maybe they like you, they're your family, maybe they love you, or they're fools, they don't really know what they're doing. You could probably offer things that maybe are not, quote, market. But when you start talking to more professional and seasoned, say, angel investors, people that do this, what you don't want to do is fall in a situation that you're offering one set of investors deal terms that are, fundamentally different than other investors. In the United States, where a lot of this venture funding knowledge and practices come from over the last years, there's been a number of things that have developed where early stage, friends, family, fools, and angels will frequently invest in what are called SAFEs. Simple agreement for future equity. I'm not going to get into all the details of what it is or what it's not, but in a nutshell, it's a convertible security. It works like a warrant to invest in a future equity offering on deal terms to be determined in the future. Convertible debt, it's very similar in many ways, except it is true debt. Or, maybe in the market like we're in right now, investors are more inclined to say, want to do a price round. So it could be, say, Series Seed or some kind of junior preferred stock. Now, if you try to offer them something outside of that, good luck. That's kind of what those types of investors want. Now, you don't need to limit yourself to that. So, for example, you want to get access to funding from, let's say it's a government funded, maybe it's a grant, maybe there's no equity involved. And there's lots of these opportunities that are available, particularly for science and innovation type projects. And you get essentially free money, but you still have to give them something, right? So what is it that you got to give them? And in that case, you got to, frequently write very long grant proposal requests so that they can justify why they're giving the money to you and not somebody else. That's what I'm talking about, sweet spot, is having empathy for the funding source so that they can go back to whoever they're accountable to, whether it's, if it's an angel, their husband or their wife, or if it's, say, a funding source, a government funding source, the people who review those and make sure that they're not going to look foolish, frankly, for having provided this funding at some point down the road when that gets assessed. So what's the solution? The solution is to do your research, to educate yourself. What are the specific terms and conditions that the funding source wants, needs, and maybe is required to get in order to be able to not just say yes, but to say yes, sign, deliver, and fund. You want that money to hit your bank, boom. And in order for that to happen, you need to understand what it is that you need to give them to get to that end result. That's the solution. That's the goal. With each different type of funding source, the who, you need to make sure you understand exactly what you need to give them, which brings us to the next. So what is the what? The what is essentially creating something that's compelling, a compelling offer. And by that, I mean something that's attractive. Do you have the right deal terms? Is it within the ballpark range? Is it within market? And for any deal, there's a little bit of a range. Do you have all the right terms and conditions that this investor needs, wants, needs, and or maybe requires? Have you packaged it up? Do you have, whatever it is, what's the valuation? Is it right? What about, is there preferences or liquidation preferences? Is there protective provisions? Is there anything about it that they need to have that have the ability to offer in order to make it fall within their sweet spot? Is it actionable? I mean, how hard are you going to make it for them to actually not just say, yes, I want to do it, but to be able to actually sign, deliver, and fund? And I deal with a lot of companies that are operating internationally. And so they may be incorporated in one jurisdiction, but they're trying to raise capital from investors in another jurisdiction. So you might have to translate documents from one language to another. And all of those sorts of things. Is it possible to use an electronic signing, which is great? Some places, amazingly, still don't do that. And that becomes a bit of a hassle. Do you both have a compelling offer in terms of the economics and control, but also do you have a compelling offer in terms of how easy is it for them to take action and provide the funding? What's the insight here? One of the things that I find amazing is that a lot of entrepreneurs, I think they underestimate how much time and energy, resources, frankly, it takes to create something that is, in fact, a compelling offer. If you want to build a product or a service, let's say you're a tech company, you're going to have to hire a lot of different people. You might have, if you're building a software as a service company, you've got a dev team, you've got marketing, you've got this. It's labor intensive. It's actually pretty expensive. And the whole goal is to build, a service or a product that achieves what's called product market fit. Well, product market fit with customers, paying customers, is really no different than what you need to achieve when you're trying to pitch funding sources. Now, keep in mind, this is a big sale. If your product or service costs, say, $1,000 to an end customer, it has to be pretty good. But if you're asking somebody to give you, say, $50,000 or $100,000, does it have to be 50% or 50 times better? I mean, think about it. And so the insight here is that just like it takes a lot of time and energy and creativity to develop a product or service that achieves product market fit, it also can take a lot of time and energy and creativity to develop a compelling offer to a funding source to get you over the finish line. And do not underestimate, in my experience, how much time and frankly, how much resource it's going to take for you to get there. So what is the solution? How do you create the solution? That's an important question. What I have found in my experience is that before you go to market and present this compelling offer, you first need to have a full team. And the full team, frankly, is going to help you figure out both the who are we trying to get the money from, and the what is it that we need to offer? So first and foremost, obviously, you as a founder may need other founders, co-founders. And a classic thing you find in some of the tech companies is, you got the hacker, you got the hustler, you got the design person. Now, you don't have to have that. You could be a solo founder. But a lot of times what I find is that people have something that wants to incorporate the latest flavor of the month. Oh, yeah, we're an artificial intelligence company. Really? That's great. Do you have anyone who knows anything about artificial intelligence? Well, we're looking for that. Oh, okay. So you got to make sure your team is full. Do you have the right advisor or advisors? A lot of companies, they can't rely on just one advisor. They may need several directors. Are you a company that has one director, or do you have, say, 2 or 3? Crucially, particularly if you're offering something that requires compliance with securities laws in one or more jurisdictions, do you have competent corporate securities lawyers? Are you a company that is an innovator? And if so, then you need some kind of intellectual property protection. And do you have the right legal team in place? What about your financials and your financial model? Do you have financial statements? If so, do you have outside accountants who are helping you? Part-time CFO, somebody like that. Increasingly in the modern age, in order to build brand, influencers and influencer marketing, it's becoming a big thing. Do you have anyone on your team that can help engage with that audience? And lastly, some companies believe that having some kind of a organizational psychologist or somebody like that can be helpful, because frankly, startups are hard and there's a lot of stress. Making sure that the team is clicking and optimizing the interpersonal relationships and making sure nobody's getting burned out and trying to get the best out of everyone. That's important. So that's the team that ideally you would have in place. You may not have a complete team, but if you don't have a complete team, you should know that you don't, and frankly, start to address it. So that's the what. What is it that it takes to create a compelling offer? Well, before you go to market, it would be best practice. It's in your best interest to try and get as many of those team members on board and pulling on the rope, whatever the analogy is, everybody's rowing. It's a 8-man crew or whatever. Get it going and with the full team before you go to market, if you can. If you can't, get as many of those people in place as possible because it'll dramatically improve your effectiveness. So now we get into the where. We've already talked about the who, we've talked about the what, but what about the where? What does a where really mean? Where means, where am I going to go to market this particular compelling offer with a view towards maximizing my probability of success? How can I improve the top end of the funnel? Because really at the end of the day, this is about essentially funnel marketing. How can I present this offer to the largest possible market of folks who meet my criteria? That's the challenge. How do I do it? The insight is, not surprisingly, that you want to go where those people live, work, play, meet, and engage. Another way of putting this is you want to fish where the fish are. And it really is a bit like going fishing. I love to go fishing. What I've found in my own experience is that if I go to the place where I know that there are the kind of fish that I want to catch, and I have the right kit, that is to say, I have the right rod and reel, I have the right lure, or if you're a bait fisherman, bait, that you can go and you present this, and then you make sure that you're there when they're there and when they're feeding, right? It may be that you go, let's stick to fishing, to a particular river, and the fishing is great in the morning, but not so great at, say, 2 p.m. Are you there at the right time? Are you there when the tide is high? This is the key, is how do you know where to go to market? Getting beyond just the fishing analogy, it's like, okay, if I'm living in, say, one jurisdiction and I know that the kind of funding sources that I want and need are in a different jurisdiction, how am I going to present this opportunity to them? And in the old days, it probably did require that you would get in the car or get on a plane or a train or however you want to get there and just go and present. I think that's changed a lot in the last, say, 10 years or so. And we'll talk a little bit about, different places and different marketplaces where you can find the source of capital that you're looking for. What is the solution here? You need to build Effectively, you need to build a funnel. You need to build a spreadsheet, or you need to have a CRM system, or you need to have some kind of a presence within, say, a portal where you can present your offer to the largest pool of prospects who are interested in funding companies that are at your stage, in your industry, and in your geography. And if you know what you're doing here, you need to present them with an offer that you believe is currently market in order to help them essentially sort through all the available opportunities to determine which ones are the right fit. That's the solution. Again, there's lots of different types of funding and different types of funders. But if you're, for example, looking for early stage, pre-seed, maybe it's angel money, where do you find these people? There are, lots of communities that have local angel associations. You would want to make sure that you understand how they operate. And if that is the kind of capital that you're looking for, that you make yourself available within that network. If that's not, what you're looking for, somebody locally, then you need to research how do you get access to other communities. And these communities typically meet both face-to-face and they have online. Some of them have, screening committees. How do you get through those screening committees? Is there online portals and databases? And the answer to that increasingly is yes. In fact, one that we work with as, a new channel partner essentially has already pre-vetted accredited investors in multiple jurisdictions. And they've built a system where you can upload a lot of these documents and then use artificial intelligence to try and find folks that meet your criteria using filtering technology, and also likewise reveal your opportunity to funding sources that are looking for companies at your stage in your industry and in your geography. So it's a bit of a matchmaking type of a system. There's lots of those sorts of things, but make no mistake, it requires a lot of effort, a lot of creativity. Social media is another way to do it, whether it's trying to contact people through, say, LinkedIn or through X or through, who knows, there's a number of different ways you can do it. It's not easy. It's not something you delegate to an intern. This is something where you're trying to engage the funding source and make your opportunity of interest. So you need to participate. It's a lot of work, but you do ultimately, if you want success, you're going to need to fish where the fish are. So first and foremost, where are the fish? Where are the funding sources that you want? Where do they live? Where do they work? Where do they play? Where do they engage? That's where you want to be. That's how it's done. That's how you go to market. When you're participating in this marketplace of opportunity on both sides, what is it that they're looking for? There are some individuals that might see as many as 10, 15, 20 deals a week, maybe more. There are professional angels that, frankly, might see more like 200, 300, 400 a month. That's no joke. VC firms, or early stage pre-seed type stuff, they might see several thousand. Okay, what do you got to do to break through the noise? Because keep in mind, put yourself in their shoes. Okay, today I got to go through 100 unsolicited communications to figure out which 3 or 4 I want to schedule a call with. The 96 or so that they're saying no to, how do we make sure we don't give them feedback that's going to tarnish our reputation? We need to be respectful, obviously. We need to have a process that has integrity. But at the end of the day, we can't fund every deal. You just can't do every deal. So you need to have empathy that the investors have actually a very tough time trying to sort through all the noise. How can you give them something to enable them to do it faster? And the best entrepreneurs, the ones who are most successful, they don't send a 50-page business plan. Nobody has time to read a 50-page business plan. They have to be able to distill it. So think of, I don't know if you're an Apple lover or an Apple hater. I sometimes am both. But the great thing when I do buy an Apple product, it's easy. They present me something. I open the box, I plug it in, and it works. That's great. And so I'm not saying that you'll be able to go that simple, because you do have to kind of convince folks, hey, we're the right team in the right place at the right time to be able to do this thing that we're going to do. And you should bet on us. We're a good bet. But you also need to enable those sources to make decisions with limited information and in a limited amount of time. And accept that sometimes you'll be turned down from people that maybe you think you're the right fit. And so, maybe you might have to go back and pitch it 2, 3, 4, 5 times. It's like anything in life. You don't always get what you want. But if you try, sometimes you get what you need. I love that song. It's so true. I've always resonated with that idea. And so shoot for your ideal funding sources. If you can get it, great, good for you. But even if you don't, you might find somebody that is good enough. I'm not talking about settling here. I'm talking about just moving forward, moving forward with the folks that want to work with you, that can work with you and will work with you right now, because they have the funding, they have the mindset, and they have the authority, not to mention the bank, the capital, to be able to do what you need to do now. That's crucial. And timing is something where, you might meet somebody next week that 2 months ago couldn't do a deal, or 2 months from now won't be able to do. But right now, timing's right. And so I would just say going to market, participating in that market, just getting up every day and giving it your best shot. I sometimes get asked, how many prospects am I going to have to pitch this to before somebody's going to say yes? And I got to be honest, I don't know. As many as you have to. Some of the best entrepreneurs have had to pitch to literally hundreds, if not thousands, before somebody said yes. I mean, there's lots of famous examples where somebody beat their head against the wall until finally, one or two or three said, okay, yes. But you don't need 100 people to say yes. What you need initially may be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. Think of it like a funnel. I mean, if you go out to the market and you're selling a product or a service, you don't expect that every person you might talk to is going to want to buy it, right? There's a sales process. There's a sales pipeline. There's a sales cycle, and fundraising is no different. So you must be prepared, in my experience, to commit a lot of time, a lot of energy, and frankly, a lot of resource. And when I say resource, I mean money. It literally takes money to raise money. Why? Because the people who know how to do it and can keep you out of jail, they charge a lot of money. So the whole team, the people that you need, they aren't doing this for free. At least not usually, they're not. So you're going to need to talk to a lot of folks, and you're going to need to do it in a way that complies with law. You might need to talk to, again, it really depends on the kind of offer in the jurisdictions where you're offering it, but you might need to offer this and meet with literally hundreds of folks before you get your first yes. Now, you might not, hopefully you're not, but I will say this, when I meet entrepreneurs and they feel dejected, I've tried and nobody wants to invest in my business. And I've had conversations literally where I said, that's too bad. How many have you talked to? And I remember, this was a pretty good company, and the founder told me, I think I've talked to 5. And this was somebody who was in a jurisdiction, a country that frankly doesn't have much of a venture capital industry. So I think he might have pitched it to the 3 or 4 local VCs, and they all said no. I was like, well, that's it? You're doing business. You have customers overseas. You have customers in America. You have customers in Western Europe. They're buying your product. If you can sell your product in a foreign jurisdiction, you could probably sell your investment proposal. It's possible. I'm just saying, if you say, I've tried, I failed, I tried 5 times. That's just not enough. So now we're going to wrap it all up. It's actually pretty simple. If you are designing a fundraising strategy, I strongly encourage you to have empathy for the fundraising source, empathy for the investor. And keep in mind, it's quite simple. There's the who. Who is it that you ideally want to bring on board as your funding source or sources? So there's the who. Who is it that we really want? And aim high. Be specific. Know the profile of exactly who you're targeting. Once you have that, then there's the what. If we're targeting that funding source, what do we got to offer? How do we make it easy for them to say yes? What do they want, or what do they need? What do they require? Let's give them what they want. Let's give them what they need. Let's make it easy. Let's have empathy for the funding source. That's the what. And how do you do that? Well, you need to have people on your team that understand both the who and the what. They understand, of all the available sources, these are the best. These are the who. And within that, we need to offer X. This is the what. So you got to have a team. Once you do that, you say, okay, what about the where? Where are we going to find this funding? Are we just going to hang out in our backyard? Are we going to limit ourselves to our township or our city or our state or our nation? Is that it? Or are we stuck? Or are we going to, go global? Are we going to try and make this attractive in some other jurisdiction? That's not an easy decision, but it's an important decision, because once you decide the who, the what, then the where will limit how big the funnel is. You want a little funnel or a big funnel? That's what this is all about. That's the process. And if you want to maximize your success, which is what this webinar is about, fundamentally, you need to know who, what, and where. And with respect to the where, make sure that you are willing to invest the time, the energy, and the resources that you need to blow up the funnel and be successful at presenting, marketing, selling, and ultimately closing so that you can go on to the more important task, which is building your company. So we've come to the end of our webinar. We hope you've enjoyed it. Hope you learned something. If you're interested in contacting us, here's our contact information. We have a website with lots of free information, and we have information about ways that we work with founders, funders, with ecosystems, channel partners. What we're all about is helping founders, funders, and the ecosystem do more deals faster. And we appreciate your time. And good luck out there. It's difficult right now, but it's not impossible. And the best entrepreneurs and the best companies frequently do come alive and emerge in markets just like this. So it's still a great time to be an entrepreneur. We wish you all the best. Godspeed and take care.
What if you could simplify your capital raising? CRIISP Capital HQ is your beacon in this complex landscape. Benefit from our proprietary network of 33,000 plus investors and deal makers, further amplified by AI/ML matchmaking. Extend your reach globally with access to over 200,000 angels, VCs and family offices. Our intelligent deal rooms and streamlined tool suite can cut your capital raising time by up to 80%. But we don't stop there. Our platform equips you with capital raising intelligence to increase your conversion rate with investors, where your capital raising is working 24/7 for you. Are you ready to raise smarter?
All right, welcome everyone to this session of Capital HQ. I have the pleasure of welcoming Rob Cossins, CEO and co-founder at CRIISP. Rob's journey began at British Telecom as a finance intern back in the day, where he showcased his knack for innovation by implementing significant cost savings. He then honed his experience and expertise in credit risk at Barclays Investment Bank, eventually rising to the role of VP. And in a bold move, Rob transitioned to entrepreneurship by moving to Antler's incubator before co-founding CRIISP. Under his leadership, CRIISP has evolved into a pivotal data platform, reshaping how founders, funds, and lenders access and utilize private company information. Rob's unique blend of financial acumen and entrepreneurial spirit has positioned him as a thought leader in the realm of startup growth and investment. Welcome, Rob.
Hey, Hugo. Good to see you again.
Yeah, you too. Look, let's get straight into it, right? So, I mean, it'd be great to hear about your personal journey before we dive into your opinions and expertise in finding investors with data. So could you share your journey from a finance intern at British Telecom to investment banking to now CEO of CRIISP?
Yeah, absolutely, and happy to be here and share a little bit for wholesale investors audience. So yeah, my background is primarily finance. So studied economics at university and went did effectively what a lot of people were doing, which is finding a good job within finance that you find kind of intellectually stimulating, interesting, and well remunerated. So I went in as a graduate in 2011, so kind of still post financial crisis, I suppose, and learned a huge amount about analyzing companies. So at its most basic level, that's what I did for 7 years. So 3-4 years in London, and then I moved to Germany and worked on their sort of German client base for 3 years as well. So got a good chance to sort of look at companies lending or M&A, leverage finance, all these kind of big, wonderful terms that sort of make the world go around. But one of the things that I sort of noticed in my time there that was, I'd been there sort of 6-7 years, and I was thinking, this the way that we do things isn't really changing at all. That process on how banks analyze companies hadn't changed at all, and it got me thinking. I was like, where does this kind of go? Where does the innovation come from? And at a certain point, you think, okay, maybe I'm the person to do this. If someone else isn't going to build it, let's go and build it. So I left the industry in 2018 and started CRIISP alongside my co-founder Emmanuel in sort of early mid 2020, so just before the pandemic, we started working together. So we met, as you rightly mentioned, on an accelerator called Antler, and they do a fantastic job of bringing together technical people and commercial people together at the same point when they're ready to start a business. And so Scribe really started out as a way of automating my old job. So what can we do to help make this process quicker, help companies get loans faster? And yeah, fast forward to today, we have a large bank of clients that cover all sorts of organizations, all the way from large banks down to funds and increasingly founders as well. And so we're as you mentioned, we are a platform for insights about private companies. And we also license that technology to funds and banks to allow them to analyze their own privately held clients and their private companies as well. So I suppose in short, we're really, really good at structuring horribly unstructured data. And we use AI to do that. So we've got a team of engineers that deploy artificial intelligence in pretty much everything that we do. And yeah, we unlock that value for organizations. So specifically, so the focus, I suppose, of this particular conversation is around data on angel investors. So one of the things that we've done is structured a data set of over 150,000 UK angel investors and trying to solve some of these problems that founders face with data. So yeah, that's us kind of in a nutshell, I suppose.
Fantastic. And you know, when you left your position at Barclays to join Antler, join Antler, I mean, do their incubator program, that initial vision of what you wanted, was it the same as what came out of it as its first iteration, or was it completely different?
It's a really good question. So before, it's interesting, just to add a little bit of context, before Antler, I was working on sort of my idea, various ideas, for about 6 months. And I found it really hard to find a co-founder, you know, finding an engineer, finding someone who would go on that journey with me and build that product. And so coming into Antler, I sort of had a pretty clear idea. I was like, this is what I want to do. And the one thing I've learned, I suppose, is through Antler and then subsequently, and we're still learning that, is that the more you speak to your clients, the more you understand better their problems and what they're facing and how you can build solutions to those problems. So what we're doing now, although we do a lot of stuff that is very similar to what I left to do, we've learned so many things where either the market's not been ready or the product's not quite been what a regulated bank would want to buy, and all these things. So our product has changed immeasurably. When we started out, you know, we were nowhere near building a data set of information about companies. That wasn't even on the radar, but the more we spoke to people, the more we figured out how broken it was and how many problems we could solve just by using a bit of clever technology. So yeah, to answer your question, you know, being around founders, you really appreciate just how quickly and agile you have to be to build the right product, and one that people are going to pay for and that you're going to be able to scale, I suppose is, yeah.
Great. And I think, you know, this is not the point of our discussion, but I'm very interested in you know, your co-founder, Emmanuel, right? Because it's what you're saying here is still, it's very much what you wanted to build, plus, right? What was Emmanuel, when you met him, what did he want to do? Did he want to become a co-founder, or did he also have an idea of what he wanted to build? Or did he just want to become a co-founder and build great product? What was his thinking coming into this, and how did you guys align?
Yeah, it's a really good and important question, I think, in terms of aligning with co-founders on what you want to do. I mean, so his background is academia, so did a PhD in artificial intelligence, then a postdoc in London. And one of the things I think, you know, he had built and done lots of this stuff in academia, but he wanted to see some of that technology implemented in the real world. And so that really was sort of his driving motivation. And I think one of the things that, when we were first starting out, he joined a lot of the client calls that we have. Now, that's quite unusual for a CTO to be joining client calls, and he doesn't anymore, but certainly at the beginning, we spent a lot of time understanding the problems. And I think he's, you know, we're still working together. This is nearly, you know, 3.5, 4 years old as a company. But I think what drove him was finding the right commercial you know, vessel for some of his technology. So we deployed lots of stuff that I didn't know was possible until meeting him. So he very much has a stake in our product development, what we can do. And I think that's important for any kind of technical partner, I think. The other thing I'll quickly mention is he had worked on a couple of other ideas beforehand, and none of them had really gotten significant traction or had the right sort of commercial route. And I think that was also motivating for him to join someone who maybe understood a problem area quite deeply. And so, yeah, each engineer is different, but I think in our case, you know, the synergies are very, very clear to me.
Right, and I think, why an incubator? I mean, I know the value of it from an outside perspective, but why an incubator? Was it to find specifically a co-founder, or was it more so to hash out your idea and get feedback? Was it those two combined? Why an incubator?
Yeah, for me, it was mostly about finding a technical partner.
Right.
I knew there was no way I wanted to do this journey on my own. You know, entrepreneurship is very difficult at the best of times. And one of the problems I think that organizations like Anna and Entrepreneur First and to a lesser extent YC solve is this timing problem. You know, the value unlock from having a smart commercial person and a smart technical person, bringing them together in the same room is unbelievably high. Like it's extremely high. Like what lessons an incubator takes them might be useful to some people. You take what you need from it. But there's no way we would be working together if it weren't for an accelerator incubator like that. There's no way. And I know that because I spent 6 months knocking down every door, spamming every engineer on LinkedIn. Like it's hard. Like you can't just find an engineer to build your idea. It doesn't really work like that. You need someone to come on that journey with you, understand the problem, and build for that problem.
Okay, and one last question before we actually move on to the topic.
Yeah, of course, that's fine.
How long before your decision to be like, yeah, I'm leaving this and I'm joining Antler's incubator program, did you start thinking about this idea?
Yeah, so I've been thinking about while I was at Barclays for probably about a year before I left, and also I was attending lots of events on this kind of stuff. So yeah, it was quite a long time. You know, that entrepreneurial itch just grows and grows and grows, and I think if I had seen that moving internally, maybe there'd have been something where I could have helped that. But
yeah,
you know, these industries are very static, and you want to innovate.
Absolutely. And okay, so now moving on to a bit about Scribe, right? So you mentioned that at the start, it was really to solve a problem that you had seen in your industry, so investment banking. How has its current ecosystem of also tailoring for startups, founders come about?
Yeah, so we were effectively creating information on companies. So we started out, and we're still doing this for lenders, is we structure financial information from sets of accounts for lenders. So that means that they can underwrite a lot quicker. It's a really simple use case, but it's an extremely hard problem to solve that to date no one's really solved properly. So that's what we do. They save time, they accelerate. And one of the things that came up the more we were talking to both funds and lenders was that we had this kind of IP, I suppose, of like, you know, we can structure this horrible data at scale, and we appear to be one of the only companies, if not the only company, that can do it at scale. And so we use that technology to create a data set. And to be honest, the more I sort of demoed this to friends and other founders, the more they were saying, I want to pay for this. Like I want to pay for this. Nowhere else I can find this. And that's really how it got going. And so we launched that only 6 months ago. Since then, we've helped about 110 founders find angel investors who were struggling to raise or, just building around. So yeah, it happened by accident, really.
All right. And the real question here is, have you used your own data set to find your own investors?
No, but I wish I had it. We didn't have that data at the time, so I didn't. But yeah.
Future funding rounds then.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, we've now got information on, we've got the most comprehensive data set available. So, maybe we will.
Maybe at the end of this conversation, we'll go over a quick demo, especially since it's come out quite recently. I'd love to see that. Can you maybe explain you mentioned AI, how it's involved in every area of the business. Can you maybe just explain how your platform uses AI to specifically match maybe startups with the most suitable angel investors based on industry and stage? And if you have any success stories that you are allowed to share.
Yeah, sure. So I suppose when we think about our founder offering, we've got to think about the underlying data, like where's that coming from? And so in our case, that's coming from company filings. So what organizations will upload to Companies House on shares issued, the names of who owns them, and also how much they paid for those shares. So that's the sort of underlying data. And then we've obviously got information about the companies themselves. So we use AI in a couple of different ways for that process. The first is we have a fairly complex ledger system that will build up what's happening in their cap table over a period of time, and also who's paying for what shares. So we make a series of kind of assumptions and structure all of that data. I mean, it's happening in real time, by the way. Our technology will go to Companies House, scrape and structure. We use computer vision a lot. So computer vision is a pretty well-established AI piece of AI tooling where you can pull numbers and text out of PDFs, and the accuracy is really good now. The other side of it is, how do we make that data relevant for founders or investors, rather, who also use this data? And what we will also do is we will use technology to, if we have a company we don't know, and that's the case, we use this is commercially available AI to improve the industry classification of that company. So let's say you've got a new company that's, I don't know, Tech First Limited, and they're a SaaS company. At the moment, there isn't a SaaS code on any registry, so you don't know. So what we do is we have a URL for that company, which we will identify using technology. We then have an AI that goes to the website, scrapes the first page of text, and then it classifies it to one of the new industries. And we use, quite openly, we use GPT-4 to do that step. And it works really well. That's not sufficient to do millions and millions of companies, but it works very well. And so that means that if you're a SaaS founder, you can go onto the platform, type SaaS, and you've got a list of SaaS investors.
Yeah, which helps a lot, right? Because SICs are outdated, to say the least.
I'll give you a stat. There are 150 SIC codes for manufacturing, and there is one for software. So if you're a medtech investor, SaaS investor, like consumer fintech, whatever.
What if you're software for manufacturing?
That is a great question. We might have to do some work on that.
That's fair. Do you have a success story which you are able to share?
Yeah, sure. So founder, I won't name the company because I haven't asked them, but we had a founder just before Christmas was closing a round and used our platform fairly heavily and closed 65K in checks across 2 angel investors within the space of about 3-4 weeks. So he had a round that was going well, and he was really struggling to find enough investors to sort of top up, and he managed it through the platform. So he had a good success story. Again, great founder, really on it, knew what he was doing, and that helps, right?
Of course, but when I think the space that you're in and the space that Wholesale Investor are in, it's easy to sometimes forget that 85% of companies don't get past Series A, right? So success stories will take any that do well, right? So it's So I mean, even that is remarkable, right? You've already helped one founder, probably more, but you've already helped a founder close up a round of 65,000, which is remarkable.
Yeah, that was, I suppose, the thing to add about that, and the thing that interests me about this data, and whether we're the companies to do that, or whether, because we partner with a lot of organizations as well who will help steer founders. The interesting thing to me is, because you have this additional level of data that's never been available widely to people before, can you move the needle on successful fundraisers? And that's something Wholesale Investor are doing as well. Like, if you can do that, amazing, because there are a lot of great companies out there that maybe just don't know how to fundraise, or they don't know how to sell, and they need to learn how to sell. And that's the interesting bit for me.
And it's also for investors lacking deal flow, right?
Absolutely.
So both sides. I think if you drive efficiency, then efficiency and visibility and transparency, then I'm sure that number 85% will probably drop drastically within the next 5 to 10 years. So yeah,
I think so. You know, if I look at the UK, there's plenty of capital. You know, there are deep pools of capital in London, but if you look at what, you know, you pick an investor from our data set at random, you go on LinkedIn, usually you might have one mutual connection. There's someone senior in finance that doesn't want to put themselves as an angel on. You know, there are a lot of people in the UK who are active investors, but you just don't see them. And if we can, each one of them has one more investment than they do at the moment, the innovation that unlocks is huge. There are a few steps together, but that's the bit that I find quite interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. So now moving on to problems with finding investors. Maybe talk about your experience, but also the people you've spoken to, right? So if we can limit it to 3, what are the most significant challenges founders face when looking for investors? And this is perhaps in the context specifically of first-time founders.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah, the first problem is not knowing where to find, like, if you've never done this before, and you mentioned first-time founders, but it's obviously quite relevant, but most people don't know where to turn. They don't know where these professional investors exist. So what happens with a lot of early stage investors as a result of that is they do a friends and family round. So they do a round of 150K, maybe 250 of friends and family or people that are already in their networks. And that's good, but what it means is that they maybe haven't got experienced angels around the table who've seen it, who know what it takes, who've got the right networks to help them on their journey later.
Yeah.
So first problem is they don't know where to look. The second problem is that the people that are sort of put themselves out there as angels or advisors, firstly, you can't get through to them because everybody else is. It's remarkable. The competition for capital is really, really big. And so if you're targeting, you know, a famous angel investor, you're not going to get through because they are bombarded by outbound. And also, there are a large amount of people who are advisors. So they might have angel invested in one company, they put angel on their LinkedIn. And what that means is that they're not really investing, but they'll take the call. And it turns out they're a fractional sales advisor or something like this. And that's a huge time sink for founders, you know, a huge time sink. I suppose the third is, and I would say this is a problem on the founders side rather than the investor side. And the problem is really founders consistently, and myself included, underestimate just how much work it is to raise a round. And that's a problem because they just want to be building their business. They don't want to focus on fundraising because they get hit back. You know, people say no all the time. And yeah, that's the third, I suppose, big problem is trying to sort of make sure that founders are aware of just how difficult it is and how much work they have to put in. And that's I suppose, a knowledge gap that they're sort of aware of it in an abstract sense. Like, yes, fundraising is hard, but it is always a magnitude harder than you think. Certainly for us raising our funding round, it is the same for every fund.
Yeah, it's what you're saying is very interesting because I spoke to a repeat founder, a couple of them, and this came up in conversation when they were coming up with their business plan for their second, third, fourth, fifth business, whatever it was. And in their business plan, one of the top priorities with product, with sales, with marketing was fundraising, right? And from the get-go, fundraising was a top priority. Even one of them said, even before we had an MVP, we had a list, a targeted list, done our research, started reaching out with the idea behind it, with the prospect of it, just so that when we could go, we hit live and everything was ready to go. And I found really interesting. I think that's something that, yeah, as you said, people underestimate. And I've never been in that position, but I've spoken to a lot of people who have been in the position that you're talking about. And, you know, it can take months and months and months. And, you know, unfortunately, in some cases, it takes so long that you have no time for your business and that business has to close. So I think that's, I don't know what they necessarily help at incubators, but I think that should be one of the things that needs to be addressed from the get-go for first-time founders, is really push the agenda of putting fundraising as one of the top priorities.
Yeah, and as you well know, not every business needs to raise equity.
Of course.
There are plenty of companies that do well despite that. But I suppose the one my sort of stock answer to this is the power of community. Like, a lot of founders think that the way that they'll get capital is through certain investors introducing them to others, which does work. But ultimately, the best source of investors, I think, is building out your founder community. And so you'll realize that everyone's going on a similar journey. No two fundraising rounds look the same. They're all a mess, effectively. I've not met anyone, and I know a lot of founders, like, I've not met anyone that did like a clean fundraise that wasn't chaotic or messy or delayed in some way. And so I think building out that founder community is critical for this, because you'll see how others are approaching it, and you'll be able to benefit from their networks as well.
Yeah, I saw this morning. I forgot the name. I got it in a newsletter. Anyways, but one company raised, within hours of opening their fundraising round, they've raised 25 million from Sequoia and A16Z. Within hours, it was done.
I suspect that's marketing.
Yeah,
I suspect they'd had some of those conversations before, but yeah, it does happen.
So yeah, but I mean, that's like one in a million.
I'm sure they were doing very well as a company.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. If A16Z and Sequoia came in with 25 million, then it has to be something.
Yeah.
Look, you've just talked about not just any investor, but the right investor, right? And we've talked about how Scribe manages to break down SIC codes to specifics. But could you maybe elaborate on how you guys help address the issue of connecting the right investor and not just any investors?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's important firstly to define what like the right investor means. And people will raise from angels for, well, for capital, but they will also raise it for expertise and find people that are aligned with their mission, vision, that will be able to take them on to the next level, whether that's opening doors to client introductions, or if you're a consumer business, people who will give you the distribution that you maybe don't have as a startup. So angel investors are an amazing way to kickstart your business, in a B2B business through opening doors, or a consumer business through distribution. In terms of how we do that, I mean, the two major advantages, obviously, the first is industry, which is very obvious. Like, ultimately, if you reach out to someone in the same industry, they're likely going to be more interested in your company than if you just approached a random investor. The other area is also ticket size. So we show ticket size in the platform, so you can see what stage, what kind of companies, what kind of check sizes, and that gives founders a bit of power as well. They have power in the house because they can see whoever it is invested 25K last year. Yeah. So that gives founders a bit of an edge. The third way, and founders have been doing this, but only really the 1% have been doing this, is because the way the data is structured, you can see which companies they've invested in. So when you speak to them, or you're connected with them, or you outbound them, you can say, hey, I saw you invested in X, and I thought you'd be interested in X. Now, some investors might say, how did you know that? Where did you find that? Obviously, response as well, it's publicly available. But most investors will say, wow, you've really done your research. Your outbound is highly relevant to me, and therefore that will convert much higher. So, for example, when we have founders that are using our data, they'll reach out to maybe 200 names. They'll often get 3-4 meetings, something like that, which for cold outbound is a very, very good hit rate. If you're getting meetings and having conversations with investors, and obviously the more you increase the funnel, let's say, the more likely you are to get checks and meetings.
Right, and I think this probably ties in a bit to my next question. What advice would you give to first-time founders seeking angel investors then? So, if apart from using Scribe, which now I think it should be a given, having heard this conversation.
I mean, I would, as a first-time founder, I think it's never too early to reach out to investors. Not about a round, but I think if I was a sort of I am a first-time founder and still making lots of mistakes, by the way. But if I was starting out again, one thing I would do, and I have done a little bit of this, but I think I could do it much more, is I would reach out very early on in our journey and target people who forget investors and forget money. I would target people who are very senior in an industry or a sector that I'm looking to build in. So, for example, if you are building a social network, you reach out to the head of growth at Facebook and you say, hey, I'm building this. I would love to speak to you and see what views you have. You do that with 20, 30, 40 people. They're your angels, really, regardless of whether they have money or not. Like that's nothing to do with our platform, but it's a really effective strategy that I've seen work many occasions. Founders will often, first-time founders, it doesn't matter if people are, that it's their first check into a company or whether it's their 100th check. But through those conversations, not only will you get a lot of valuable feedback and a bit of a sense check on your idea, you'll also build important bridges that may help you fundraise. And I suppose the follow-up point to that is that they obviously feel that like they learn how they can add value to your business, and therefore they're more likely to invest. What I think founders do, and you're particularly likely to do this if you're doing a round, is you're pitching all these like main angel investors who invest in like loads. And as I mentioned before, they're not only bombarded, but they're less inclined to maybe come on your journey with you, and there's less of a sort of valuable relationship there. They're just an angel investor who might be able to open doors here and there, but ultimately, if they've got lots of investors, they're probably going to be less useful to you in the long term, outside of if they're working as a separate sector. So that I suppose that's what I would advise people to do.
It's a good piece of advice. And talking about the trials and tribulations of a founder, let's go maybe into particularly challenging or enlightening experience you had while maybe securing your investments for Scribe.
Yeah, I mean, two examples come to mind, and I think this is really common. I'm not going to sort of name, but we've had investors pulling out of round. That's pretty common. You see that happen fairly often. They get cold feet, or they've just lost conviction or whatever, which is fine. They're on their own journey, and sometimes they just have the money at one point and then maybe don't have the money next. It happens all the time. So we had that in our round. And also I suppose this is more of a general point. For most of the investors that have invested in us, they've invested for a reason. And they're great. All of our angel investors are brilliant. But really there is persistence required, I think, in how to get people on board at the right time. And so certainly 3, 4, 5 follow-ups helps. Investors have very few touch points to figure out how you are as a founder.
Yeah.
And that's something that I underestimated, definitely, in terms of like how persistent you have to be on this stuff and how resilient as well. Because ultimately, the longer you're fundraising, the less focus you have on the business, the more you're potentially running out of money as a company. All of these things add up.
Yeah. Look, I'd like to speak a bit about how using cap tables to find angel investors, which I think is one of the foundations of the data that you guys have, right? So 2 questions I'll ask. The first one is, how can founders, number one, leverage cap tables and data to identify potential angel investors? And 2 is, what are some unconventional insights that data from cap tables can reveal?
Yeah, and I think this is something the best founders have been doing for a while in the UK, just because the information is available. But cap tables, obviously, every founder will know, and every fund and investor will know, they contain a list of all the shareholders of that business. Now, what makes them really interesting is, well, they tell the story of that company to date, particularly in the sort of tech world. But usually, if you have a company, a very specific company, you think they've done really well. Like, I don't know, I remember doing this for Wise, for example, and I looked at who their shareholders were. But you can tell usually, if someone's got a large percentage, chances are they're probably the founders, who might be useful to reach out to. But if you're looking out for angel investors, chances are they'll have a smaller percentage. So what you can do is find that company and look at who sits on their cap table and how much percent they had. Now, this is useful, and on our platform, you can see all this data, but that just gives you very, very specific people that you can reach out to. Put very simply, and there's real power to that, I think, because obviously that link is always there. Like, hey, I see you're involved with this company, would love to chat, and you start seeing similar names and things like this. It's very useful data.
Yeah, and we've touched upon, and you've brought up the outreach strategies, right? And I agree with you on it. Although sometimes founders will still reach out to these biggest angel investors, and it might work, right? But what are, in your opinion, the key components of an effective outreach strategies to angel investors? I know you just mentioned, for example, I see that you've invested 25K in XYZ companies. I think we're in a very similar vertical, or in a similar industry, just a different vertical. Are you interested? ? But what else would you say? For example, if we're not going for your angel investor that is unknown, but more so the known ones, what do you think would allow someone to stand out?
So yeah, it's a good question. I think ultimately, like doing some of this cold outbound is part of an overall toolbox of fundraising, of which you need to use absolutely everything. So you need to be leveraging your network. You need to be asking other founders for introductions. You need to be leveraging your client base, for introductions, or even capital if you're a consumer business. So outside of all those things, I think cold outbound is a really important component. It's not the only one, but it is an important component. I think if you are trying to target a really famous investor that you like or you followed, doing a little bit of extra work on, finding someone in their network and asking them for an introduction is really valuable, because, and I've done that and I've helped people do that, and I think it's really effective, just because if someone's gone out of their way you always double opt in on introductions, but if someone's gone out of their way and said, hey, I'd like to introduce you to this company, what do you think? And 9 times out of 10, if not 99 times out of 100, that investor will say, well, look, this founder's gone out of his way to try and get me in front of this company. I'm just going to give that person the courtesy of a call. And so it works really effectively. So if you're the other founder on the other end, reaching out to, if someone asks me for an introduction to a certain person, I will always give it. And very few founders do this. And this is the one thing I've learned actually from being part of accelerator networks and things like this, is I could probably spot the outliers very quickly, because they're the founders, not just in, I suppose, in accelerators, but in the wider founder ecosystem. I can kind of spot who the outliers will be, just because they're asking me, like, can you introduce me to this? Can you help me with this? Very few people do that, but the ones that do are the ones that end up succeeding. So I suppose more specifically on outreach, cold outreach, I think if you're doing it more, I suppose more broadly, there are tools that you can use, but the key is really just to get started. So many founders paralyze themselves on not having the perfect deck or the perfect model or whatever it is. Just get out there, I think, is probably the main thing, and not worrying too much, because people have a glancing, they'll have a glance at your deck and they won't think much to it. It's just a fact of life. You're in a competition for capital, really.
I met founder. I'm not going to name them, but brilliant strategy that they had. They wanted to speak to 3 angel investors in their industry, well known in their industry, but not necessarily outside of it, but still very hard to get to. So what they did is they started a podcast about the industry to be key opinion leaders, right? And within 5 months, he or she had 3 of those angel investors on a podcast. Secured one investment from one of them after the podcast and just had a chat. Very smart.
Whatever it takes. That's awesome.
Exactly, whatever it takes. And on top of that, the podcast ended up bringing them about 10 to 12 clients. So
wow,
it's
amazing.
It's crazy.
That's really impressive.
Anything it takes. Look, now we've talked about outreach, we've talked about pitfalls. Let's talk about automation tools and recommended software. So obviously with the advent of GPT-4, just at my level, I've used it a lot, right? But I'd be really interested to find out how, what essential automation tools you recommend to founders for managing just general investor relations.
Yeah, so I mean, investor relations is a separate topic, as in like, how you're updating your existing investors. But if we're thinking about like getting people, what we have found works really well. It works well for our outbound strategy as well to winning clients. But we use a combination of 3 things really, very simply. We use LinkedIn Sales Navigator, pretty important part of any sort of sales stack. We use Apollo. Apollo is really good. And the one I have running at the moment is a platform called Meet Alfred. And that is, it's just a very simple, you have to pay for it, but it's a very simple outbounding tool where you can combine LinkedIn and email cadences. So you sort of do both at the same time. And it works where, we've won a lot of clients through cold email outbound, and these would be lenders, funds. And it works. It's a strategy that works. So those are probably the platforms that we like the most. And if you're short of capital, you can always, if you set yourself a target of 100 cold emails a day, that adds up. It compounds. You can do it.
Where does Scribe come into this?
So obviously, if you're a subscriber to us, we're providing the data, we're providing the information. So we're allowing people to have LinkedIn profiles for angel investors and allowing to set up some of this outbound.
Right. And look, keeping on Scribe and time-saving automation tools.
Yeah.
Can you discuss a bit more about how you guys significantly, first of all, cut down time spent on finding and reaching out to potential investors? And what feedback have you received from founders about time saved?
Yeah, so I think fundraising is something founders on the whole don't want to do. And so they tend to put it off, which ends up being fatal for their businesses in some cases. So I think the value that we bring is like we've started providing founders with curated lists of investors that we think are right for their business. We've done that in quite a few cases, and it works really well because they don't even have to spend the time. We know our platform inside out, so we're able to cut and paste sort of the right investors for their business. I suppose it's obviously saving a lot of time. It's giving people a bit of a focus as well. Spend the time, set up your outbound. They carve out a couple of hours. I know one founder that does it Tuesdays and Thursdays, and he sets up 2 hours Tuesday, 2 hours Thursday to do his outbound.
Yeah.
And that works really well for him, and he's met loads of investors that way. I think, I suppose that's really the value proposition. But we also have founders who use the platform for DD on investors as well. Well, they'll go in and see, is this person really who they say they are? That works pretty well as well.
Yeah, at Wholesale Investor, we say that fundraising is a sales and marketing initiative at the end of the day, because it's very similar. It's outbound lead generation if you can, right, to generate enough interest, and then kind of closing the pipeline is very similar. And
exactly the same. Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing I would add to that is like I think people need to see you everywhere. They need to see you on LinkedIn. They need to see, maybe not Twitter, but if they see you in their own space, so LinkedIn, like the messages and the email, and then they see you on LinkedIn, then they see your company on LinkedIn, you know, you change people's perception really quickly, and that's powerful as a founder.
And just a bit of a, bless you.
Thanks.
Just a bit of a left field question here. Have you know a lot of founders. Have you ever had founders who cold call investors?
Yes. Yeah. I've heard a few. I've heard it working really well, to be honest. Yeah. It does work. It takes a proper sales brave founder to do that, I think. The difficulty always is, can you get that number? And I don't play in that game. I don't know. You know, there are probably providers out there that will do phone numbers for you. The question is, how do you get hold of that number and how that goes? But I have heard founders doing it, and it does work really well.
Yeah. And look, many of our audience are keen on data-driven decision making. How does Scribe offer, I know the different kinds of insights you guys offer, but that data, it's not that it's not available, but it's hard to compile, and that's why you guys exist, right? Can you give an example of how this data has been a game changer for maybe not necessarily in the realm of founders, but for other clients that you guys have?
Yeah, sure. So I suppose that the most obvious use case is the core IP that we have is our ability to structure that data. And so we license that to LPs, so limited partners, so people who invest into funds. We sell in, we have a lot of clients in that space, and they use our platform to pull information about their underlying portfolio companies and the fund performance data, and they use that to structure all of their information. Now that's private to them, but we do the processing and the structuring. And so that's like a really horrible problem that they don't want to solve, and other companies haven't wanted to solve either. So we do I suppose I don't know how to describe it, but we do the kind of grunt work that would be offshore, done usually in India or somewhere like that. We do that work with technology, and then that allows them to build like a proper data strategy on top of it. So that's one use case. So we're using AI to sort of pull out all these numbers, structure them in a way that they can then use. In terms of the data in our platform, SES funds are using the same data to find investors for their SES funds. They're also using it to find the next fund investment because they can see which companies are getting funded. Lenders will use the platform to find, or rather private equity will use the platform to search for companies that are growing at a certain growth rate. Lots of different use cases, all with the same kind of underlying data and principle, I suppose. Like any data company, I mean, there are a lot of providers out there. What we're doing isn't particularly new. It's just finding maybe data points that are underserved or that have use cases.
Yeah, that's very true. And apart from Scribe, apart from everything we've been talking about, just on a general note, what are your thoughts on technology-driven efficiency, such as AI tools in general fundraising? And how do you think the market, and what I mean by the market, I mean the investors, are going to adapt to it?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I suppose what I would say is that if I take it on a company level first and then maybe like a wider level, on a very small scale, an investor has very limited touch points to figure out how you are as a founder, because ultimately at an early stage they're investing in you and a founding team and your ability to execute on that plan. So if you are using these tools to outbound and these kind of things, what an investor's perception is going to be, well, presumably you're doing that in your company as well. And so that reflects well on the founder, I think, if you're leveraging AI to find new things, find new data points to engage them in outbound, things like that. I suppose on a wider level, of fundraising per se is that I think AI and the tools like ourselves that are getting built on top of that technology opens out the world in a way that just wasn't possible even 3-4 years ago. And what I mean by that is, like, if you're a first-time founder and you don't know where to start, all the data is available at your fingertips. And that's I suppose the power of that technology is like knowing how to leverage that and how to use it.
Yeah.
I suppose longer term, does every investor want to get a cold email all the time from all founders? Yeah, probably not, and that becomes a that becomes a bit of a problem in itself. But
I think what will happen is we'll probably see a counter tool to Apollo that these guys who receive a lot of email have employed.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But ultimately, if this tooling grows the amount of money going into early stage companies and innovation, that's good for everyone.
Of course.
So that's the flip side to it.
Yeah. And look, I have 2 more questions for you. And then if it's possible, we'd love to see a short demo. For founders who are new to fundraising, the process obviously is daunting. Well, it's not daunting at first. Then once they get into it, then it becomes daunting probably. So in maybe 1 or 2 sentences, how does CRIISP simplify this journey for first-time founders?
So I think it gives them the confidence to know who's actually investing. I think that's really I suppose the one thing. And it gives them a playbook that they can use to find investors.
Yeah.
But very simple.
And looking ahead, obviously the UK is a very special position in that we have the company's house, right? Which I'm guessing that's where most of the data comes from. How are external markets structured in terms of that data? And is there plans for Scribe to go abroad and develop that abroad in terms of the data?
Yeah, absolutely. So registries vary. European Union, so specifically France and Germany have this data. It's something that we're exploring in the moment. Northern Europe, these registries are a little bit easier to deal with from a technical perspective. Southern Europe's harder. Like Spain, Italy, they're not as easy, not as straightforward. But yeah, we do have plans to cover those countries. I mean, ultimately, the big opportunity is really for us anyway in terms of structuring the unstructured is the US is a huge market for this. It's very much a small sort of growing market. It's less relevant for founders. But for us as a company, that's a huge opportunity as well. So it's sort of anchored around US and Europe, I would say.
Yeah, because Australia has a very similar structure to Companies House.
That's news to me, so maybe we should do Australia next.
I think it's almost the same in terms of the data structure. So that could be something.
Well, thanks, Hugo. Yeah, I'll check it out.
And in terms of what else you guys have planned apart from maybe expansions, but just maybe next product developments or anything that you're looking for in the future, looking to build?
Yeah, I mean, our mission is really around insight. Like we're developing insight. So the way that I think about us over the next 5-10 years is how can we use technology to create insight that helps people? And insight specifically, we think the biggest gap is really in private markets and private companies. And so one of the things that we're going to be launching over the next few months is generating written text about companies. Now, that use case is less relevant for founders, but it's incredibly relevant for risk departments at banks, funds, writing investment memos, all of this kind of stuff. So ChatGPT is amazing for, information that is widely available, but it really falls down when it's either pointed at private data or it gets poor quite quickly. So one of the things that we're building is something that is anchored on built on all of the information that we have available to us. So for example, I mean, we've got loads of ideas, none of which we've sort of launched. But even just a quick chatbot to help founders find investors, that's something we can do. Give me 10 investors I can speak to on this, tell me how to do it, all of these kind of things. Or helping banks and funds to write their investment memos faster with our data. So a few things on the horizon that we're kind of working on that we hope to sort of launch soon.
Maybe with the newly released GPT bots, which you can, I think, anchor into different APIs. That could be the solver there. But
yeah, lots of promise. They're not quite there yet, but lots of promise.
Lots of promise, exactly. Look, that brings me to the end of this question and answer. Do you have time for the demo?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, firstly, thank you for having me. But yeah, I'll give a super quick sort of 1 minute fly through, and this will hopefully show.
Brilliant.
Show the.
Let's maybe not do SaaS manufacturing.
Yeah, that's particularly specific. Hopefully, you can see my screen here.
Yeah, all good.
Awesome, cool. Yeah, so very simply, 2 sides to our data set, and I'm going to start here. This is the bit that founders find most useful. So this is a list of companies updated in real time based on investor name, company name, ticket size, investor type, industry, corporation valuation. So typically the way founders will use this is, let's say I want to find maybe SaaS companies, as we mentioned, or others like consumer or hardware, robotics, things like that. I'm going to search for angels that have invested at least 25K. So what this gives me, I can sort of filter, is a list of people that I can then save to a list. And I've effectively got my outbound list here that is a series of highly targeted names of people that I can go after, so I can search for them on LinkedIn and do various things like that. So yeah, that's our founder offering. If I think about the rest of the platform, which is a much wider database, but it's with a focus on privately held companies in the UK. One thing you can do, I'm just going to pick one here. This is our platform that kind of more funds are using in banks, but you have financial data about that company, and importantly, who the shareholders are. So this is a cap table, but obviously just the one entity there. Yeah, that's affected. But if this had 10 shareholders, you'd see sort of mix around the edges. So I'll just show you one I looked at earlier, actually, which was so Angel's Den is it's sort of another player in the space. You can see here their shareholders and the founders and things like this. So these are all most likely angel investors. So
brilliant.
That's effectively it. But yeah, the 30-second demo.
It's easy to say effectively it. You've built something, again, remarkable. Look, Rob, it's been an absolute pleasure. For anyone watching, please find Rob's description, Rob's details, Scribe's login or website in the description below. And yeah, thank you very much for joining us, Rob. It's been
awesome.
a pleasure.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Hugo. Enjoyed the chat.
Thanks.
What if you could simplify your capital raising? CRIISP Capital HQ is your beacon in this complex landscape. Benefit from our proprietary network of 33,000 plus investors and deal makers, further amplified by AI/ML matchmaking. Extend your reach globally with access to over 200,000 angels, VCs and family offices. Our intelligent deal rooms and streamlined tool suite can cut your capital raising time by up to 80%. But we don't stop there. Our platform equips you with capital raising intelligence to increase your conversion rate with investors, where your capital raising is working 24/7 for you. Are you ready to raise smarter?
All right, welcome to this session of Capital HQ. Today, I'm very excited to have Adam Horvath, leading figure in the tech industry. As a partner and CSO at Tapio Foundry and director at Coding IT, Adam's expertise spans across venture studio operations, technology consulting, and software development. His journey through various roles at Thomson Reuters, Fitch Ratings, H2K Gaming has equipped him with a unique perspective on the intersection of technology, business development, and strategy. So today's conversation will dive a bit into his personal journey, questions around digitalization and technology solutions, and specifically around coding IT and how they help companies build great software. So welcome to today's session, Adam.
No, hi. Thanks, Hugo. Thanks for the time. And yeah, I'm very excited to share that information with you.
Fantastic. So let's get straight into it. It'd be great to understand a bit about how your diverse experiences in different organizations that have been mentioned, such as Thomson Reuters and Fitch Ratings, shaped your approach to technology in general, as well as business development.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess my journey, the start of my career path, was a non-traditional one when it comes to digitalization and the tech industry itself. So I started as a solicitor, so I'm a European qualified solicitor coming from a legal background, and then worked for various law firms at the beginning of my career. But I guess what was quite lucky for me, because given I had a huge interest in technology, and digital transformation and how businesses take on that journey in general. The legal industry was a bit backwards and laid back when it came to adopting different digitalization and digitalization pathways. So I joined these law firms on the kind of verge and dawn of this digital transformation journey of the legal industry. So I could see different SaaS solutions, SaaS providers, digital experts coming on board at different law firms, trying to aid them and give them, advice on how that transformation should be done. We saw some mistakes being made, burning budgets, upfront budgets paid for non-delivery or false promises. But just, in general, within that sector, no one had a real expertise in what it should entail, what a successful digital transformation and technology solution implementation journey should entail. So having that knowledge and kind of observing what's happening in the scene, I decided to move on and take on a more business, corporate and transformative kind of, related path and career path. So I joined Fitch Ratings. On the FNR, so finance and risk, country ratings, and business creation within a country kind of sector. So we helped the rise, countries and businesses within those countries to find footing from a digital and technology point of view. How to set up processes, ERP systems, and just how to bloom from a technology point of view, and then have a solid foundation have a solid foundation from a technology point of view to set up a successful business. So that gave me a good foundation, and then I moved on to Thomson Reuters. And then I aided two sides of the business, or the larger corporation, where I kind of climbed the corporate ranks, finishing as a strategic manager. So we were overseeing all the strategic transformation moves from a digital point of view for all of our clients within the financial, operational, and legal industries. So yeah, we dealt with various SaaS solutions, home-built technology solutions, and consulting on really the digital transformation journey of all of these clients in different sectors. So I guess in a nutshell, that's my professional experience. And then I met my co-founding partners when I was doing my MBA in London, at CAS Business School. And we thought that we can offer something to the market, bring values from a deep business understanding, and having a deep business understanding and also having a deep technological understanding, and marrying the two and offering an end-to-end solution to our partners and future clients, from having a very deep consulting approach, and then how do we transform once we understand the problem statement and business needs of our clients into, okay, now we can develop software solutions or tech enablement for you.
Fantastic.
As a client. Yeah.
Fantastic. I was about to ask you what motivated your transition, but I think you just answered it there.
Yeah.
So let's go straight into your expertise, right? So, technology landscape is evolving super quickly, right? What it was 2 years ago is completely different to what it is today, and it's accelerating. So what are, in your opinion, the key digitalization trends that startups must adapt to stay competitive? And I know that these trends are probably only going to be around for 6 months to 1 year, right? So that's my first question. The second one is, how do startups and founders stay on top of trends?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Very good questions. And these it's a very, very exciting, and that's one of the reasons that we act in this industry, because we have a very high risk tolerance, if you like, as a business, and we like to aid entrepreneurs and founders of business. On our board, we have serial co-founders as partners, opening their third, fourth businesses. So we have that in our DNA. But the reason why I'm saying is because, these entrepreneurs coming to us when they want to develop an MVP, for example, with different ideas. Some of them, they have a very good understanding on what should be happening from a technology implementation or digital kind of transformation point of view. Some of them, they don't have an idea, but they have a vision that what that solution should do for the business, or what that MVP should entail, and how it should then scale towards a go-to-market product, for example. So we like to differentiate the thought process first and understand that what's happening. In terms of trends, what we see is quick, effective solutions, and finding a market that quickly understands what is your solution about. I think there's a lot of information going around nowadays, and you can access, obviously, throughout the internet, a lot of information about technology. People have different understanding of technology, AI, machine learning. What are these solutions, or how can I use them for my business? We can obviously talk about AI and machine learning. These are totally different, interpretations and approaches to a business. But we have entrepreneurs that they want to have usually they want to have an MVP or a product line that solves a immediate need very quickly through technology, through intelligent technology. And I mean by intelligent technology that a solution, it can be a workflow process. It can be a solution to a common problem that from time to time arises in a business. Doesn't have to be a day-to-day problem, but something that can kind of proactively assess the situation, analyze what's happening, learn from that, and adopt to the client's needs. So cutting out multiple phases of manual labor or even human thinking in that sense. So they want to have something that is quick to understand. Everyone can use it in a very quick fashion, and they understand the value proposition behind that, because it solves a problem immediately for them. So yeah, having a combination of those 4 or 5 elements, I think that these are the questions, or almost 90% that we're getting from co-founders when it comes to MVP development. Now, how they reach that, and whether it makes sense to make an overly efficient 1 to 2 to 3 kind of route development, that's the question of the matter, and we can assess that with them whether if it's useful or not. Sometimes it requires 6-7 steps once until you reach your client base. And generate revenue from that solution. But yeah, I would say efficiency and intelligence, and having an intelligent workflow that learns from previous even mistakes and previous interactions with clients and improves on a continuous basis. Yeah.
So I think, tell me if I'm wrong, right? But a lot of what you've mentioned is a lot about the back end, right?
Yes.
How important, and you say, I picked up on what you said, making it easy to use for the end user. How important is UI UX in this AI first world, this machine learning first world? Do you think it will be as important as it was 5 years ago? Is it going to be more important, or is it just going to stay the same importance? What is your opinion on this?
Yeah, very good question. So it's interesting because all the conversations that we're having with entrepreneurs and people that want to build MVPs, for example, or even other businesses that we're aiding on a monthly basis, that they have solid structures, they always start with UI UX questions. And I guess, by now, and like you said, 5 years ago, it was a big buzzword, UI UX. Everyone was learning what is that when it comes to software development or tech enablement. But by now, everyone is kind of familiar with these two phrases as what both angle does for your solution. But then I think looking under the hood and what is the next kind of step into the back end, what is it going to do for you? Because something to look good and being user friendly, that's super important. And I think nowadays what we see from clients and kind of when we're doing like go-to-market strategies for these for these entrepreneurs that they want to build MVPs is everyone wants like I said, quick solutions, but they want to understand how to use them very quickly. So that UI journey and your business identity is very important. So I would say both that plus the UI and the UX and the back end, the front end, back end together. I think it has to come in one package without a doubt. It's not even a question nowadays. I think it will stay relevant, but introducing AI and machine learning, like I said earlier, it will evolve that thinking, and I think less and less people will talk about just UI UX. It will be almost like a given that you have to have a solid foundation on both of them.
Yeah, and I found this crazy because I don't have any technical expertise, right? In this, and I don't have technical expertise. The other day I was playing with ChatGPT and the new GPTs, the store, and I was writing a blog, and I went and I found this thing that can create a website based on what you've told them, and then the website wasn't great, right? But I created a fully functioning website where I could click on different buttons to get to my blog, where the homepage, obviously the images are DALL-E generated, which sometimes are great, but in that context, it wasn't. But it did it in 15 seconds, right? And I told it to create circular minimalist buttons, and it did. And I don't know how to code, right? So I found that kind of crazy. But yeah.
Yeah. No, just onto that. That's very exciting what you're saying, actually, because we when we use ChatGPT as well, and we're trying to use AI, and I think down the line, just to dissect a bit, what's going to be very important in any workplace is that having people that are capable of using and utilizing ChatGPT, for example, or any AI, right, to help them to think proactively on purpose for the business and use them in the right way. But you're absolutely right. We actually found we kind of hit a roadblock with one of the coding and software development projects that we had. And then, we tapped into our network from a technological point of view. We got different advices, and we just thought that, okay, we got this solution. It makes sense, but let's just run it through by, AI, ChatGPT. How would it code it? And it literally, like you said, in 20 seconds, coded the solution in an almost perfect way. So, it's then you realize that, okay, that's where we are. That's what we're dealing with. But building on that, I think what we actually also recognized at Coding IT is that's why it's very, very important to have a deep business understanding and the business identity, an understanding of the business identity of this, of the startup, of the entrepreneur and the vision. Because nowadays, I could code, you could code, everyone can code almost to 99% proficiency. So it's a tool. It's not a mean, it's a mean to your goal rather than the actual offering when it comes to tech solutions.
Yeah, absolutely. And we discussed UI UX and the back end as one complete package, and that should be the foundation of any tech companies when they're thinking about their product. Now, how important is the thought of scalability? So maybe cloud solutions in terms of scalability from the foundation. In your opinion, should startups spend a bit more time building a product on a solution that is scalable, might spend more money at the start, might take more time, or should they release their MVP quicker and then focus and then worry about scalability in the future once they have received funding?
Yeah. And I think, and I know you have other questions lined up, but this is one of the most important questions that we're actually dealing with on a day-to-day basis when we're discussing projects for entrepreneurs, because we, as a team, and that's the advice that we're giving to these startups and entrepreneurs when it comes to building MVPs, is we believe in a lean kind of framework and a reverse iteration approach. So we kind of follow, if you want to conceptualize it, a build, learn, build, measure, learn kind of cycle. So what we advise is yes, let's make it happen. Let's have a quality, let's say version 1 of that MVP, but let's release it. Let's have let's have testing partners first. Let's get information and feedback early on. Obviously, the key functionalities has to be agreed on at the beginning, and it has to work, right? We can't just send something low quality to these testing partners or to the market, but kind of in a safe environment, send it out, get feedback immediately from your future or potential customer base. And then what we do is that we gather that information immediately and we reverse iterate from that. So then we start, scalability from the moment that you sent out that first version of the MVP to your client base. And it's just it's much more cost efficient as well, but also you spend your money better because after the first phase you have immediate information on what should be iterated, and you spend money on relevant feedback and update rather than you trying to figure out what would be best. You spend a lot of money on it, and then the rubber hits the road, so to speak, and you get a bad client feedback. And there are some features maybe that you spent a lot of money on that is not needed in that given phase. So yeah, that would be our advice, and that's just our perspective on it.
Fantastic. I think those three come in. So those three things we talked about: UI, UX, backend, and scalability. But the fourth one, I think, which is really important, is I'd love for you to touch on, is cybersecurity or security in general, right? Whether that's data protection, cybersecurity. How important is that from the foundation of a business? When maybe you have one or two clients, is that crucial then, or is it crucial for later down the line?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think we think, security is always very important, especially when you're dealing with, for example, in the financial industry, you're dealing with, not just financial, but personal sensitive information of your clients. So it really depends on the industry. If you're dealing, with an industry like this, then from the get-go, you have to have, kind of end-to-end securities in place. How you store your data, how do you extract data? If it's through machine learning, for example, how the computer or the software is instructed to extract that information in a safe way. So yes, I would say it's industry, dependent, but sooner or later, if you grow your business, and obviously they aim to have a very successful business, a large organization, if that happens, then you will have to have securities in place. Now you do it from, through third parties. There are great security partners that we partnered up with, and they just have an end-to-end security solution for all phases of business growth, off the shelf, if you like. Or you want to develop something on your own. It's a budget conversation, but the qualities are out there in the market right now to use in any in any development phase of your business.
Okay, great. Great. Look, let's move on to more about AI, around the relevance of it and its implementation challenges. So what do you believe are the primary challenges startups face when implementing AI technologies, and how can they overcome these hurdles?
Yeah. So, well, first of all, I touched on it earlier. I think what we see is people have maybe the wrong understanding of AI. We come across a lot of companies that they say we have AI, and we developed AI. And, when you really, and I think down the line, when everyone will have a better understanding of what is really AI, and you will see more chat GPTs evolving, then it's going to be even more important to have a really good understanding of, okay, have you instructed a software workflow procedure through machine learning to do proactive learning for your workflows and your business, or you actually developed an AI that AI should mimic cognitive functions of a human, right? and proactively build things for you, just like, a chat GPT does. But I think we are very far from a technology point of view, as globally, to have a fully fledged AI. And obviously it costs billions to develop that. So when a company comes to us, or an entrepreneur saying that I have an AI, I developed it, we always a bit cautious of, okay, is that real an AI, or have you implemented a machine learning function that is capable of AI-like functionalities? So I think that's the first conversations that we're having. And the hurdle really, if you like, comes there to have an understanding of what we're trying to utilize, AI, machine learning, for example, for within the business, and how we're trying to implement that. And then to answer your question, the biggest hurdles is if it comes to, let's say, 99% of the time it is through machine learning, right? And instructing a piece of software to do something for your business, and, learn from past mistakes, past, endeavors with your client base, and workflows within your business, and build upon that, and give you a better version of these workflows every single week or day. Then, the biggest hurdle is, how do we instruct them? How do we make sure that it actually serves your business purposes? So finding that business purpose, and then instructing the software to do, kind of proactive learnings and efficiency improvements based on the day-to-day work that it does for your function. But it's an absolute necessity. I think that's the future. You can already see that how these workflows outscale just humans and human labor, and how they eliminate human error from any of these workflows. So yeah, definitely that's the way forward, and that these are the, I think, going back to your original question, recognition, identification, and what's needed, and how do you instruct that piece of software to be AI like, and having to, and being able to think for you in a proactive way, from a learning point of view.
Right. You mentioned those three things, but I want to touch also upon data, right? So yes, how important is data quality in AI projects? I've seen talks about synthetic data being talked about. Obviously, I'm not in this space as far as you are, but yeah, I just want to find out a bit, because some startups might not have access to that data, right? But they still need to train their models.
Yeah.
So how important is data quality in AI projects, and also what's on the horizon for synthetic data?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, it's a big buzzword, as you said, synthetic data. And, everyone would like to have synthetic data that it's absolutely high quality. We harnessed it from the right solutions, from the right workflows throughout the day and throughout the week, or expansion of our business. And we use it for our, growth goals, and to our growth potential in the best way. But everything that we do, whether we implement, machine learning or AI-like solutions, or any technology solutions through that digital transformation, phase, for an MVP build or for an existing company, is always the end conversation is always data, because you're always able to harness data, whether if it's synthetic or is not so relevant data. At the end of the day, that's the matter of the conversation, or that's the question at the end of the day. But how do you utilize that data? Because you will always have data, and you never think about it, that how actually easy to harness that. Then how do you conceptualize it, and how do you build on that down the line? So I think the best performing businesses, what we've seen, were the ones that proactively from the get-go thought about, okay, that's going to be my MVP, is going to solve an X problem, but I'm going to harness data from the get-go, because we don't know what kind of offerings we can make out of that data. And as a baseline, we can just improve client engagement, efficiencies on a day-to-day basis, and on an operational basis as well. So yeah, how do you harness that data? How do you make it the highest quality, and how do you then use it? And that's the kind of breakdown that we take through our clients usually. But it's absolutely, to your point, is the future. We've seen entrepreneurs that they had an MVP idea, and they started gathering data on a solution, and actually the data collected spawned another offering that was bigger than the MVP itself, just going through testing partners and a go-to-market strategy. So it's Yeah, I would definitely have a keen eye on and an open eye on data that is collected through that journey, and trying to utilize it in a in a financial savvy way immediately, to see whether there is another offering on the back of it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just from my perspective, right, from my little level, I'm trying to implement something whereby we have because right now for customer success, that's my current role, right? Helping clients make the most use of our software. We have so many siloed datas, right? Whether it's qualitative or quantitative, it's all over the place. I'm trying to pull it all together into one database. And I don't have any technical expertise or experience, but I think just having been able to put together, for example, the amount of time a client spends on the platform and the feature usage and all of this has helped put together, for example, a health score, which allows us to make better and more informed decisions, be proactive instead of reactive. And that's just on a small level, right? So I can only imagine companies who are ML / AI driven from the get-go, what they can do with that sort of data. So it definitely is very, very interesting. With what we talked in mind, we talked about how startups today should implement those as base strategies. What advice would you give to startups that are already along the way, right? Who are maybe 2, 3, 4 years down the line and are looking to integrate AI into their existing business models?
Yeah. I mean, the first question we ask when we come across businesses like this is that, first of all, what are you trying to achieve? Why do you think that would, does it add value to you right now? And I think that kind of business analysis comes to play at that point, from a financial, operational, sales growth point of view. Would it add value to you? Or, some companies, they're trying to, I'm not saying that, it's not needed, it's definitely needed. But some companies, they sometimes we find that they're trying to be trendy. They're trying to implement everything. They buy SaaS solutions because they have a bit of money, and I think it's real thinking has to come to play, because nowadays you have so much offering out the market, and so many people give you so many different advices that, it's easy to burn your budget and money. So is it the right thing, first of all, that you want to do? And second of all, what do you have? You must have something in place. Then how do you bootstrap that information, that data that you gathered, or all these technology solutions that you have? And why and how do you want to take them to the next step? I guess these are the very basic but fundamental questions.
I guess this is where my next part, the next section of this interview is going to go, is how you guys come into this, right? So, first things first, I like to talk a bit about Tapio Foundry. That's the parent company of Coding IT, which is kind of the subject of the second part of this interview. But I'd like to first touch upon Tapio Foundry. Obviously, its inception was in 2022, and has been a leader kind of in scaling fintech businesses and supporting early stage startups. Could you elaborate on a bit on the core strategy that drives Tapio Foundry in selecting and nurturing startups, especially in the fintech sector?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's right. So Coding IT is 100% owned by our holding company, which is Tapio Capital. And Tapio Capital is essentially a venture builder. But what we do is we come on board. If we obviously like your entrepreneurial idea and we see potential in it, we come on board in exchange for sweat equity. But we work not just on the business, but in the business. So operationally, we will handhold you and work alongside with you. Now, we have different portfolio companies now, or partners. And they have different needs. So they all tech-based, largely fintech solutions, where obviously technological, build the MVP enhancement or actually just generating an MVP is key, and that's priority. So we can add the technological capabilities of coding IT and our tech team. But beyond that, we have legal, financial, sales, marketing, strategy, and all these operational capabilities that we can add to your business. And depending on the scalability of your business and the phase that you are in, what you need, we put emphasis and effort from an operational point of view on that. So the aim is to obviously grow your business, get to the level that you are ready to receive, investments. You are able to receive capital, but also to attract a market. So our fundamental kind of mandate is to build a MVP that can attract a market immediately. Because it's always good to have a lot of capital and attract investors. But most of the investors, as we know, they're always looking for a company that has some traction, and or has an idea how to gain traction. We're trying to kickstart businesses from an operational technical point of view to be on that level.
Okay, and just so the listeners can make that distinction, could you maybe with coding IT, do you need to be a part of Tapio Foundry to have access to it, or vice versa? How does that work?
Yeah, very good question. So Tapio Foundry, in a very simple way, it focuses on startups and scale-ups. To make that entrepreneurial journey easier and obviously reach a growth potential that entrepreneur wants to see. Whether we have to put in operational capabilities or technical capabilities through coding IT, that's again, it depends on the needs. So coding IT operates on its own. It's an independent company. It basically what it does is we aid different businesses. It doesn't have to be an MVP build or a startup or a scale up. We have large telecommunication companies that we successfully partnered up with, and they are our clients. But we aid their digital transformation, technology implementation needs at any given phases of the business. We can build different platforms from scratch for them. It can be a CRM system, accounting, billing system, sales outreach platform, for instance. But also, most of our clients, what they need is like I said earlier, they already have some functionalities. They implemented machine learning, they implemented different off-the-shelf SaaS solutions, but they don't really, correspond. They don't know how to utilize them, how to, connect that ERP bubble and make it one. So we help them to bridge those gaps and build bridges between different functionalities, different teams, different channels. So, for example, one of our most recent clients, they wanted to bridge a gap between billing and accounting, and then how do they interact with their customers through the billing phase, and obviously extracting payment from them. They have more than 1,000 clients globally, and they were doing everything manually when it came to creating invoices and billing them. They had a department with 15 people that they were just using templates and creating all of that. But their accounting system, on the other hand, was really efficient and really high end. They spent a lot of money on that, implementing SaaS solutions. So that was a very efficient tool that they used. But the billing was not connected to that in the invoicing, the first kind of phase of extracting payment from their customers. So what we've done, we've rebuilt that system. We built a system from scratch that corresponded with the accounting platform that they had already in place, and they could extract data through that, how they dealt with their customer base through the billing phase, but also it made them more efficient to come up with new pricing and discounting rates, and what you talked about to have a health score for their clients from a billing point of view. Are there delays in payments? Do they have budget for the next cycle? And it just made it much more efficient for them. So that's just an example that what we've done from a build and bridging kind of point of view.
Okay, great. And before we go deeper into the other things that you guys do, I wanted to talk a bit about your pricing model. It's very different to others out there, right? So can you talk a bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we like to think that this is one of the and what we've seen from now from clients is that one of the differentiators is how we approach pricing. And I think it comes from the overall Tapio thinking, dealing with entrepreneurs, because we understand how, budget is crucial and budget is king, especially when we're building something from scratch. And we're trying to, approach it from rather than, okay, we have, list pricing. There is a cost element to how much these services cost. But we're also trying to be very consultative when it comes to pricing and fit into cash flows. So we ask quite bold questions from our customers. What is your cash flow looking like? beyond just have you allocated budget to it, but how much do you spend on certain items and services throughout the month? So how can we fit into that then? And it's a open kind of ended financial conversation and negotiation on pricing. But then we're trying to adjust and tailor our services compared to what's needed. And sometimes, we have to strip off some capabilities and service offerings that we want to do because the budget, the cash flow doesn't allow it. But we believe in growth and fundamentals sometimes to implement fundamentals from a technology point of view. We rather spend, we rather have a client that spends less, but we provide something very high quality, then that can scale, because then we're looking for long-term partnerships. So we have different milestone based, if you like, project based pricings, but we also have a subscription based model as well. That our customers, some of them we pay a flat fee, and then for that flat fee within the month, within agreement, we do certain technology and digital transformation work for them. So it's quite open, conversation, and we try to find a way to help, really, rather than just that's the price and you take it or leave it, right?
Yeah, and it doesn't seem to be hurting the quality as well, because you guys have been recognized with awards in your 2 years, like the Innovation in Business Technology Innovator Awards in 2023, where you won that. So, 2 questions here. How do these accolades reflect on the quality and innovation of your services? And 2, compared to the other business models out there, and what you've just mentioned, how do you make it so that, and taking into account that over 60% of software projects fail, and there's also a tech skills shortage. So how do you guys make it work?
Yeah. So very good question. So on the accolade side, so one of the most one of the proud ones that we won was for being innovative. So one of the newcomers to the market, to the tech market, but also being one of the most innovative when it comes to solution offerings. So, and I think what that award recognized was we trying to, it's a commitment from the business. We're trying to deliver something high quality, and then we look pricing. So first we look at quality, and then we look at pricing. It might not be a good business model all the time, but you have to draw a line in the sand. Just because most of our clients actually come to us after failing with other providers, or they try to implement something which failed. So we have to recognize the fact that they're coming out from a phase of spending money on a solution, spending money on spending time on a business relationship with a provider that didn't work out. So how do we build on that? How do we differentiate from that? How do we bring back that relationship to track alongside with the pricing model that actually drives value for them? And then when it comes to hiring, and expanding our tech team, it comes down to interviewing. We have a great CTO in place whose mandate is to bring quality and drive quality, and look at quality first, and then obviously pricing later. And we're trying to find like-minded people that they understand from the get-go that we deliver something that is high quality, and that will drive a long-term value for the business, rather than punching our clients with high pricing, and if they like it, they like it. If not, not. And sharing risk as well. Sorry, just to build on that. I think it's very key that because of the high failure rate in the market of all these tech projects, we're trying to be very transparent on what we do on every single day. So the customer can see, what they're paying for, but also we have that risk of quality in place of showing them what we do for them. So, but it requires very tight project management, and that's what we're trying to do.
Great. I think, the awards exemplify that, right? So I think moving on in terms of how you guys help startups, right? Because you mentioned that you also work with telecoms, but I think let's focus on startups for a bit here. For startups at their early stage, right? How do you assist in their MVP development process? And what makes your approach, apart from the financial side, distinct in the tech development landscape?
Yeah. So what we're trying to do is obviously, like I said earlier, this kind of deep business understanding, and obviously the expertise that all the partners bring in from an entrepreneurial point of view, comes into play. We're trying to identify that, okay, what's the problem statement of the MVP? What are we trying to achieve? And once we have that, then then that's the X factor, if you like. That's the decision making coming through all the partners on board, saying, okay, we see potential, in this MVP, in this entrepreneur. We would like to work with you. I think that's a long run for us. We would participate in this, and building something quality for them. We see, we don't approach it in a transactional basis, if you like. We approach it in a long-term relationship. We want to help you. We want to provide something to the market, a MVP that makes a difference. We would like to participate in that recognition journey as well, because it all adds up, right? If you do a good quality work from a technology point of view, that MVP, or from an operational point of view, that MVP will be successful, everyone gets recognized for the work. It's the differentiation in mindset, I think.
Okay, great. And how does Coding IT ensure that the software solutions, when you work with startups, are not only tailored to their unique needs, but also ensures that they can be scalable as they grow?
Yeah, so it comes back to really the lean framework that we use, and really comes back to the reverse iteration idea that I explained earlier. So what we're trying to do is that, for example, as a use case, we built a matchmaking platform for a candidate and a hiring a company. So essentially a recruitment platform, which brings in key differentiators from individuals, and trying to match needs on a personality base rather than just skill based. So we brought in different algorithms, and different measures from university, a teacher as well. But what I'm trying to say is that what we've done is we went out to the market. We actually picked up the phone. We interviewed hiring managers. We interviewed HR managers in different businesses, and just talking about the idea. People love, that's what we found. They love sharing ideas. They love sharing their expertise. If you would have a solution like this on the market, or you as a HR manager, would you be using this? Is that of a need for you? And then we just through hard labor gathered information first, and then we developed an MVP based on that, and then we released the first phase, as I said, or version 1.0. We gathered information again on that and iterated, and in that reverse iteration, and constant market feedback. And if you have to pick up the phone and get that through that, then we do that. But I guess that information flow is the key.
Right. And in your experience, we talked about technology hurdles at the start of our conversations, right? But what are the most common technological hurdles faced by startups that you work with, and how does your approach help overcome these challenges efficiently? I mean, the lean model helps, but just in general, maybe if you can pinpoint, I don't know, one or two different hurdles and how you guys overcome that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it's these two intertwine, like you said, it's lead framework as well. And then, getting feedback from a customer base. But I think is also, the biggest hurdle is what we see is, like I said, first is maybe the understanding of a product market fit. How does it fit best? What do you need to achieve to have a invincible, bulletproof product to fit the right market? Now we had examples where actual, entrepreneurs, they had a great solution in place. They already built something, whether it was through a SaaS solution or a off-the-shelf kind of implementation, but they thought it's not good because they looked at the competitive landscape. They looked at their direct competitors. They thought that they're doing something different, and they wanted to build something from scratch and left all that money they spent on existing solutions behind. Whereas, we came on board and actually unpicking everything they had, we realized that you have a very solid solution and you can compete in the market, and you have different differentiating points than what you thought first. And it become a successful start and growth procedure for that company. And then just, I think, driving back that thought process into, you don't have to always build something new. What you have can be capitalized on. So that's one thing. And the other one is, I think, timelines. I'm talking more about operational side of things here. But like we said, the technological capabilities are there. We are language agnostic when it comes to stacks, or we have multiple different technological partners that we can tap into their networks or knowledge base. So knowledge and execution is not a problem. It's really I think is being fair to that entrepreneur. That what they want to do, and what time frame they want to achieve that, and then just hammer it home internally as well that. We're working with John. John wants this to happen in 2 months. We think from a business point of view that's realistic and it's needed. So we actually execute on it. And if you don't have, if we can't sleep at night, we can't sleep at night. But we put the hours in to execute on it. So I would say time frame and mindset that what do you really need? These are the big hurdles from a vision point of view. And then execution is funny enough is not that difficult at the end.
Great. And so that's a qualitative value add.
Yes.
Now let's go a bit into the quantitative value add, if that's okay. So for potential clients looking to understand the value addition from coding IT, could you share how you measure success and ROI in your projects, and what metrics or outcomes can clients expect when partnering with coding IT for their software development needs?
Yeah, absolutely. So every project that we take on board, we have direct, ROI measuring kind of capabilities and metrics that we put in place. So whether they want to increase, like I talked about HR efficiencies, then, we quantified, by 20%, in a given time frame. How did you improve? Why did you improve? How can we get that 20% improvement rate that you're looking for?
Right.
And on a monthly basis, through solid project management, we stick to these goals, because we, again, just coming from that entrepreneurial background, it doesn't matter if we deal with a small company or a large company, they always have needs, right? That's why they spend money on these technological solutions. So we set ROI goals from the beginning. We're talking about them, and sometimes, they're not achievable. Sometimes we achieve even better rates that they initially thought of. But it always starts off, okay, you want to increase your HR capabilities and efficiencies by 20%. How can we get there? And we measure everything, leading to that pathway through budget, through time and effort and input. And for example, I mentioned earlier with the partner that we built a billing solution for them, an accounting solution. We found out that once we breached the gap between billing and accounting, whilst we were doing that procedure, we found out that they're actually losing, thousands of pounds every month because they can't translate data or transit data from one to another. So that was an immediate quantifiable, outcome of, okay, you're not going to lose that money anymore. That's, money not lost is earned. And so that was a great success story as well. But we're trying to have, direct KPIs on either growth rates or tangible outcomes in money saved or money earned.
Okay. And for startups interested in your services, what are the initial steps to engage with your team? And is there a process for assessing a startup specific needs from your end to align your services with their strategic tech objectives?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we love to have a conversation. We have a kind of mantra internally that there is no such a thing as bad idea. So we would like to hear about that, engaging us. So I'll provide obviously our contact details, but the initial phase is to having a conversation, a half an hour call with the team and assessing your business from a business analysis point of view. Obviously having our CTO and the tech team on the call as well, and then developing an idea that what you need and building on it from a technological point of view. So I think a business analysis, that's the first step. And getting to know you and getting to know your idea, because there's a reason why you had that idea as an entrepreneur. So we would love to hear about that.
Great. For anyone who's interested in speaking to Adam or the team at Coding IT, his details will be below with the link to the website. And one last question for you, Adam. So if you were to give a couple of tips, let's narrow it down to 3, or else we might be here all day. For a founder wanting to launch their MVP or start developing their MVP, what would be the 3 biggest things that they should be aware of before starting?
Yeah. So I guess is the first is is about your vision. Like I said, does it solve a problem? That's the old cliche, but that's a very important. Does it solve a problem? Second, what are the capabilities internally? What do you have? Do you have is it just yourself? Do you have a team around you? Do you have anyone to tap into? Because we don't know what we don't know, right? Until you meet someone or tap into capabilities. So how can you expand that? And third, having a time frame, I think in mind, what do you want to achieve and how much budget do you have, but also, how long will it take to make it to a success? And I mean success by just launching the 1.0 version of your MVP and
Right.
to start gathering that customer feedback. So that would be these are the 3 points, but also these 3 points are also discussed in our initial phase when we're partnering up with future partners.
Fantastic. Well, look, thank you very much for everyone for listening in, and thank you very much, Adam, for taking the time today. It's been an absolute pleasure. And again, if you'd like to get in touch with Adam or his team at coding.it, all the information will be in the description, which you can find. But thank you very much, Adam.
No, much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks.
What if you could simplify your capital raising? CRIISP Capital HQ is your beacon in this complex landscape. Benefit from our proprietary network of 33,000 plus investors and deal makers, further amplified by AI/ML matchmaking. Extend your reach globally with access to over 200,000 angels, VCs and family offices. Our intelligent deal rooms and streamlined tool suite can cut your capital raising time by up to 80%. But we don't stop there. Our platform equips you with capital raising intelligence to increase your conversion rate with investors, where your capital raising is working 24/7 for you. Are you ready to raise smarter?
All right. Welcome, everyone, to this session of Capital HQ. Today, I am privileged to have Tom Maples, CEO of Revenue Catalyst Limited, or RevCat in short. He's a revenue and CS leader, C-level leader, known for his remarkable journey in driving predictable revenue growth across various industries. Tom's extensive experience, ranging from his military service to spearheading innovative revenue strategies, has positioned him as a thought leader in the field. In this session, we'll dive deep into his experiences, the RevCat method, which is a unique approach blending AI-driven strategies with traditional revenue management. We'll explore the pivotal role of a chief revenue officer in early-stage companies, understanding how this position can be a game changer in driving sustainable growth and recurring revenue. Tom will also share his personal insight on industry trends, the challenges and triumphs of his journey, and the outlook of revenue growth management. And for the founders and investors in our audience, this is a golden opportunity to gain valuable insights and consider the potential of RevCat in your growth strategy. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you, Hugo. Quite an introduction. Thanks.
Great. So let's go straight into your journey so far. So journey from military to founding RevCat. So given your diverse background from military service to leading positions at multiple companies such as Salesforce, how has this journey shaped your vision and approach in founding RevCat?
Sure. I think the military is sort of well known for what it teaches you. You learn nothing about commercial, but you learn quite a lot about managing teams, and leadership is quite an overused word, but you do learn a bit about that. And I think there I learned how to tell people what to achieve rather than what to do. And I think then I accidentally fell into tech, and Salesforce is an amazing company in terms of teaching people the science behind selling rather than, excuse me, I cut myself shaving this morning, so and teaching people the science behind selling rather than the art of trying to charm people into buying stuff. And I think taking that knowledge and the knowledge from the military allows you to be something approaching a CRO, because you can tell people what target to achieve or what metric to achieve, whether they're a salesperson, a lead generator, customer success. You don't necessarily have to tell them how to do it. You obviously support them, give them what they need, but you don't have to micromanage them. So it makes it quite an enjoyable experience. So after Salesforce, I took some of the knowledge I'd taken from there, and I don't pretend to know everything they do, but I started working in startups and basically becoming a chief revenue officer. It's quite a grand title because there are chief revenue officers of companies with 20,000 people, and there are chief revenue officers of companies with 20 people. So I started near the bottom, and I think that's really where I began to implement the science of sales and learn, a number of lessons from it. But yeah, I hope that sort of answers the initial journey. And then the most recent iteration of it is becoming a fractional CRO, working for multiple startups at the same time, which is great. It's really challenging because you've got everything from social impact tech platforms through to cybersecurity and others. But the science behind it is almost always the same, and that led me to think, well, why can't we get AI to essentially do this better than most humans, or at least provide a co-pilot for founders? So, it's a pretty scientific process, as I've said. So why can't AI do it better? It can access more data, and that's what we've built with RevCap.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually saw a report yesterday. The world's fastest supercomputer can compute 5 quintillion calculations in a second. And what really put into context is if you take all human beings at any one point, doing one calculation every second, it would take them about 10 years to get to that, and they do it in a second. So that's where we're going. Look, in terms of, you went from public service with the military to a public company, right? To now smaller companies in the private space. What led you to make those transitions? So the first one from the military to Salesforce, and then Salesforce to going to startups.
Sure. So the army or the military, and people may disagree with me on this, is kind of unlike any other career, especially as a junior officer, in the sense that most careers get more exciting and enjoyable the higher up you go. And I'm not pretending being a general isn't interesting. I'm sure it is. And I worked for one and I saw it. But the army is really exciting at the beginning. You're on the ground, you're with soldiers, you're at the coalface, and then you kind of end up sitting at a desk a bit more frequently the higher up you go. And I didn't really want to do that. So I wanted to get out while I could. And I'm not saying there's an end point, but some of my friends who stayed a bit longer have struggled. So I got out and decided that the thing I really needed to do, having spoken to friends of mine in the commercial world, is to understand the financial side, the sales side, the commercial bit. In the military, ops is king. It's the sexiest job. Outside, in my opinion, commercial is more interesting than ops. So that shift was an interesting sort of mindset, mentality shift.
Right. And then going from Salesforce to, you had a good position there, to moving to working with startups. So you talked about 20,000 moving to 20-person organizations. What made you take that change and want to do that?
I think it's I've spent enough time being a small cog in a big machine, and I don't think you can affect as much change. I by nature have quite a high tolerance to risk, and I actually ended up leaving during the pandemic and helping a company that was trying to help companies during the pandemic. It was a small one, and there were less than 20 of us. So that was really exciting. And I think also if you are in business and you're in business to make some money, then being at a small company that succeeds is an attractive way of doing that. Whether it succeeds or not is another matter. Yeah.
Coming back to that high risk.
Exactly.
So look, let's go into the CRO's role in early growth, right? So in the initial stages of a company, when the founders often handle sales, at what point do you believe it becomes crucial to transition into responsibility to a dedicated CRO?
I think a founder is wearing the CRO hat part of the time from the beginning, right? Like, you put together a business plan you should, I'm sure, put together a go-to-market strategy and a business plan around the same time you decide what you're going to sell and what you're going to build. So the CRO hat's always being worn, whether you're convincing investors you've got a roadmap ahead of you, or the first customers, like what's the messaging I'm putting out there. If you could have a CRO from the beginning, it would be great. And that's why I'm sure founders with CRO backgrounds find that aspect a bit easier. I think it's a chicken and egg problem, though, right? They're really expensive CROs, and they could get it wrong quite easily, and that's a big investment gone. You kind of need a CRO to manage the revenue growth team you end up building, the sales, the customer success, and everything else. But until you have that team, there's almost no point in having a CRO to manage them. So it's a chicken and egg problem. And I think what a lot of founders find tricky is they love their product. Even I'm guilty of this, even though I understand this aspect. They love their product. They think everyone should buy it. They think everyone will buy it, and the product will sell itself. And actually building the product is just one aspect. Getting people to buy it is quite another. Even if you're first in your industry, so you're not competing with established players, which is difficult enough, you've got to convince people to try your entirely new approach to it. And that's a challenge, especially if you're selling to businesses that have established views and have assigned budgets and have the baby that one of them holds, which is the IT system they bought 5 years ago or built. So I think you need you need some of the aspects that the CRO does from the beginning. And I think that is one of the many hats that founders wear, and can be quite an overwhelming one, because it's not only very specialized in terms of how you do it. The actual salesperson aspect can be daunting to some people, but also it's difficult in terms of the metrics and the recurring revenue you want to achieve and everything else.
So then the question comes to, at what point do you believe it becomes crucial? So with that chicken and egg problem, right? Yeah. I guess it differs for a lot of companies, but would you say there's a specific moment where it's not longer a want of having a CRO, but it becomes a need to have a CRO?
Yeah. I think that looking at the evidence, most companies, around just post or just pre-Series A are probably looking to get a CRO if they are, a B2B SaaS business. That's really the only one I can speak with any credibility on that type of business. But in any industry within that, so around sort of Series A, B, the question is, do you get a head of sales first? And that head of sales is kind of a pseudo CRO, and I define the difference as a CRO manages the marketing, the customer success, the leads, and the sales, whereas a head of sales just does the sales. So I think that around Series A or B, you're probably going to have one. But if you can have one to get there, that's really helpful as well. Some people have CROs who also sell. Some people really invest in having a CRO who doesn't and builds the team. So there are different ways of approaching it. But if you're asking me when a CRO becomes financially viable, that's difficult, right? And lots of these companies grow investment round to investment round. If you're trying to be profitable from the beginning and get a CRO, that's really difficult. Difficult. They are expensive.
And what are some typical challenges that you've seen startups face when moving from founder-led sales to a more structured approach under a CRO?
I think the key is, if you haven't built a system from scratch that can scale, then you're going to find it hard, right? Not only until the point when you get a CRO, because you're doing it basically on the founder's own skill. So you get your first salesperson and they're going to be a bit confused because they don't know exactly what structure they should be selling in. You get your CRO, they're going to want to reinvent the wheel, and that's going to be problematic for the company, and they may reinvent it wrong. And that not only shifts the company, but could affect sales for a couple of quarters or a year. So I think as long as you build something at the beginning that's scalable, you can generate leads and track where they go. You can measure your pipeline maturation progress, and you understand how you're qualifying deals and how you're closing them in that kind of customer journey. You're able to scale the sales themselves using all the right metrics. You know where your marketing money is going in order to produce the sales leads, in order to produce the end revenue. That's the key, is you've got to build something scalable from scratch. And that's really hard to do because most founders haven't got a clue. And they're much more focused on building a really cool product, which is, makes sense in some ways.
Okay. And then so your tip would be to have as much of a scalable solution for revenue and growth from the get-go then.
Yeah, I think so. And
then for perhaps for first-time founders who are listening in, or people looking to endeavor into a project, how do they do that? How would you? I know it's a big question.
From buying RevCat. No, I'm joking. I think look, there's all kinds of literature out there, books and thought leadership, right? There's, I don't know if I can plug people I found really inspirational, but Gap Selling, John McMahon's book, all of these kind of CROs have written stuff. The problem is there's so much information out there. Which process do you implement? How flexible should it be versus how defined, so that you can change as you go, but it's got enough of a kind of resonance at the beginning, is a tricky one to do. I think firstly, you've got to think of, you've got to be really pessimistic and think, right, why is someone buying this product? Not because it does something cool, but what effect does that have on their business? And it's either going to affect revenue, cost, or risk. That's it, right? That's like the only reason the businesses do things. So what does it affect there? And then you think, right, well, how can I prove what that effect is? How can I measure it against price? So I'm pricing it value-wise. Who should I be approaching? What messaging should I be using? What's the difference between what a CEO cares about and what a head of IT cares about? And there's a big difference. Start to think about how you qualify for pain. So I think the answer is and that's the early stage, right? So you start to read into that, and that builds your business plan. And then once you've got an idea of that kind of go-to-market plan and the messaging you're going to use and the people you're going to talk to, how do I start to structure my sales so that I'm conscious about where I'm spending my time, and I know where my deals are going and how frequently how likely they are to close, and then I can start to build probability around that, and I know how much I need to put in at the top of the pipeline or the hopper in order to get what I need at the end. And I think I should have said at the beginning, one of the fundamental things you need to know is, and I find it interesting with my customers, the number of them who don't know, is where am I going? So is it I want to sell my company for 100 million in 5 years or 10 years, i.e. then I need a revenue of 10 million or whatever it is recurring in 5 years time? Or is it I want to achieve a certain revenue goal by a certain year and then work back from that? Right. But it's difficult, right? And it's one of many jobs founders have to do.
Okay. And as a CRO, now moving from the founders, there's now a CRO. How do you balance the immediate revenue generation needs of a startup with the long-term strategic goals of sustainable growth, right? In my experience, customer success, for example, that's my area of expertise. I think, a lot of founders who I've spoken to about this tend to put a lot of time and effort into their sales team. And then the year after they want to grow, and they tend to put more money into sales team, but not as much into CS. But then again, if you put money into the CS department, they get to retain that revenue, and then the sales team can grow that, right? So that's just my small understanding of it. But question to you now, right?
Yeah, it's really hard, right? I think it's important to have a balance, right? Like the theory of where we're going and the market research is a good thing to have, but it can't be at the expense of actually getting your hands dirty, getting out there, trying to sell, working out where it works and where it doesn't. I think the key is recording what works and what doesn't so that you can analyze it. And then, when you're talking about the CS expansion bit versus getting new sales, I think the first thing to understand is, are you the kind of product who can expand? And i.e., do you have multiple different kinds of use cases, and you can get a small sale here and then you can work on expanding it throughout a big business, maybe a bank or a large tech company, in which case, the CS element is really important, and having the right model, like do the account executives help CS expand, or does the CS run the expansion, in which case you need different kinds of CS. And then that also leads into how you structure your lead generation team, right? Like, are you selling small £10,000 deals to lots of companies? You're trying to do hundreds of new customers a year, in which case maybe a more automated lead generation system is good for you, because you don't have to be really kind of have a lot of EQ and get under the surface. Whereas if you're doing a lot of expansion in complicated companies with lots of multiple stakeholders, then you need really bright SDRs and BDRs who can help the account executives navigate who to speak to next and where the opportunity lies. So it's quite a convoluted way. Your original question was like, when a CRO starts, what are their priorities? And I think the answer is they need to be across quite a lot of things, but not spread too thin. And the key priorities are, firstly, get some revenue now and make sure you've got it and it's on a reasonable trajectory. At the same time, do some market research and some testing of your data to see where you're going, but that's a kind of side project. I think the key is getting revenue now, and whether that means you have to start doing some selling to give yourself a cushion where you can then start to think about the future, or it's hiring the right people because you've already got a reasonable base of sales. Then that's the important bit.
Right. And obviously, how critical is the establishment of recurring revenue streams, right? And what role does a CRO play in developing and optimizing these revenue models?
Yeah, I think when it comes to SaaS sales, like it's pretty established that everyone's going after the recurring revenue bit. It allows them to grow more quickly, and you can not be profitable for several years because you delay the revenue to the year after year after, so you can spend a lot on customer acquisition. I think that the whole need for a CRO is that you're chasing that recurring revenue, right? Like if not, you'd have a head of commercial director and a CFO I think the key with a CRO is they're just about growth. They're just focused on the growth. They're almost like slightly at loggerheads with a financial director or a CFO, because the CFO wants to calm things down perhaps and be a bit more measured, and the CRO just wants to go for it as much as possible. And that's in a way, a good relationship to have. But I think recurring revenue is everything, right? Like if you've got recurring revenue, your growth boosts so much faster. You can afford to spend far more on your cost of sale now, because you're not spending huge amounts on making them renew every year, because it's more of an obvious renewal rather than getting them to buy more stuff all the time. So yeah, I think recurring revenue is crucial, and it gives you that multiple when you come to sell a company or you try to value your company, where it's not really about your profit margin, or at least traditionally. That may be changing. It's about how much money you're making each year, because if a company bought you and cut your sales team and marketing team, they cut 50% of the expenditure.
Right. And in your experiences of working with startups in a fractional CRO setting, how has been the relationship with the CFO at the companies, and how does a CRO balance that? And maybe the question is, what does the CEO or the founder of the company need to do to make sure that the CRO and CFO see a similar vision and a similar goal?
I don't think, look, it's not like a battle, right? You don't need to, I think you've highlighted the point. It's about what the CEO has dictated. If I go to see a potential client and I say, what do you want to do? And they want to do some very small growth and they kind of want to stay founder led, that's fine. I don't think that's really a job for a CRO. If you want to do some ambitious growth, then that's a difference. But the key is, have you got budget to assign to this? And if the answer is, yeah, not really, well, that's fine. But you have got to kind of spend money to make money. You've got to assign some budget. And if the CEO has made that decision, then they will have brought the FD or the CFO on board with that call. So I think that's the crucial bit, is if you want to grow fast, then then a CRO is useful. But if you want to grow fast with a CRO, you need a budget, because if you're going to say to them, oh, we can't really hire anyone, we just kind of want to, still flit around and find new customers using the 3 directors we've got. Well, that's not really going to work that well.
Right.
Then you just need a sales consultant to write you a go-to-market plan. That's different.
All right. And apart from recurring revenue growth, what other key metrics should CEOs and startups focus on to gauge the effectiveness of their CRO?
I think the really good companies out there that are way beyond my experience and level. They are metrics obsessed, right? Data driven is a really popular term and people use it, and very few companies actually are. Generally speaking, the American ones are really good at it, obviously. I think that the metrics you need to pay attention to are all of them. And when I say that, I mean your responsibility as a CRO is to be across these metrics. So is the need of the sales team in order to achieve this revenue at the end of the year and the number of deals they need to close aligned with whatever the CSM, the customer success team's renewal aimed rate of 90%? Do they match? Is that going to achieve the revenue at the end of the year? If so, how many leads does the sales team need? And therefore, how much of them should come directly from sales? How much should come from marketing? If you need this many leads from marketing, what's the budget we need to assign to them and the number of people there? What's their job description? So it's about aligning all of these principles. And that's why even when you have a head of sales, head of marketing, head of CS, you still have a CRO. It's because they're just making sure that the metrics across all those teams are aligned and all of them are essentially following the end goal, which, as you said, is the recurring revenue at the end of the year. Yeah. So short answer to your question is all metrics, but of course, within reason, there are some that are more important than others. Like what's my close rate on opportunities is probably a little bit more important than what are the reasons certain leads are being disqualified, but they could arguably all be important at different times.
And how does in your experiences, how does the presence of a CRO affect investor perception, right, and company valuation?
So this, I have to say, is not, as a founder of a company that hasn't quite got to a point of having my own CRO, but the companies that I've worked in as a CRO, fractionally or otherwise in the past, it does help dramatically because you are able to provide the founders, directors of the company who are seeking investment with the right reports. And if you can go in and say, our customer acquisition cost last year was this, our our renewal revenue versus our new business revenue is this, and this is where we hope to take it in the next few years, and these are the number of people we need to do that, and this is where our lifetime customer value is, and all of these numbers look good to investors, and I think it shows you've got things swept up. So of course it's not guaranteed and it's not mandatory, but I think if you can show investors that you've got a plan on paper and that you know how to act it, then that is only going to show you as a company with some promise. Yeah.
Right. And based on your experience, how have you seen the role of the CRO evolve in the tech industry, particularly in B2B SaaS?
I'm not sure I have enough gray hair to ever claim to be an expert on that, but I know what the literature, well, like the history of it is generally. Salesforce was really one of the first companies to come up with the idea of recurring revenue on a software basis. And then the rise of the CRO is kind of, just pre 2010, and then a lot in the 20 teens. I'm sure there are examples that were before that, but that's really where it came into its own, where lots of these software companies, following the dot-com boom and bust, were able to take on investment in such a way that they could just keep growing. And they didn't really need to be profitable. Examples of this at the beginning are like Facebook, Amazon. Lots of them didn't turn profits for a really long time. So that's where the rise of the CRO comes in. Whereas if you're running a retail or a manufacturing business, the idea of having a chief revenue officer is a bit of a strange one, because revenue isn't necessarily the most important thing. It's about costs and other aspects and new products. Whereas in SaaS, it's much more just about keep growing, keep going.
Yeah. And reflecting on your career so far, what have been some of the most challenging aspects of your roles in revenue, and how have you overcome these challenges?
I think the challenges are often presented as a CR. I'm not going to get into military challenges, that's a whole other thing, but the challenges in sales are really difficult, right? Because you're essentially competing with a bunch of other people who are all heavily incentivized. What's that line? Like, lazy salespeople have skinny kids. Like, everyone is out there hunting for blood, or whatever phrase you want to use. So you're competing with everyone else, and that makes it really, really hard. And there are always going to be companies that win and those that don't. So I think that's one of the hardest things is, whether you're managing a team and you've got to keep them motivated when they're having a bad quarter and they're, about to not get paid half of the money they thought they were going to, or it's getting yourself up in the morning when you keep failing deals and you don't know why, or you're not generating leads. To give you an idea, if you're a lead generator, which is generally the first sales job people do after university, is you get like a 99% rejection rate. But that's a lot of rejection to take in your professional life. And I think that leads on to the next bit, is why do salespeople in tech get paid like ludicrous salaries? And I think the answer is A, because it's really, really difficult and depressing, and it can be quite a lonely job. And B, because you kind of eat what you kill, right? Like, you take a huge amount of risk, and if you start to miss your quota, you are going to get fired probably quickly, and that's what justifies the high salaries. And I think that has also been a challenge, because trying to persuade people who run a business where some of their people are being paid £50,000 a year, for want of argument's sake, who are really skilled developers, and the person who founded the business is a technically minded person, and they think, well, why should I pay some smart talking 28-year-old 6 figures when some of my developers who've been in the game for 20 years aren't paid anything like that? Some developers are paid really well, but that's a really difficult conversation to have with a founder. The simple answer is you pay them 6 figures because they bring you in 10 times that every year in revenue, or whatever it is. But that can be a difficult conversation to have, and it's also quite a big upfront cost for some small businesses. If they want to get 2 salespeople, pay them a lot, and rely on them for all their revenue that year, one of them fails, and that's a big failure on your top line.
Yeah. And I want to come back to what we just spoke about, right? So the growth at all costs led to maybe the rejuvenation of the CRO, let's just say it that way, right? But now we're seeing a trend towards sustainable growth, right? Where there's less money being invested than compared maybe in 2019, 2020, and 2021. Have you seen an impact of that on that growth at all cost mindset?
I think I've seen companies, because of the situation where there's less money around, or seemingly less money being invested, tighten up on aspects like growth at all costs, because they can't either afford to just burn through their cash to the next investment round because they can't be guaranteed they're going to raise. Or if they do, it's at a much lower valuation, so they'd much rather conserve cash. So yes, that's absolutely happening at medium size and small. I can't really speak for big ones anymore. Whether it's going to go back to where it was in the future, maybe. I don't know. Whether it's going to stay where it is for a bit longer, I don't know. The talk is that later this year in the UK, at least, there's going to be more money out there. But like all these things, I imagine it will go back somewhat to what it was, but will have changed slightly for the long term.
But then talking about that right now, right? What role how does the CRO's role change in an environment where there's sustainable growth compared to growth at all costs?
Yeah, I think again, the answer to that is the CRO does what the CEO or founders of the company need to get their investment. And if the founders of the company are being told by investors, whoa, slow down, we can't afford another raise this year, then they need to go and give that to the CRO. And the CRO needs to come back and say, that's fine. If you limit my resources by X, or then this is the effect on your revenue is going to have for me. And they should have an algorithm or a system or a spreadsheet they can plug that into and come up with the answer. Or alternatively, if the CEO goes, look, we really need to up our revenue in order to attract investment, then the CRO's job is to say, that's absolutely fine. What's the number you want? Okay, that's what it's going to cost us. And then the CEO or founder needs to make a decision, right? Can we afford that cost with our burn rate, with the current investment environment? So I don't think it's their decision what to do, but it's their decision to advise how to carry it out.
Right. Thank you for that. So, look, I want to get a bit into RevCat, the company you've been building. So it'd be great to, first, if you give a bit of an introduction into what you're building and what led to you starting to build this.
Sure. So what are we building? We're building a platform that aims to mimic 90% of the functions of a CRO as either a co-pilot for a founder so that they can, the CRO hat doesn't weigh as much on their head, or as a co-pilot for a CRO because it can give them data and insights that they wouldn't normally be able to get, or they can focus their time elsewhere. The idea for it was, there are other people doing slightly similar things, not exactly the same, obviously, otherwise we wouldn't be doing it. The idea came when I was a fractional CRO. I got up to a certain number of clients, let's say for argument's sake, 10, and to do my job properly for them, I ran out of days. Like I can't do any more. There's only a certain number of days in the week, and it's quite a manual, heavy process. So I started to build, spreadsheets and other ways of automating the numbers and the plans and the right words to use, whether it's using a little bit of AI or using thought leadership from across the internet. And then it struck me, well, presumably a machine is much more capable of doing this than I am. And if it can access global data and select the right numbers for you across all the little bits. So let's say your average sale price is £1,000 too high compared to your competition, and the machine can tell you that. Or the way you structured your core value proposition, your key messaging, you should change a few of these words here because some of your competitors are using this, or this is resonating in the market. Or you should pay your account executives a slightly higher proportion of their target because that will give you an edge versus your competition. So that's what we're building, is a machine that can essentially do quite a lot of what the CRO does, the vast majority, but it can do it for about 97% of the price and, 97%, sorry, excuse me, for about 3% of the price and, 1% of the speed, because it takes like 6 or 7 months to hire, onboard and get a CRO to start doing their job. And they cost, depending on the economic situation, between 300,000 and half a million a year. That's a big outlay.
Right. And sticking to the efficiency and speed, could you maybe dive deeper into how that model compares to traditional revenue growth models / CRO, and if possible, providing some metrics or examples to illustrate these differences?
So a CRO takes 3 months it takes a while to make the decision to hire one. It takes 3 months probably to find one and interview the right one, get them in the business, and then 3 months of onboarding and ramping and them understanding the business and then developing a plan. So you're 6 or 7 months before you've got the plan ready to go, and then you need to start hiring the people for that plan and implementing it. Well, that's quite a long time in the startup world, and that's quite a long, in that time you may have paid them £100,000 or more. So that's that's a lot of money as well. Well, why not use a platform that's going to cost, as I said, about 1% the price? Sorry, excuse me, about 3% of the price, 1% in terms of the speed. And, answer a few questions in an hour or so. The platform goes away and finds the right answer. We, for example, in RevCat have a bit of a human intervention at that point, just to make sure it's not sending you anything crazy, and check your plan and approve it. And then you can go on the platform and implement the plan. But crucially, the plan will, adapt and change over time, and it will do that regardless of what else you're doing in the business. You don't have to have a CRO who's, they've implemented the plan. Now they've built the plan, 7 months, they start implementing it, and they get distracted from something has happened over here in the market, or a competitor has done this, because they just don't have the time and the focus. But the platform could flag that up to you. Look, there's a competitor over here, they've just done this, and they've just secured one of your target customers. You should be aware of this, and this is some of the ways you compare to them. That's what it does for you, is it's just really fast, saves you a lot of time, saves you a lot of money, and it's also, I suppose, not subject to the fallibility of human mistakes. And frankly, speaking as a CRO, CROs can be quite hubristic and say, like, I've got the right answer, no, we're going to go ahead with this, and not always necessarily looking at the data they don't want to see.
And just keeping on that, in terms of the output that RevCat has for a business to look at what's possible with the platform, what can it currently do in terms of telling you what? So you just mentioned competitors, XYZ, but what else can it do?
Sure. So we run through some main sections. I'm not going to bore you by going into lots of detail. You can always call me if you want to know more. Market analysis is the first bit, right? Like, what areas of the world do I want to operate in order to achieve my revenue goals? And in those markets, who exists as competitors? What's the size of the market? What key regulatory concerns do I need to understand? And how do I compare to all of those competitors? And then we need to look at, your revenue goal and how you achieve it. So how you split your renewal revenue, to new business, what your customer acquisition cost is going to be, what revenue retention rate you need, therefore how many sales you need a year, and what your average sale price is, and all of this feeding from your CRM, so it knows all the up-to-date information and can say, right, you need to hire 3 account executives with these targets, pay them this much, and that will get you to that revenue with a margin of error. Then you need to know how many leads, so it starts to break down how many lead generators you need, how many customer success managers you need based on how many accounts they can manage or how many leads they can generate. It starts to build you a marketing plan based on that as well. Then it will go through and say, this is the kind of sales process you should be adopting, and these are the stages, and these are the in and out gates, and these are the probability. It will do the same for the lead generation process. It will start to build you a full marketing plan, customer success plan, and competitor analysis. And then in time, it will start to feed from your CRM those success stories you've had and say, did you know that when you sold to Google, there are some really interesting aspects in the notes you've written in the CRM? Well, we suggest this is a good customer story. Why don't, we've written it for you. Why don't you go and get it approved by the customer? So that's a very quick run through of what it does. But the idea is a full commercial roadmap and growth strategy.
Amazing. And how do you guys leverage AI then, in general with the platform?
So if you imagine AI is like a really overused word, obviously. So generative AI and machine learning is really how the platform with a kind of compliance wrapper around it, so we can back the data. The machine learning bit chooses you the best numbers, and the AI bit chooses you the best words. So the machine learning is going to go out there and compare to all the kinds of trusted data sources what numbers you should have, what leads you should generate, what your average sale price should be, the ratio which you pay people. And then the AI bit will generate you the right words. What's the USPs I should be looking at? What's my target audience, the core messaging, etc. So that's what it does. And then not only does it generate you the original plan, but it sits there in the background and constantly compares and updates you, compares you to what's changing out there, and then gives you updates. So that's one element. Yeah. And then the second element is, should you want to change something in your plan, one number, multiple numbers, one word, multiple words, in time, the second generation of the platform is you will be able to change that and then test it in a safe environment. The platform will come up with the new plan and say, these are the key changes. Would you like to implement this to your master plan or not? So you can use it to experiment as well.
Okay. Sounds very cool. Can you, obviously, You released a platform for beta how long ago?
In November. Those trials finished, and now we've got a live platform ready to go as of January 14th. So we've trialed it with, if you add both the trials together, nearly 25 people, and we're starting to bring those people on board as early adoption customers now. So it's really exciting.
Yeah. And can you share a specific case where you guys transformed a client's revenue strategy and growth? Maybe without naming them, if you
of course. No, I mean, not using RevCat, right? Because it's far too early. I mean, that's one of the problems we've got is, you can the RevCat value is really obvious, right? Does it improve my revenue? But it does take a bit of time, at least a quarter, probably a little bit longer to see that. I can give you an example of where, as a kind of fractional CRO, we saw. I can give you two actually. One as a fractional CRO and one as a permanent one. As a fractional one, it was about coming into a social impact company that was, had a really great product, very small, less than 30 people, but really wanted to do some good. But as a result, didn't necessarily have the right commercial mindset. So it was about firstly getting the founders to appreciate, you want to grow. That requires you to become nasty salespeople a little bit and hire nasty salespeople. So getting them around to that idea first, and the idea that you're going to have to spend some money, and then here's the plan. So it's about warning them that you're going to have to spend money, but without saying, by the way, it's going to cost you £500,000 this year, but give them the plan and then take them through that process. And as a result of implementing that just employing, I think it was 2 new people at first. So we're not talking about reinventing a whole company and shifting everything towards sales. They were able to double their revenue in the next year. So
amazing.
Having not before that. And then the other one, as a permanent CRO, again, similar problems at a cyber company where they'd found lots of really interesting marquee client names, the biggest companies out there, really, some of them, but then trying to persuade them that we need to start getting back into those companies and making the deals bigger and expanding to new areas, and how we do that and how we build a team to do that and how we trust members of that team so that the founders can relinquish control of those accounts that they may even have personal relationships in to, a 30-year-old person on their team who's like, great, I'm going to go in and sell more. That can be quite a daunting prospect. But doing that, again, we nearly double their revenue in year one. I think we added 85% to the top line.
And how will or does RevCat customize its approach for clients with maybe niche or unique business models in the B2B SaaS space?
It's really good. So the answer is we're getting better at it. At the moment, quite a lot of the customization is done by me. So I will tell the machine to consider certain aspects when developing a plan for that customer. And the reason, the way I do that is by having done quite a lot of discovery with that customer to understand their specific needs and business model. But then we're never, we're unlikely to get a perfect solution first time, but we've given you a framework, and then we work with the customer. We have, as you would appreciate, great customer success to make sure they get my time, our time as a team, to ensure that the plan is right for them. It's going to take some tweaking, and the machine will learn over time what you need, what you want, and get better at giving it to you.
Right. And for founders in early stage companies, obviously we know it's going to take time, but for example, what are the first changes that they can expect after adopting the RevCat method?
I think the first thing you can expect is confidence that you have a plan. Right? That's the first step, is you've got the confidence of the plan, whether it's one of your investors saying, whoa, what are you doing? You're about to hire an account executive and pay them £150,000 a year. Why? Well, because this is going to be their target. They're going to need this many leads, and we've got a plan to get them. This is the average sale price we're doing at the moment. This is the full sales process that I'm going to use to monitor them. This is the core messaging they're going to use, the discovery and qualification progress. I'm going to be able to monitor them at every stage and help them. And I'm not just going to start on day one, and they're going to be completely in the deep end, no idea what to do. And they have to develop that playbook for you, which isn't really necessarily their job. And they may not have the experience for it. So I think it's the confidence to hire the team that you need to grow your company, right? That's the main thing, is the confidence and the understanding.
Right. And generally, what common hesitations do founders have about adopting the method? And how does your approach address these concerns?
Yeah, we're too early. This is the classic one. You're too early. We're way too early. We're still in concept phase or initial customers. Well, of course I would say this, wanting to sell them something, but genuinely, we'll make it work for you pricing wise. But you should have us or a version of us, or sorry, be thinking about the things we can provide you with from the beginning. The first customer of RevCat was RevCat. We built our business plan based on what RevCat told us to do and my experience. But if you are, as I said at the beginning, you've got an idea. Well, how do you know if it's sellable if you don't have a go-to-market plan? You haven't done any market research. Once you establish that it is, when are you going to find time to do lots of this work when you're, as a founder, with your head on fire, putting out fires over here, and trying to sell stuff over here? So the earlier you can get it, the better, as long as you can afford it. And we're quite keen on making that work for you. Value. I think the other one we get is we're a very specific business and it won't work for us. Well, yes, possibly that can sometimes actually be true and it doesn't yet work for them. But everyone thinks their business is specific, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be doing it. And it's their baby and they're really they really don't want to relinquish it. Well, let's at least have the conversation and see where we can help you. And maybe we give you a limited version of it and it only helps you in certain areas. But just saying off the bat, sorry, we're so special, no one can help us. Well, okay, are you going to say that to the first CRO who applies for the job? Or it's not.
Yeah,
it's not a particularly long-term plan, I don't think.
Right, and you told me earlier that you used to go into with founders, and you used to ask them where are they going. So where are you going?
Oh yeah, that's good. Okay, fair enough. As far as we can go, no. I mean, look, we have a plan to have. We have a plan to have. What is it? 190 customers in year one, which I think is doable based on the numbers. It's ambitious, but it's doable. And I want us to be turning over well in excess of £15 million a year in 5 years. If we can get our 200 odd customers in year one, we'll be turning over nearly 2 million, depending on different pricing for different people at different sizes. But from there, it's possible to grow. 100 year or so. Yeah.
And in terms of the evolution that's going to accompany that growth, how do you see RevCat evolving in the next few years?
So the cheap cop-out answer, but it is true, is whatever customers tell us they want. I think this is a major problem generally in lots of businesses. And then go, well, people should buy it. Well, okay, but you should build what people want to buy anyway, right? So we've built a relatively basic platform, which will give people an idea of what they need next. And then, as we said earlier, oh, I'm a really special case, I need this. Cool. Well, if there are enough people who need that, let's build in that function. Where I want to take it is an ability to be really trusted by relatively big companies to handle complex sales operations across multiple product lines in different countries with minimal human impact interaction. So not in terms of features, there's not a huge amount of difference in changing the wheel, although that may change in terms of what customers feedback. But as well as building that test environment for it is giving it the ability to be trusted by relatively big companies who already have CROs to take over some of their function.
Right, to allow more headspace for the CRO to build new revenue streams or enhance their revenue streams.
Yeah, right. Like it's mad if in a few years CROs aren't using AI to help them be better, then they're probably not going to be as good as CROs who have successfully adopted that method. Why not get ahead of the game now?
And in today's current form, what is RevCat looking to do? Perhaps funding round, etc.
So we're looking to raise. We've been bootstrapped until this point. There's a funding round opened at the moment for 2 million worth of funding. But that's a seed round, and we're happy to close an early seed. We are going to close an early pre-seed round within that of the full SEIS of £250,000. And we will use that to really vamp up the front end, which at the moment is a little bit functional, and access more trusted data sources than we already have, which are quite expensive, to give the platform access to more information. and then start to ramp up the sales team. So it's not just me. So that's
Makes
what we're
sense.
to do. Yeah.
Is that what RevCat told you to do?
That's partially what RevCat told me to do. The problem is I told RevCat what to do to some extent. So yes, it's going to give me the answer I want.
Like speaking to yourself in the mirror.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, oh, thank God it's given me the answer I was looking for. That's great. But yeah, no, it did give us a couple of like little areas where we thought, oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. So yeah, it does provide little insights already for us.
Right. And as we look towards the future in general, not necessarily RevCat, how do you foresee the role of AI, machine learning, technology evolving in the realm of revenue growth management?
I mean, I would never pretend to be an expert in this, but I think it's you grow your revenue by having better information about what's going on out there, whether it's what an individual customer is trying to do, the initiative wanting to do that, or it's what people out there are already doing for those customers, what the price looks like. All of this is information and data, and AI is just going to be better at processing all of that, right? Like it's going to have access to more sources and be able to crunch the data better. And that's what it's already doing. It's in a way what it's been doing for 10 years to some degree. So I think that's the key bit. It's going to be better at crunching the data, and that's not going to be just numbers anymore. It's going to be words as well. And I think that's probably where it's going, but you'd have to ask an actual AI expert to take it off that. But yeah.
If you had one piece of advice you would give to our audience of founders and investors, what would you give them in terms of?
I'm not going to give an investor advice because I think that might come across. I think the advice I give to founders is don't build something because you necessarily, sorry, that's not build something because it's cool, but don't build something assuming everyone's going to immediately buy it. It is really hard to sell stuff, and that's why salespeople get paid a lot of money, and that's why it's quite specialized. And to sell stuff, you've got to listen more than you speak. You don't sell something until you know what someone needs. So think really hard about why someone wants your product, and then build the product around that.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for your time today, Tom. And for anyone watching who's interested in maybe getting in contact with Tom or with RevCat, I'll put the links in the description. But thank you very much, Tom, for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you, Hugo. It was good.
What if you could simplify your capital raising? CRIISP Capital HQ is your beacon in this complex landscape. Benefit from our proprietary network of 33,000 plus investors and deal makers, further amplified by AI/ML matchmaking. Extend your reach globally with access to over 200,000 angels, VCs and family offices. Our intelligent deal rooms and streamlined tool suite can cut your capital raising time by up to 80%. But we don't stop there. Our platform equips you with capital raising intelligence to increase your conversion rate with investors, where your capital raising is working 24/7 for you. Are you ready to raise smarter?
Thank you very much for the opportunity today and for the ability to introduce and say a few words to myself. My name is Markus Borlinghaus. I'm German. I come from the southern parts of Germany. I had the great opportunity in my life to work for wonderful organizations where I really learned a lot. Milestones in my career have been Cisco, Juniper, Microsoft, Xerox and ATI. In my last position, I held the position as the Executive Vice President and Chairman of the Board, EMEA and Americas. I was really grateful to meet some leaders that fundamentally changed my point of view, how business should be done at an early stage in my career. So John Chambers, Larry Ellison, Alexander von Bechtoldsheim, Robert Giuliani and many others have been part of that journey. So today I'm in the position to fulfill my dream, the idea to this company I had many decades ago, but you always need the right moment in your life to be able to do this, and now it's the time, and I'm really grateful that I started it and it really runs well. First of all, I was fortunate, as I said in my introduction, to work for great companies and use cutting-edge technology. So video conferencing, basically since the year 2000. I realized throughout my career that mid-sized companies are not very tech-savvy or utilize the benefits of software as a service. They're not interested in outsourcing, as my target audience is startup to 5,000 employees. They really are not fond of outsourcing. They fear losing the process, loss of control, and losing in-house knowledge. So I thought this is great potential, as it represents 96% of the people working in mid-sized companies, only 4% working in big organizations. I also realized that in order to deliver the service, I would need to combine basically 4 industries into a completely new concept, which is business process outsourcing. I call it business process optimization. Then to build departments, there is a need for recruitment. And then there is software as a service necessary. But I also realized that my target audience has not really an interest in buying into the big software and CRM software system, because they're totally oversized for my target audience. To tell executives of a mid-sized company they should pay a software where they utilize 2% of the features and pay for all the rest and then customize it down is a lot to ask. So I realized we need to build our own software. And last but not least, to facilitate the entire building and office and anything the client needs. And that was the birthplace of Department as a Solution, with the clear message that this is not an outsourcing. Everything is run and operated by the client, because that are the only conditions that make it work, that my target audience is interested in that service. So, as I said, I had many ideas given to me by the companies I worked for and by the leaders I had the opportunity to listen to. And that ultimately came to the essence of creating this company. How did I develop the concept? Well, it didn't come overnight, it didn't come easy, and it was hard work. Due to my work in the IT industry, I got a lot of insights in many industries and verticals and companies at all sizes, from the mega corporation to the smallest one. Over the years, I realized these companies, especially the small, medium to enterprise size companies, are not very tech savvy, not highly adaptive. Yes, there are a few early adapters, but the mass of the companies actually are not. So when video content collaboration came into place, and it was a great tool for big corporations, many customers in the startup to 5,000 employee range weren't really adapting to new technology, despite the many benefits that would bring it to their organizations. So the idea I had early to this concept, there was market research, what's the market potential, and the market potential is enormous. If you just take the target audience, 96% of the workforce works in small, medium-sized enterprises, and only 4%, that's a rough categorization, works in big corporations. So the market potential is there. But I had to solve one of the biggest steps in the whole process, creating Department as a Solution, which is the early stage when a customer wants a tailor-made department where he defines the job roles. He is the one interviewing the candidates that we searched for him. He decides which goes into his department that he later trains, manages, and operates. So it was clear the concept needs to have a component that has nothing to do with outsourcing. The customer needs to run the show. But it also made clear we need a sophisticated software for the first part. When the client decides to build a department here with us, we need to deliver. We need to be able on a global basis to search and in a local place to deliver, which the entire relocation process integrated, the getting people here started, registered, getting them a place to live, etc. So also for the recruitment bit, I was starting this first, the software development, and I started this out of England. At that time, it looked very great to do this in one of the largest markets in Europe and to develop this and find the resources needed. But then the Brexit came, so it became very clear to continue in England isn't the greatest place to continue. Plus, labor costs weren't really as low as necessary. So I searched on a European basis what could be the best location to restart the business, to rename the concept, to come up with something that is more understandable by the clients. The place I found was Zagreb in Croatia, because out of all the places in Europe that made sense for many, many reasons. And I compared all European nations at the best location for this organization. And then I relocated the business entirely to Croatia and restarted from here. So concept development takes time, it takes market research, it also needs a trial market. Sometimes you need to try and error to find out what works and adjust. The key is in adjusting quickly and adjusting from the lessons learned. So I'm very thankful for the journey, and we are where we need to be, and it runs really well, and we're really happy how this is going forward. Thank you very much for the question. What bring dust to life, or bringing dust to life? First off, I think part of building a startup and part of becoming successful is making mistakes. Learning from your mistakes and adjusting to the lessons you've learned, and redoing this process over and over. So no surprise to the bringing SGS and department as a solution to life, we made a lot of mistakes along the way. We started very driven, very motivated, totally enthusiastic, and we thought each of our service for each of our corporate segments like sales, marketing, operations, IT, etc. needs a specific name. So we came up with a lot of acronyms. When we then built the website, we realized, ooh, that's a little bit over the top. And the second realization came when you then try to present this to clients as a solution or to investors as a concept. And you think you've done a great job, and you 15 minutes into an explanation and demonstrating what it is, and you get asked the question, so what is it again, what you're doing? You either ignore this, or you start to realize, if you hear it more than one time, you need to change. You need to take in fresh breath, a fresh view on what you think was great. And that's exactly what we did. Not one time, not two times, we continue to do this. So the key is, whenever you have achieved something, don't take this as a status quo. Always work. What else can you optimize? What else can you do better? Never stop listening to feedback, whether client, partners, associates, consultants, or investors. So we had some vivid names at the beginning, and we realized in the whole process the key message that was transported back to us is simplicity is the key. Making something not complex, making it simple, easy to digest, easy to understand. So after over and over retrying to find great acronyms, one day I came to the office and I realized I would like to discuss internally first, then with investors and associates and customers, what they think about the acronym department as a solution. And everybody said instantly, that makes sense. That is the shortest way how to explain this. And one of them said, you know, the first industry department provider in the world is not a good thing, but department as a solution actually is. It allowed us to, in a simple way, now describe to anybody, including the changes on our website, to get across what we are doing. And when I went to many of these investor events, I saw other startup companies, I talked to them, I talked to other investors for other industries, and I came to realize a lot of startup companies make the mistake to put too much onto the plate to get across, whether this is on their website or how to attract investors. Many startups didn't have an idea what documents are needed, and we were in the same position when we started. But over the years we developed an excellent documentation process, from initial conversation to clients or initial conversation to investors, for investors over the due diligence process to investment, including what legal documents you need, with clients how a contract should look like, and then to sign up customers. So we learned a lot, and I would be more than happy to share some of the experience and lessons learned with other startup companies and other investors. Early success and validation of Department as a Solution and our company. That's an interesting one. When you start and you bring something that is new to the market, you have to get used to the fact that many people at the beginning say, I don't understand, I don't get it. You also need to get used to that a lot of clients say, are you sure you can do this? This sounds like a great concept, we would really like to do this, but where is your proof? Where is your customer success stories? And that's the kind of the hen and egg principle. What was first? When you're a startup, you need customers and early adopters to prove the concept, so that later customers saying, oh, there's already something there, and I'm now trusting you that you can do this, and can I talk to existing clients, and to then make an ultimate decision. So at the beginning you basically struggle to get your first customers, and that's what you should focus on, getting your first clients. Once you have the customers, then the key is to really deliver what they're asking for. So because our customers define their departments and the job, the people they want in these departments, and they define exactly the job role under which we have to search the people they later interview and decide if we hire them for them or not. It is key to deliver what you promised in speed and time, because if you fail, you lose trust. However, we at the beginning didn't fail. We delivered the people they wanted, and the customer was very, very happy. And then two things happen if you achieve that. The clients, because of the initial trust, say I signed a contract for one person in the department, can you also find me a second one, a third one, a fourth one? So one of our earliest and largest customers started with one position in the department, and now 22 months later the customer is about to reach 10 people. So in the next 2 months we have person number 10 coming on board, who is in the final interview process. That means in just less than 2 years the customer has grown from 1 to 10 people. That's an enormous growth. Our revenue went up from a little bit over 4,000 to today 47,500 with this one customer and this one department. So it is really important that you focus on your clients and that you deliver what you have promised. Then you should be fine. The question is impact and future vision. I always wanted to work in my life for companies who have a strong vision and a strong mission, something I can identify with. I think that's key and important to go forward for any startup, and this is absolutely vital to SGS. Why? You need your own employees to believe in what they are working for, to believe in what you think is great, and therefore you need a strong vision and mission. It was before the year 2000 that I was on a summit where a CEO of a company I worked for said, one day the internet will change how people work, live, play, and learn. And he was right till today. And that was one of the key motivators why I thought I want to build this. And I want to build this for startup companies to mid-sized companies, not the big corporations. They already have anything in place they need. But the small, medium-sized and enterprise-sized companies, they have a long way to go. And I want with SGS to be at the forefront to change this. So the vision of the company is we want to become the department as a solution provider of the future of employment in the world. I know that sounds like a very great goal in front of me, but I really believe in it and I really want to do this. The second part of the mission I want to share is not only to look at this from a client's perspective. Yes, department as a solution reduces significantly the cost, increases efficiency for the client, and makes it easy to manage, run, and operate. That's all great for the customer. But I would like to spend 30-40 seconds of the whole picture from an employee point of view. Because also your employees need to identify what you are doing. Now, in the past, the normal career path of a person is most likely not only to make a career in the company, maybe one step, but if you really want to succeed in your career fast, you usually look for the next better job from the job you're having. And that turns out to mean you find a new job, meaning you quit your old one. You give up your social economic environment that you built over some period of time, the social benefits you accomplished because people trusted in you. And you need to start with a new company. You have a new probation period. When you successfully survived that, you need to build a new social economic environment with new colleagues in the company and prove to your bosses again you're worth it so that you get more social benefits. And you might even need to change your location. With department as a solution, that's not necessary. You stop one day to work for a client where you worked 2 or 3 years in a department. You expressed you want to make a career move that is discussed with your current client. And if we found a replacement that has been worked in by you to the satisfaction level of the client, on one Friday you leave the office from office number 3 where you worked in. You come on the next Monday, start in a completely new company, have a completely new setup, fly to the new hire training, meet your new colleagues, come back and work from here. Do you have to quit your job? No. Do you use your already achieved social benefits? No. Do you lose your friends? No. Do you have to relocate? No. And that's why I believe that's the future of employment. Thank you. So, what is the AAS, Department as a Solution? Imagine you can build your entire organization, every department you want, with us here in Croatia. It has the exact same quality as your department because you're the decision maker who defines the job profile, who selects the candidates we provided. The customer runs all the interviews and decides who has the know-how, competence, expertise, skills, and cultural fit into his organization. We provide the facility management, the office, and every equipment your department members need to work, docking station, laptop, etc. But for data compliance, data security, and GDPR compliance, like with your employees, every equipment here is managed by the client's IT. Once you selected which candidates you want in your department, hired by us and employed by us, they fly off to the new hire training to your organization where you integrate them in your team. And when they come back, they directly report to you. So department as a solution is not outsourcing. It's 100% managed, operated, and run by the client. The benefits are numerous, up to 40% cost reduction, increase in productivity by usually up to 15%, and also by efficiency between 10 to 15%, especially when our clients use our software, SGS1. So please be so kind, check out our website, our social media, give us a call, and let's talk about it. And for investors, this is a great reason to invest in SGS because of the enormous potential. Thank you very much.
What if you could simplify your capital raising? CRIISP Capital HQ is your beacon in this complex landscape. Benefit from our proprietary network of 33,000 plus investors and deal makers, further amplified by AI/ML matchmaking. Extend your reach globally with access to over 200,000 angels, VCs and family offices. Our intelligent deal rooms and streamlined tool suite can cut your capital raising time by up to 80%. But we don't stop there. Our platform equips you with capital raising intelligence to increase your conversion rate with investors, where your capital raising is working 24/7 for you. Are you ready to raise smarter?
Hi, I'm Laura. I work with startups on their brand and marketing strategies. And before that, I spent 20 years working in ad agencies with some of the world's biggest brands on their advertising campaigns. I'd like to talk to you today about how I believe that a clear brand strategy is the key to your startup growth, no matter who you are, whether that's B2B or B2C, and at what stage you're at, from seed to pre-IPO. Getting some clarity on your brand strategy can help you drive awareness of your products, increase your sales, attract the right investors, and secure the best talent out there to grow your company and deliver ROI. So let's have a look at what we're going to go through today. The topics we'll cover, we'll start with the design assets versus a unique brand. What's the difference? Then we'll look at why a brand strategy is the key to growth, the framework of what a brand strategy is, what we can learn from the unicorns, and applications for raising capital. Let's start with how we define what a brand is. I like this quote from the founder of one of the biggest brands on planet Earth. Your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. And the way I feel about Amazon is it makes my life easy. Everything they do is slick and faster than I could ever imagine. One click and it's mine. Delivered sometimes even on the same day. It's insane. A brand ethos is a feeling. It can be hard to achieve, but when done effectively, it can be hugely powerful. And it isn't just for the likes of Chanel and other lifestyle consumer brands. I don't know about you, but I have positive feelings for a fictional octopus when it gets me to playfully add my meter reading each month. It always makes me smile. Anyway, to quote Steve Jobs, it's a very noisy world, and we're not going to get a chance to get people to remember much about us. No company is. To resonate with the right customers, investors, brand partners, or future employees of your company, you need to stand for something. The question is, are you clear about what you want that to be? So let's do like a little thought experiment. Do any of these logos mean something to you? The ones on the far right, you might not even recognize. They simply have no imprint on you as yet. And the ones that have the biggest impact are likely to stand for something more than just the product they sell, like Nike or Peloton. Being clear on the why you exist, your brand purpose, is the secret to resonating with your target audience. If you skip this step, don't pay it your full attention, or only do it once, you're likely to be missing out on growth potential. Even great brands like Apple need investment and care if they're going to retain their relevance and vitality. We all know that Apple lost its way before Steve Jobs came back and did his magic. So on the subject of logos, what's the difference between design assets and creating a unique brand? In 2024, it's easier than ever to get some assets together from a freelancer or an Upwork or someone on Upwork or through an AI. I see a lot of early stage startups skipping the strategy phase and going straight to a logo and a color palette and then applying these to the websites. But this is not a brand. This is design that may or may not reflect what your business does, depending on how good your brief was. So let's look at the difference between the two. On the left, you can see that the creation of design assets is a pretty simple process. You brief a designer and off they go, getting a look and feel for your company with a logo, colorways, icons, and perhaps a tagline. And then they apply it to your website and marketing emails and ads, etc. This may well be some quality design and a beautiful piece of work, but the question is it born from a brand proposition? When you start with a brand strategy, however, as you can see on the right-hand side, you have a more informed design immersion before you work up the brand identity and then apply it. And you can create a brand expression and evolve the messaging stemming from the brand purpose and the audience insight. This can perfect your product market fit, and this can lead to game-changing creative advertising campaigns and help you to grow faster than your competition. So why is taking the time to create a brand strategy the key to growth? Well, firstly, it crystallizes your purpose. Why do you do what you do? What do you stand for? Who do you do it for? And how do you fit into this world? This may seem like the simplest set of questions ever, but I promise you there won't be. It's the most overlooked area of creating a brand. Sometimes it's outsourced, sometimes left in the hand of a junior marketing assistant, but it's crucial. And believe me, Nike and Apple take this very seriously. If you're a founder, a CEO, a chairman, or director of a startup, then this is a conversation that you absolutely need to be in. It will single-handedly change your business. A brand strategy also gives you a clear positioning, carving out your place in the market and providing defensibility as you grow. It also raises questions about if you want to move and what it would take to get there. It's a bit like a game of chess. As you start, you can start to move and when you spot opportunities in the market or block out competitors by becoming known for something. For example, in the travel sector, Ryanair owns cheap flights and EasyJet has moved up a quadrant as a cheaper end of experience-led travel, moving more into kind of Virgin's quadrant. It also streamlines your process and gives you a consistent look and messaging. Whether you're looking to impress investors or acquire new customers, a consistent brand makes you look professional. Less than 10% of B2B businesses say they have consistent branding, so you can get one step ahead of the competition by sorting out your brand comms. And one of the most useful outputs of a brand strategy for me is the messaging matrix. This is a simple grid outlining who your audience is and why they should care about your brand and products, and it can be used for your sales and marketing teams across every single acquisition and retention campaign that they create. We use these all the time. It's your North Star for decision making. It stops you from doing stuff that isn't right for your business, helping to shape your growth in line with your vision and your values. As Steve Jobs puts it, deciding what not to do is as important as deciding what to do. It can help steer the business forward and navigate tricky waters. Every decision should be based on this. Is this in line with our brand? Should we hire this person? Should we diversify our product range? Is this the right investor for us? Are they aligned with our goals and our values? It can motivate and bring energy and focus to your teams, inspiring people to do their best work. When you're clear on your why and what your vision is, when there is simplicity and an elegance of thinking and design, energy flows. It's contagious and hugely powerful as you inspire people to join you on this mission. And that energy and focus will carry through. It helps you to attract the right investors and the best talent. We all know that people are your biggest asset. And what do we know about the best people out there? They can do whatever they like. Everybody wants them. In my experience, what they want is a company that aligns with their values, has inspirational and creative leaders, and a clear vision, with a role that challenges them to be the very best they can be. And now onto my favorite reason of them all, and something I'm really passionate about. It's the springboard for creative advertising campaigns. I'm such a believer in what creativity can do for a business. And with a startup with tight budgets, the stakes are even higher. It can be a game changer if you get it right. You can knock the competition out of the park. But you need to set the foundations. When you are clear on your brand values, tone of voice, audience, proposition, and specific message, you can now start to have some fun with a creative campaign idea to get your target audience's attention and drive a set call to action. So, what does a brand strategy look like? Creating an ownable brand strategy can be a big piece of work. So I'm just going to walk you through the key areas and then run through a couple of examples from Unicorn so you can see it in action. It consists of 6 key components: your DNA, your vision, values, personality, audience, and your mission. So starting with your DNA, the what, how, and the why. What do you do? Every company knows what they do. These are the products you sell or the services you offer. This gets you to your proposition and your positioning statement. How do you do it? Some companies know how they do it. It's the thing that makes you special, that sets you apart from the competition. This gets you to your reasons to believe that statement. Why do you do it? This is your brand purpose, and very few companies know why they do what they do. All this gets you to your brand tagline, which goes alongside your logo. Next is your company vision. Where do you want to go? This could be a 5-year positioning change or a new audience that you'd like to appeal to with a different product. So, for example, Airbnb wanted to carve out a new sub-brand for the luxury market, so they created Airbnb Luxe. Next, what are your core values? What are the beliefs that your company stands for? They shouldn't change dramatically, so you need to get this right from the get-go. Your business will evolve and your brand will evolve, but who you are and what you stand for shouldn't change with the wind, just because it's suddenly fashionable to do something. This is a trap that brands can fall into. You need to be authentic. Patagonia's path towards living up to its commitment to sustainability has involved decades of acknowledging flaws and solving problems. But staying true to this value has also driven product innovation and customer loyalty. The billionaire founder even gave the company away to tackle climate exchange, which is pretty extreme. Next up is your personality. In the 1940s, Swiss psychologist Carl Jung developed a set of common personality archetypes that brand strategists still use today. There are 12 to choose from, including the creator, the explorer, and the hero, and you can see where the different brands fit on this wheel. So where do you sit? Ideally, you want to ask your staff and your customers, because as in life, those who interact with you are the best fit to describe your personality. If you're looking to evolve and thinking about rebranding, then this is a useful exercise to see what fits with your new positioning and how you're looking to shift the existing perception people have of you, like the EasyJet moving away from the cheap air travel that we talked about. Next, we'll move on to defining your audience. So who's your target audience? Being clear on who they are and how they behave is critical to growth. What do you know about them? How do your products or your services make their lives better, easier, or more enjoyable? What's the best way of getting their attention? What values do they have and how do they live their lives? Customer-centric feedback and data insights can drive innovation to develop better products and services. This is something Amazon and Stripe are masters of. The final piece is your brand mission statement, where you put it all together. Can you get people's attention? Your mission statement communicates your brand's purpose and vision. It should resonate with your audience and give them an idea of who you are, what you do, and why. Let's do a quick thought experiment. Imagine you're called up by Will at Clear Channel. He offers you space on a 48 sheet across from one of the busiest high streets you operate in. He tells you, so it's text only and I need it in 24 hours. What copy would you send to him? Now you've got a clear brand strategy, you're ready to market like a brand leader and dominate your sector with some creative game-changing ad campaigns. Here is a chart plotting the route from brand strategy to advertising campaign. So we can go from creating a brand identity and an expression of the brand to the core messaging and then move through to a marketing strategy. For example, the objective might be to drive awareness of the brand or a product with a developer audience and a defined message. We can then get through to some campaign ideas and then a campaign tagline. Let's see this in action with the B2B fintech startup Expensify and look at the story of how they went from a 2019 Super Bowl commercial to a full rebrand, creating a unique, surreal universe. Expensify's founder, David Barrett, started the company because he hated doing expense reports. He saw an opportunity to give people their time back so they could focus on higher order pursuits. Had he tried to sell his product as software that scans receipts and sends them to accounting, it may well have fallen flat. Instead, he positioned his product as a solution that enables employees to do what they love by eliminating the manual tasks they don't. He was clear on his why, and it came from brand truth. This is why it resonated with the companies, big and small, and helped propel Expensify to be the expense solution for more than 60,000 companies worldwide. So let's look at how Expensify might have filled in their brand strategy. What is it? It's a software company that scans receipts to send to accounts. How? Using smart scan technology. Why? Because people hate doing expense reports. What's the vision? To be the market leader. What are their values? Solving real life problems, having fun, and getting stuff done. And what personality traits from the archetypes that did we see earlier? Creator, caregiver, and jester. Who's the audience? Business professionals. What's the mission? To live rich, have fun, and save the world. This then fell into the proposition, so receipt software that enables professionals to focus on other things, and then translating this in a more emotional way for the brand is the tagline, "You weren't born to do expenses." This then created into the brand identity, which brings Expensify's vision and culture to life through consistency. It unifies all of the brand's digital, physical, and product applications, ensuring that they all share the same personality. And using different tiers of illustrations, some are more functional to be used as icons within their user interface, and some more expressive for specific actions, keywords, or messages. The result was a brand toolkit for all their marketing needs. The brand expression is a colorful and a surreal animated universe, a whole world where expense reports don't suck and receipt scanning can be done in outer space. This illustrated world represents the world they're trying to build through Expensify, a world where you can be weird, wacky, and totally yourself, but always with a purpose. A world where all creatures can collaborate to get stuff done while having a good time along the way. These illustrations are a way to make the brand feel unique and different from any other brand in the expense management world. The rebrand for Expensify was born out of the success of their 2019 Super Bowl commercial, bringing to life their brand proposition, "You weren't born to do expenses." In January 2019, rap mogul and big spender 2 Chainz released a new single, Expensify This. It was the most elaborate product demo in history, the world's first interactive music video where you could snap a photo and expense over $500,000 worth of receipts to win as cash prizes if you downloaded the app. Expensify This was a big, fun, well-crafted, innovative, and truly inspiring example of an integrated creative advertising campaign. The campaign created over $62 million in earned media and a 1,400 increase in customers. Here's a snippet of it. I think it's brilliant, and it shows how even when what could be discovered as a dull product can be transformed into something super creative, fun, and engaging.
Whip too refined for the horsepower. Gotta running off a seafood tower. Know that I'm here for a reason. Car so cold that it's sneezing. Day in the life of a baller.
Mr. James. Hi. Record label finance. Listen, I'm gonna need paper receipts for everything in this video if you want to get reimbursed.
Nah, I have Expensify for that.
What?
Cause I had to snap it with Expensify. My garage abracadabra. Ice whip 2 chicks that look like Cleopatra.
For our second example, let's take a look at how Airbnb evolved its brand strategy to become the world's first community-driven super brand. As the brand grew and had more data and insights from their audience, their original proposition of a place to stay was not as relevant anymore. This is quite an old one, but I think it's a good demonstration of how startups can and need to evolve their brand strategy as they grow. Back in 2014, it became clear that Airbnb was all about people and not about the places at all. The passion of its founders and the love and generosity of people around the world were changing the culture of travel with places and personal experiences unlike any other. Belonging the world over was Airbnb's truth and its differentiator. This evolved their strategy and defined Airbnb's brand mission as belong anywhere. This higher purpose gave Airbnb a clear reason for everything they did throughout the business. Let's take a look at the strategy. So they had this audience insight of Airbnb is about places, people, not places. What is it? This never changed. It's an online platform app that connects people to unique homes and travel experiences. The how did change, enabling people to live like locals and feel at home anywhere in the world. And the why changed. We believe in a world where people belong anywhere. They changed their brand identity, and they changed with the logo, the new tagline. So from a place to stay, it moved to belong anywhere. This started with a change of logo, one that we're actually still using today, creating a symbol that represents belonging. Here it is. The higher purpose of belonging shifted the brand's language and messaging from location and price to focus on the warmth and welcome of no longer feeling like a tourist in an unknown place. And here's their version of the ClearSheet 48, the ClearCast, and here's their version of the ClearCast 48 sheet opportunity screaming out their brand vision. This shift in Airbnb's brand proposition also sparked a whole new advertising campaign. I would imagine that they took the brand territory of belong anywhere as a creative brief, and then a creative agency would have generated several different execution ideas. This would have then led them to a campaign tagline, live there even just for a night. And this was the one they would have chosen. And then this is the start of a new campaign for them. And here it is in the real world. You can see the campaign line and the new logo and the brand strap line underneath. Finally, let's have a quick look at how your brand strategy could be applied at raising capital. Are you clear on who your target investors are? What are you looking for them to bring outside of a capital injection? Do your brand values align? What do you know about them? How are you going to stand out? This isn't a one-sided game. Investors need startups as much as startups need investors. Don't underestimate your value and be willing to walk away if the fit's not right. Your job is to become as attractive as possible by being clear about who you are, why you exist, what your roadmap is, and presenting a consistent brand across all touch points. The Wholesale Investor CRIISP platform is a great way to do this. You can take this information from your brand strategy and apply it to the problem solution, competitive advantage, etc. The secret is to attract, not to chase. You want to get on the front foot and attract the right investment. This can be through becoming a thought leader, through personal and company content across LinkedIn, podcasts, industry platforms, and events to gain exposure, creating a halo effect. It's not about constantly promoting your company, rather giving insights about your industry, problems and challenges, storytelling about how you're solving customer pain points. Your message to investors switches from, we need funding to survive and grow, to, we're growing well, we're clear in our vision and what our challenges are. We could be a great investment for you. I'd love to know what your current business challenges and ambitions for growth are. Are you looking for investment or to embark on some advertising to drive customer acquisition? Is everyone on your business clear on what you stand for and your positioning in the market? I hope there's something in here that has sparked an idea for you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for that very insightful presentation, Laura. I think, based on your extensive experience, it'd be great to dive into some Q&A. So I've prepared some questions that kind of divided into like 4 categories. The first one is an introduction to you, your experience, then a deep dive into Ozer Consultancy, specifics of Ozer's role in startup development, and then finally encouraging some sort of engagement. So first and foremost, with over 23 years in the brand and marketing industry, including positions in global marketing agencies, how has your journey influenced your approach to brand building today?
Yeah, I think my experience, it's pretty broad. So when I was younger, I switched around quite a bit. So I guess in the old days, people would sit in certain silos. So you might be in brand, you might be in advertising, you might be a strategist, you'd be an account handler, you might work across certain industries, and it was pretty siloed. Whereas I jumped around quite a bit. I think I've always been a very curious person and I like to be challenged. So I moved through quite a lot of them. So that gave me experience which now today I find can be really helpful for clients, because I know quite a bit about different areas. So the branding piece, and one of the things I talked through in this was just showing how the brand strategy piece has such a big role when it comes to thinking about creative advertising. So for me, they're not split into two, you know, they're not two distinct areas, that there's an overlap, and there's a need for one and the other. And I think by understanding both pieces, it means that you can quickly get to some really interesting areas. So I think that's one thing. The other might be from a kind of brand advertising and performance advertising point of view. And I see this quite a bit, and I talk about this quite a lot with founders, because when you're, well, depending on your work, I mean, budget's always tight, no matter how big you are, and thinking about what percentage of your marketing budget you want to spend on brand advertising and what percentage you spend on performance, which is, you know, going straight through to sales. Now, there's a tendency to always go with the performance led, because you can see immediate results. You can literally look at the data and see how things are doing. From the brand side, it's harder. However, I would encourage everybody to think about the brand from the get-go and bring it into their marketing strategy at whatever stage they're in, because if you do that, you lay the foundations for that, like the slide we talked about, the defensibility slide later on. So when you've carved out your niche, Expensify is a great example. When you've carved out your area and you've got a very strong brand attached to it, it's really difficult for other people to come in, and then you're not stuck in this price war.
That makes complete sense. And I think, you know, one of the questions I have that is in line with kind of what you've just said. How would you advise startups to balance creativity and data-driven strategies in their branding approach?
Well, you can. So you can. I mean, the great thing about advertising marketing today is you can test quite a lot of it. So you can test creative. You can A/B test different creative, but knowing what space you occupy in someone's head is harder to measure. And you can do lots of massive brands. And I've done, obviously, when I was working in a bigger agency, there was a lot of money put in researching brand sentiment for huge clients, Coca-Cola, Samsung, etc. They spend a lot, they spend a lot of money on that. But what somebody says and what somebody does can also be quite different. So I remember we had working on a couple of car brands, for example, and our strategist would always say in client meetings that why somebody says they buy a car and why they actually buy a car can be two completely different things. So if you're trying to measure that, they might give you the functional response. You know, they might say, I'm buying this car because it's got a catalytic converter and it's got X, Y, and Z. But actually they're buying it because they just love the brand. They just love, it's a lifestyle choice. They want to be seen in that Audi. So it's sometimes hard to measure it. But from a digital sense, you can definitely measure creative in terms of what's landing from a brand perspective. It's just the performance takes you further. So the brand creative is telling you something about a brand, but the performance is the call to action. It's the someone clicking on something to do an action to buy it, and that takes you further down the sales funnel.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned that it's hard to measure, right? So that aspect, that thing, it's difficult to quantify. Have you, in your experience, found a way to quantify that, and perhaps, or is that still very hard to quantify, even still today, and with all the data that we
brand
have?
side.
The brand side.
So you can, I mean, you can do it. You can do customer surveys. People do spontaneous recall. People use focus groups. So you can say, so for example, let's say you were coming into the market of online, door-to-door food delivery. So let's say, you've got Just Eat, you've got Deliveroo, and you're coming in as a third one. So you can do surveys. We work with a research company who can set up a survey, which can even be just done on Facebook, really simple. So you could do some work, and then you could get in you could do an online group, or you could do an online survey where you get people to spontaneously recall what are the delivery services they're aware of, and what do they think about them. And then yours might happen there, a free form answer, or you then might have a secondary question which mentions your brand, your company, and just see how it relates to the other two. And then over time, you can see, are you getting any traction in terms of the awareness of your brand or your product service, and also what are people attributing to it, and is it the messaging that you're trying to, because you're trying to steer messaging and steer how people feel about you, and then you're trying to measure whether that's having any impact, which is kind of that brand positioning slide.
That makes sense. And now moving on to maybe startups, and with the experience that you have working with startups, what are some of the most common challenges they face in branding? I know you touched on a couple of things in your presentation, but if you could pinpoint like a couple that they face in branding and how you suggest they overcome them. You mentioned one, which is the expense, right? The branding expense versus the sales and marketing expense in general. But how do they overcome that? And how, for example, in that scenario, how would you make it so that they understand that the longer term picture is as valuable, or perhaps even more valuable, than the short-term gains of putting everything into sales?
Yeah, so I think one thing is, well, there's two things there. One of them is, if you're clear on, and that comes back to that beginning bit, if you're really clear on who you're trying to talk to, what you're doing that's different, what's going to resonate with them, if you can be super tight and super clear on that, then that means that anything you do, you've got a very single-minded message that's going out that's likely to land if someone sees it a few times. And if you're doing something that is what they want, then that should land with them, right? So it should be that you're trying to push this kind of like us. It should just be, oh, you're this, we're that, this is how we do it in a way that's better, easier for your life. Oh, great, fantastic, that's for me, I want to do that. So that's one way of doing it. The other way is that creative piece. So once you know what is the key message you want to get out to this audience that you know is the right audience for your company and your product, then it's creatively, how do you express that in a way that's going to cut through? And some of the agencies I worked in, the creative agencies, often we were we were working for the challenger brand, we were working for the underdog, for almost the startup in the category, and they've got to work harder. So it's more and more important to make sure that you're clear on what you're saying, because you don't want to waste any money. You haven't got media budget to waste. Whereas the bigger brands, obviously they're going for a larger volume of people as well, but they're kind of blasting out to more people. So I would say, even in a performance marketing plan, you can weave in some aspect of the brand to it. And again, that's why having the brand identity and your expression, having all of that set out and locked down, means that even when you're just saying a very specific message that's leading you through to a call to action around your product, it's still got the brand woven in terms of how it looks. So even in that very simple illustration, you're doing something about the brand in a sales message and wrapping it in. So I would say, the key for me is getting your brand clear, knowing what you're trying to do from a performance side, and then trying to integrate both of them. So not seeing them as completely separate. And great. Understanding, and it depends whether you're, business to business, business to consumer is slightly different as well.
Yeah.
And the way you do that. But I would argue that we're all people at the end of the day. So even if you're in a business, you're still trying to get my attention and get me interested, and knowing what I'm interested in and wrapping that up in a way that looks good is going to be impactful.
Yeah, no, it's interesting you mentioned that, especially on the B2B side. I mean, B2C, obviously, you get ads. I get ads on Instagram, Facebook, whatever it is that I'm using. But more and more recently, I'm seeing a lot of B2B ads. And it's led me to have conversations internally about maybe getting that software. And as you mentioned, I think the B2B ads, B2B marketing, and B2B branding is very important, because at the end of the day, it's the individuals making decisions, not businesses per se, right? So
exactly.
yeah, that's very interesting. I think, moving on, I'd like to focus a bit on why you decided to find Ozer, and how does it represent maybe a culmination of your previous experiences, having worked in big agencies, working directly with companies inside their organization, and now you started Ozer. So could you talk a bit about that?
Yeah, of course. So I mean, the creative part. So I guess for me, I've always been interested in business. I did business studies, I did economics, and then I did psychology. So to be honest, it was kind of there. I guess the answer was there pretty much from my A levels. So I set up Ozer because I felt that in the creative agencies that I loved, I felt like it wasn't as close to the business problem that I wanted to work on. So we were sort of a bit one step removed. We were at the other end of a creative brief to then try and find a solution for that client. And as much as we would challenge them on the brief, we wouldn't be challenging them on the business as such. And then I've always had an interest in startups. And actually, even when I was in agencies, I bounced around from like the big agencies like JWT, for example, huge global agency, right through to the startups within the independent agencies. And so it just so happened that I worked, actually, I got brought in to work with a media agency. And they were actually part of a fund. And so I came in as the MD, and I had to report straight to the investors. And that gave me a whole other world. Obviously, they were all obsessed with the performance side, which makes sense. So I was in this performance marketing world, having been in a more creative and branding world. And I knew I wanted to set up on my own. And I think that's when the stars aligned for me. And I just thought, okay, here's an opportunity, because I started going to all these startup events, and I realized that quite a lot of people are siloed into brand marketing, advertising, they're all in these different areas. And so what I wanted to do was bring in this sort of big agency thinking and the stuff that I'd learned, but also weave in kind of more business consultancy. So that's sort of what and I wasn't 100% sure how it was going to land at the beginning, but what I did is I started just listening to, from my side, listening to my clients and understanding where the value was. And then I started moving and evolving the company. And now it's a strategic consultancy across a number of different areas. And so that's what I did. I love working with lots of different types of companies. I love working with founders, CEOs, and the growth side. This is it's a competitive and it's a hard landscape, but it's really interesting. So it works well.
Yeah, competitive it is, but also, as you mentioned, it is definitely extremely interesting. But in terms of, could you maybe elaborate on how your philosophy, Ozer's philosophy of kind of what you were mentioning, combining clarity and creativity, is put into action when working with startups? So maybe this big idea thinking of big agencies combined with your experience and your love of startups and growth.
Yeah, so I think for startups, and look, I did exactly the same thing as what I preach not to do. So the tendency is to just try and do everything, because you've got this vision and you've got this idea of what you want to do, and from a marketing perspective, there's a danger that you can spread yourself too thin and then not really learn anything and not really get anywhere fast. So it's this sort of more linear approach. So I think the one thing that we do that I really enjoy is helping bring that clarity to. So I often work straight with the founders, straight with the kind of, the CEO, the COO, whoever is the key sort of, key people running the business. And it helps. I find it helps that sometimes you're so close to it and you're so in it that it's hard to kind of take that more helicopter view. And and just have someone to just ask some questions that you all then have to kind of answer together. They're all in there, like everything's within the company. It's just a case of trying to pull it out. So there's that clarity piece. And then obviously spending a lot of time in creative agencies, I really understand the power of creativity. But for me, that creativity shouldn't just be locked into an advertising campaign. So I believe that creativity can change a business massively, but it doesn't just have to be at a creative stage of what you're doing. So look at Steve Jobs, Amazon, all these amazing companies and people, they bring creativity. So it's creative problem solving, essentially.
Yeah.
So it's understanding what you want, understanding where you are, being really clear and honest with where you are, knowing where you want to go, and then plotting out a plan. And then you can slot in the kind of the brand, the marketing, depending on what you need to do, what needs help.
Yeah. Yeah. I find it interesting that you said creativity shouldn't be locked in the advertising space. I think a lot of companies, when they think of creativity, a lot of it's instantly put onto marketing or advertising, as you mentioned. But the companies that I've worked with in my two years with Wholesale Investor, the ones that find solutions are the ones that think outside the box. And I think those two words, creativity and thinking outside the box, are very tied. So it's definitely interesting what you're saying. I think moving on. Yeah, sorry, go for it.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, just sort of adding on to that, creativity can come from anywhere in your business. And like being in agencies, this was something that some of them were really good at. So they didn't just, a creative idea can come from anywhere. And I think that as someone who's running a company, like, always try and get information and insights from the people. Like, usually it's the most junior people in a company that are the cold face of what's going on. Like, they absolutely understand. They're talking to the customers, they're talking to the audience, so they know what people want, they know the reality of what's there. So if you can just ask them what are consumers wanting, what's not quite working, what is working, if you can try and get some of that little bits of intelligence together, then that might just be an insight that can spring an idea for a campaign that could be absolutely brilliant. Everybody is capable of creativity in my eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think talking about that, the junior people who perhaps some of the most creative people, I think I read a report on some consulting firms who are now looking to not hire people who have consulting backgrounds, but any background, right? Because it brings a different mindset to it, and they're much more open to this idea of hiring literally anyone who could fit in and bring something new, which is really interesting, because traditionally it's always been numbers, analytical, and that's it. But now they're looking more towards the creative problem solving aspect, which it's definitely
there's a difference between creative thinking and creative ideas. And the key is just, it's almost like you're the kind of maestro, like somebody has to be the maestro as to how to pick those, and this is what a great creative director does in an agency. And it's the same way that for me, a founder or CEO looks at all the people in the business and who they're working with, and they can get these little insights. So they can get these ideas and these insights, but they just then know what to do with them. And that's something that can be really powerful.
Absolutely. Could you maybe share an example of where Ozer's intervention work significantly accelerated a startup's growth, or perhaps even investment acquisition?
Yeah, there's a couple of ones I could quickly go over. So in different kind of categories. One of them was it was a sound tech company, brilliant. They're called Iris. They're amazing. I love working with them. They had a B2C and a B2B model. So that was kind of interesting, because we got to work across, there's sort of these two sort of tracks to it. But they came to us because they actually had quite a few different. They were Series A, so they'd had some funding, and they were looking to launch a headphone product. But before they were going to launch these headphone product, they needed to just kind of get their brand in order a bit, and then figure out the activation. And the bit that they needed was they had all these documents. So they had all these kind of brand strategy, bits of brand strategy documents, brand comms, identity, all of that stuff. But they were almost overwhelmed by the amount of stuff that they had. And they needed to find a way to try and distill it down into something. And then this crucial bit, so I see this quite a lot. And I've been involved personally on quite a few of these where there's a lot of information and there's a lot of theory. But then what they need is an activation plan. So like, how do we translate this? Like we've got all this stuff, and then we know what we're trying to do. We're trying to launch these headphones, and we've got some clear targets of what we want, you know, how many people, how many sets we want to have sold to get to our next stage and unlock the next part of investment. But what they needed was just an activation plan for how to get there. So what we did is we distilled all of these documents and made sure, and just put it into something that was clear, created a brand book with them. So with they had some design and resource in-house as well. And they also had this creative team who could do, brilliant creative team. But what they were missing was this creative strategy. So this activation piece, like, what are we going to do? And then what does it look like? They had an opportunity with Sky to do a TV ad, and they didn't have very long to do it. And so what we did is we distilled this information, got the plan together, working with a digital agency that they had as well. And then we helped create basically wrote the creative strategy that then sparked the ideas for all of their content and all of their and the ad and a load of other video content. They did a partnership with Red Bull. It was amazing. I mean, I really enjoyed working on it. It was great. So that was one example of kind of further down the line, but just needing a bit of strategy to help unite and get this launch into a really good place. They sold out with their headphones. I mean, they had to stop the campaign. They worked well, which was good. And they were brilliant. And then the second one was different as a fintech called Suits Me. So they were a B2B, and they were actually they were growing, and they were looking to go more into the B2C space, to retaining the B2B, but they wanted to talk to this new customer, and it was more of a lifestyle. So they were essentially a bank. So they needed to switch up their branding. Before, it was quite corporate looking. It was just blue.
Yeah.
And so this required a whole new, so we did a whole rebrand with them. So all of this stuff we've talked through, we did for them, and gave them more of a lifestyle look and feel. And also we worked on a bit of strategy for how to optimize their website as well. So we kind of helped them, and then on their kind of brand comms, and they saw an immediate increase in their conversions on the website, which was good because it was a direct, with both of those, there was direct results that came off the back of it, which is really good. And then we also did getting investors, we worked with a recruitment technology app. So I saw them pitch actually, and they had a brilliant product, but their pitch was a bit too long. And it didn't, for me, it just didn't, it was almost when they went to the pitch, they got lost. Sometimes I see this, that they went really in on the tech bit, and because that was great, but they went so hard on like 10 slides or whatever on it wasn't that bad, but like on the tech side. But they had a brilliant product, and the people behind it were fantastic. And so I worked with them on just optimizing that pitch deck. I just approached them after it and said, let me get my hands on it. This was right at the beginning, to be fair. And luckily for me, and them, I guess, they were like, yeah, okay, let's have a go at it. And then I just did a bit of a session with them, and I was just asking and challenging, and it was really interesting to do. And then we distilled it down, and then they got 250 grand over the ask within, I think it was literally like 2-3 weeks. It was amazing. Yeah, and then actually on the back of that, I ended up sitting on a panel from this investors to sort of help with understanding the brand and the marketing side of the companies that they were looking through their deal flow.
So essentially, if you want to increase conversions quickly, stop a campaign because it's too effective, or raise capital over a raise in a short period of time. They should all come to you. That makes sense. You mentioned how you also help companies not just grow, but also look to secure their next funding round, right? Is there a difference between the two and how you approach it? Or is it all part of the same thing?
What do you mean? Sorry, explain that again.
So how does, when you help companies, startups, you help them grow and you also help them secure their next round of finance. Is there a different approach to doing one or the other, or is it all part of the same strategy?
Oh, I see what you mean in terms. So actually, it's a really good question, because one of the things that I always say to people, and one of the things that we have in the back of our minds when we're doing these campaigns, is thinking about, well, getting very clear on why you're doing what you're doing, and then almost as a parallel to doing whatever the campaign is to grow, is to think about what's the investor story that you're building with this action that you're taking. So let's say, for example, one of the clients we work with, they were at the absolute beginning. So they had a product, they were looking, it was another finance was actually. So they were looking to, it was for retail investors. They had a website. We helped them on the strategy, and it was from the sales perspective. But what they needed was to show some traction. So in order to unlock this, they were very much seed stage. So they were looking to unlock investment by proving that they had some traction in the product. So the main aim, it was very clear, the main aim was they needed to show that people wanted their product and were signing up to it and were booking the demos, and that they were then clicking through, and the click-through rates were going through to them, then using that product, and then really importantly that they could retain them, because otherwise it's just a never-ending bucket. So that was one thing we did. And then what we could do is, we already knew what the investor story was at the end of that, so we were already sort of documenting that alongside. Another one might be where you've had the investment, but now what you want to be able to show is, you need to be able to obviously show that you're growing as you said you were going to. And if you're not, and this is actually equally as important, because there's no investor's looking for you to just gloss over and PR how everything's going, because that's a waste of your time, their time. It's doesn't make any sense. So let's say you're looking to acquire new customers. They've given you how much you're spending on the media and how much you're spending on doing that. You're tracking it all, and let's say it's not working. So you want to make sure you've given it enough time to then understand what isn't working, where's the problem, and then you can report back that you've done this exercise, found the problem, and then this is what you're now putting in to be able to try and get over that problem and get to the next stage. And so that's another kind of part of your updates for investors and reporting on what you're doing. So yeah, they absolutely run parallel, and you want to be thinking 5 steps ahead, because ideally, from the investment side, you've always got that going on in the background, and that's part of your story as to what you're doing.
Yeah, especially in the early stages. Even later on, but the early stages is especially crucial, because it can mean life or death of a startup, right? So
yeah.
And just to have a question for you in regards to repositioning or changing the branding past a certain point. In your experience, how feasible is that? So for example, let's just say AI company X, until Series A has a certain branding, and then all of a sudden they want to change. What are the main challenges of that? And in your opinion, how long does it take to change maybe consumer behavior towards a brand and a company?
Yeah, so it depends what it is, and it depends. I guess number one is like, why are you doing it? So on that, there's that whole positioning. So let's say you're trying to move through to a different positioning. So your logo may be your constant. So your logo may be exactly the same, and then you're looking to change positioning through a change of messaging step by step. And perhaps, and the great thing about, and this is the difference between having brand and then campaigns, they're brand campaigns or advertising campaigns. So you can navigate and you can use these different levers depending on what you're trying to do, but you just got to be clear on what you're trying to do. So if you were looking to change let's say the brand, for some reason the brand identity just didn't look right and there was a certain thing you needed to do to change it, you can also do that in steps. So actually one of the biggest companies I've worked for and was on the board for a while, Citywire, I came in, they've been going for 20 years and they're all like opening across in all over the world. But the brand was different in every country almost in terms of just the slight nuances of the colors and the way that it was, the comms worked. And so what I did with them was I looked and I worked with their design team internally and looked to, over time, align it all so it all looked, all was all looking like one global consistent brand. And this wasn't like, day one we suddenly just switched over and here's the new logo. The strapline, the logo, the look of it, there was a few anomalies here and there. And so we sort of created like a little transition so that people wouldn't notice as much, but we'd end up in the place where we wanted to end up. So you can gradually bring it in if it's the look and feel, or if you need, it really depends on what you need. And in terms of time, I guess it depends on what you're, again, sorry, all my answers are like, what are you looking to do?
I mean, fair enough.
But it does, it's like it's just question, and then
it shows the bespoke.
Sorry.
Yeah, it shows the bespoke and tailored solutions that you guys offer as well, right? So it's not one size fits all model, which is very important when looking at especially because you guys work across seed, Series A, sector agnostic. So that makes sense. Look, let's wrap up. We have two more questions. What, in your opinion, sets Ozer apart for startups, aiming for rapid scaling and market impact?
Another good question. I think I would say clarity of thought and creative thinking, and those two things working together, because I think that's what sets us apart. It's consultancy, but it's got creative thinking weaved in, and I like I mentioned quite a few times, like the power of creativity for me is massive.
Yeah. Okay, great. And for startups interested in your Ozer services, what are the initial steps or processes involved in beginning a partnership with your team?
Yeah, really simple. One of the things I wanted to do, having worked in these big agencies, which obviously cost a lot of money for good reason, I wanted to offer startups that kind of big agency thinking. Some of the consultants that we work with have spent, way better than me, have spent longer than I have in the agencies they've been in. And I wanted to offer just a very, like, you can literally have a couple of hours, or you could have a half-day workshop, or you could have just a piece of piece of strategy to sort of drive your business forward. So it starts with an intro call, and then depending on what you need, we usually start small. So we'll start with a particular brief and then go from there. And it's like anything, like once people get a feel for how you work, then they're like, oh, actually, could you have a look at this, and could you have a look at that? But yeah, it's for me, it's just about ascertaining what you're looking to do, which is usually this is the challenge, or this is an area, or even if they're not sure of what that is, they might just want a bit of a strategic call to just sort of peel that out. So it's almost like we can tell them what we think they need to be doing next.
So you start small, and then all of a sudden you're running out of inventory, so you have to stop it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, Citywire started with one initial helping them with what was their sort of startup in New York, and it ended up with me sat on the board. So yeah.
There we go. And then last one, which I ask everyone in a slightly different context. What advice would you give startup founders who might be hesitant about investing in professional branding and marketing services?
I would say the advice I would give is you might think it costs, like someone's cost is expensive, but what you'll get with someone who's been doing something for a long time and knows what they're doing is going to save you so much time in the future. And it's about being really clear on what you need, because if you're just starting out, you don't need to be spending crazy amounts of money on your brand or your marketing or whatever, but it's just giving an experienced person. It's actually cheaper in the long run if you work it out. We have this service which is like a CMO on the go. So if you were going to bring in a marketing strategist into your business, it's a CMO, for example, that's going to cost you a lot of money as a salary. Whereas if you can just access that thinking, that higher sort of more experienced thinking as and when you need it, you don't need it a lot of times in your business, but if you can access it at the right time, you can just make sure that the thing you're doing is going to be right first time, and you're not going backwards and forwards trying to figure it out. And it also sets the path for what everybody else needs to be doing, who would sit underneath that person normally in kind of day to day.
Fantastic. Well, look, Laura, I want to say a massive thank you. I think your insights have been wonderful, and for anyone who wants to get in touch with Laura or with Ozer, there's going to be the link below, and Laura's details as well. So yeah, please make sure to connect with Laura. And yeah, thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you so much.
Capital raising is not an event. It's a process. Navigating the labyrinth world of capital raising is not just frustrating. It's a time-consuming diversion from your core business, an emotional roller coaster that leaves many founders drained. But what if you could simplify the journey? CRIISP CapitalHQ is your beacon in this complex landscape. Benefit from our proprietary network of 33,000 plus investors and deal makers, further amplified by AI/ML matchmaking. Extend your reach globally with access to over 200,000 angels, VCs, and family offices. Our intelligent deal rooms and streamlined tool suite can cut your capital raising time by up to 80%. But we don't stop there. Our platform equips you with capital raising intelligence to increase your conversion rate with investors. At CRIISP CapitalHQ, we turn the daunting marathon of capital raising into a strategic sprint, where your capital raising is working 24/7 for you. Are you ready to run smarter,